what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And blow your heart, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that
Hey everybody, how are we doing? We're here again with more stuff to cover, and a lot of stuff has gone on that either I haven't touched on yet, right? Because I've been too busy. We had this giant debate. It's manna from heaven. Tim Pool thinking that he can take on Emma Vigeland and really miscalculating. And we've had I haven't really talked about the sub. I obviously haven't talked about what happened. Well, wait, no, we did. We touched on, and we explored, and we hypothesized, and we speculated on what was happening in with the Russian Wagner PMC, and but it just hadn't gotten to the point where it got to, right? And we were looking. Putin was staring down the squinch that like button. Yeah, more than just squinch that like button. Yeah, it was looking bad for Putin. He actually left, well, reports are anyway, that he left Moscow for at least a little while. He got spooked. They weren't sure they could defend Moscow. It turns out that behind the scenes there was negotiation going on, just like I had predicted, but not really in the way that I'd predicted. I thought more like that. I really thought Prigozhin was gonna use this, was gonna negotiate with Putin, and with the Ministry of Defense and with the institutional people in Russia. Instead, he actually talked to the Belarusian government and negotiated through that, and that's where he ended up going. He turned his column around. They didn't go through towards Moscow, so there was no giant apocalyptic Putin versus Prigozhin battle. But yeah, I kind of thought that he was gonna try to leverage this as some kind of a for what he wants in terms of how the PMC gets treated. It looks like he got none of what he wanted, though, at the end of the day. Although we'll see, right? We'll see. It's still a very fluid situation. Squinch that like button. Let me also give you something else to squinch, if you don't mind, right? Not that. That. This is the thread for today. And I'm gonna drop it in Twitch chat. Pin that as well. And then I'm also gonna drop that into YouTube chat. If you could, if you're still on Twitter, give that tweet some love. It helps me out a lot. It brings in new people who would know who wouldn't even know about the stream otherwise, right? Speaking of Twitter, does anybody have a Blue Sky? Anybody on Blue Sky yet? I know they've opened up their invites. In the wake of something that happened last week with Elon, basically threatened to consider cisgender to be a slur. The only reason to go to Twitter now is to like your tweets. I'm sorry. Yeah, it is pretty bad. It is bad and getting worse. I still find some utility in it. I'm still actually, you know what the funny thing is, right? With all that Elon has done to silence us, I'm doing as well as I've ever done on Twitter, right? Reliably having tweets blow up. I don't know what's going on. You squanched that like button. Thank you so much. Here, let's get some music on. Right, I'm just not in the right mind frame because I've got the wrong music. The wrong music leads to the wrong mind frame, and the wrong mind frame leads to I don't know what, but it's gotta be bad. Why can I not find it? It should just get recommended. Like anytime I listen to the song, this should automatically get recommended. That's right. It is Monday, the 26th of June, coming towards the end of Pride Week. A lot of Pride celebrations went on this weekend, and the enemies of the LGBT community are out in full force, especially in places like Twitter.com, but also at Pride itself, right? It's been kind of a difficult time. That cis as a slur thing is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, and that's what actually triggered, if I understand correctly, that's what triggered Blue Sky. So if you don't know what Blue Sky is, right? It's a Twitter alternative. It's a Twitter alternative that doesn't put up with a lot of the stuff that Twitter puts up with. It's not really like, some people say it's like old Twitter, like Twitter used to be. In some ways, honestly, Twitter was never that great to begin with. I feel like Blue Sky, it's small, right? It's small, it's starting up, it's getting off the ground, but in a lot of ways, like, it takes, harassment and hate speech, more seriously than Twitter ever has. So, main Pride Week for Oslo, nice. I've called dozens of people cis on Twitter, and I'm not kicked off yet. Yeah, I did. Right after he did that, I made sure to. I risked it all for the biscuit. Fortunately, I got an invite to Blue Sky right at that moment, and I've got my. Here, let's take a look at it. Do I have it open here? I think I do. Yeah, see, as you can see, like, there's literally nothing on my Blue Sky, right? But I do have one. I do indeed have one. That's me on Blue Sky. If you want to follow me, I am at Irene Geller. So that's, if I was wondering if does anybody have Blue Sky? Because if not, I could see about getting some invite codes. I think they're being a little bit more, oh, also Silent Storm, thank you for the resub. Yeah, that's 6 months for you. Thank you for resubscribing. I don't like that Blue Sky requires an invitation. Look, there are some problems with that, right? There are some problems with that. But in general, my understanding, in my understanding is that it's being done this way in order to kind of keep it from turning into Twitter, right? I don't have Blue Sky yet, maybe someday. Well, look, I'm gonna see about getting some invites and stuff like that, because I feel like, it's important to have people on there, especially if it ends up taking off like it does. But I know exactly what you mean, Jules. I was kind of mad about it too. What is that phrase? I would never join a club that would have me. But for me, it's like I would never join a club that wouldn't have me. And the fact that, that I didn't get a, oh my God, I didn't put on lipstick. What am I doing? No lipstick. No lipstick equals sad. Okay, so there's some like drawbacks. I'm just like, is there a lipstick? Do my alligator? Yes, my alligator ate my lipstick. That's a huge problem. It's not just a skill issue, okay? It's not just a skill issue. My alligator actually had but just so you know, I do actually have an alligator. Yeah, I have an alligator. So like, yeah. Oh my God, I wish I could like. I don't know how much weight this, yeah, Waluigi's in a very precarious place up there. Okay, I won't put my alligator up there, but butterfly is also missing, lipstick is missing, butterfly is missing. MSE is saying that keeping it invite only probably also helps limiting the server they need for now. I think the alligator wants to wear lipstick. That's why the alligator had my lipstick, but the alligator was unable to get it open is the thing. It's like, it's kind of hard for them with their short arms and their claws. Oh my God, for real? So yeah, the problem that I foresee with the way that Blue Sky has started out is that it started out with a bunch of tech people, and I don't mean tech bros. I don't mean like STEM lords or anything like that. I just mean like, you know, people that are interested in technology, people that are interested in social media, people who saw like a potential, you know, opportunity here for Blue Sky to be something different, right? People like that, right? Nerds, right? Good people though. It started out with good people. It started out with nerds. And those nerds are like, okay, so who do we get out? Who do we Red Rover? You know, let's who do we bring over? And they were kind of like, well, you know, let's bring over some social justice accounts. I don't think there was a lot of discernment that went into that, right? Because a lot of the people that got brought over first were like, I mean, they're on the left, right? But they're the same like problematic left that's really kind of failed us in a number of ways, right? The same, just, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to like completely put this off on Cuffles, right? But people like Cuffles, okay? People in Cuffles' circle, you know what I'm saying? And if you know Twitter, you know the issue with that, right? These are not like chuds. These are not transphobes. You know, there's a lot of trans people. There's a lot of marginalized people there. But there's also just like, I don't know how to describe it, right? You know, you get Keffels and you get Vosh, and you get Vosh and you get Demon Mama, you get Demon Mama and you get Xanderhall. It's that kind of thing. That's what happened, right? They started to pull in this network and like kind of like the wrong people were coming up, right? The wrong people were coming up. Not entirely, because like I said, there are a lot of good people over on Blue Sky, but enough of them to kind of set into place the hierarchies that were already in place on Twitter. So what I mean by hierarchies are like, you know, Keffels has a lot of followers. Is it because Keffels is like the best shit poster out there? No, not really. Not really, right? It's for a lot of reasons, right? And with Keffels, it has a lot to do with an account that actually came into her hands through somebody in her community that had like a really large account, and then Keffels sort of used that to grow off of, right? But it's like, it's, you know, it would have been nice to have an experiment where we really like kind of set everything back to zero and see like organically like who grows and who doesn't, and instead we really just repeated a lot of the Twitter hierarchy, right? With the assumption being that if somebody has a lot of followers on Twitter, they're a poster. Sometimes that's true, and I'm not saying that Keffels is a bad poster, right? I've probably laughed at a Keffels joke at one point, maybe. Yeah, I'm sure she said something funny at some point, but but yeah, that's what happened, right? So so Blue Sky, I mean, I have hopes for it. I'm on there. And as Twitter gets worse and worse and worse, yesterday Twitter was talking about, well, feds, right? There was a clip that went around, and it was a fight. It was a fight between some Proud Boys, and before anybody says Patriot Front, it actually wasn't Patriot Front, right? It's a group called Rose City Nationalists, right? So it is like a, you know, racist group, right? But it's not that racist group, right? And so like right away they were misreporting it, right? And the right wingers have this in their mind that like Patriot Front are not their guys. Patriot Front are all feds. They're all feds that go out and, you know, put on masks and act like Nazis, but they're actually yeah, like depending on who you ask, it's either feds or it's Antifa or it's both, right? And so that was the first thing that was going around, was like, these are all feds, right? And they were saying, but it wasn't. It was Rose City Nationalists. My understanding of this group is it's actually a splinter group off of Proud Boys. So here's the deal. Proud Boys, like, you know, they declare themselves Western chauvinists, right? And what that means is that they believe in Western civilization, right? They believe, like, right? So they have people that are not white in the group, but the group is overall kind of dedicated to upholding white hegemony, right? there was this, and they don't, but they don't have like out and out racist stuff, right? They don't say like, yes, racism, good, right? They know they're a little too media trained for that, right? So there were people within that group that were like, but what? I came here for racism. Isn't this supposed to be all right? Are we not going to be racist? Can we not be anti-Semitic? And they're like, yeah, but just not openly, right? And it wasn't good enough for these dudes, right? So one of the guys that got unmasked is actually the leader of Rose City Nationalists, right? And he was a former Proud Boy. That dude they're calling a Fed, right? And so if that dude's a Fed, you got problems, right? Your whole organization, I don't know. Like, you know, if you're gonna call each other Feds, look, it's no issue with me, right? I'm totally fine if the right wing wants to start looking for a Fed behind every bush and accusing each other of being Feds. It's probably for the better, but no, in actuality, it was a Western chauvinist group fighting a white nationalist group. That's what you saw. And you know, try telling that to a chud on Twitter, though. Try telling that to a chud. Patriot Front wannabes? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's a pretty small organization from what I understand. And like, yeah, like Woody Red, look, I've been friends with Keffels, all right? There's definitely a time when I appreciated Keffels, and I don't know what happened. I don't know how to explain that behavior, but she's very much entrenched within the Vosh network now. So you know, whatever ship there was as far as her, you know, fighting for trans rights and concentrating on that kind of stuff instead of attacking marginalized people within the left has already sailed. So it's kind of too bad. Yeah, they both believe in white supremacy, being real, right? They're both upholding white supremacy, just that the Proud Boys are doing it with a, and the Rose City group wants to do it out loud, right? But yeah, they got pushed around by the Proud Boys, and it was kind of a mess. So anyway, what do we have today? We have Temple's dad siding with Emma Vigeland. We're gonna check in on him because I've meant to check in on him a lot of time, like many times. I've been teasing you. I've been edging you on Temple's dad a lot, and we haven't got there yet. And you know, we need to cover Temple's dad. It's a very important subject matter. I'm gonna have to open this. Oh, sorry, chat. It's like too hot in here. I don't know when that happened. I started out the stream with a hoodie and I immediately tossed it to the side. And now I had to open the door because it's just too damn hot. Him called... No, wait. Michael, can you link me? Yeah, Keffels is back to streaming. Yeah, like people are saying, just not nearly as much. And it's not clear what direction that she's gonna go in. When she first came back, she was really signaling strong towards doing kind of a commentary thing, right? And that's not going to work for her because the commentary community, if you don't know, on YouTube is pretty toxic. And they have decided that she's a target, not a friend. And she's really gotten kind of isolated in terms of that community. So Emma really hurt Tim's feelings. Yeah, she did. She did for sure. There's a bunch of stuff though, honestly. Like, look at this. No, not this. I was hoping I would find it. There's been a whole debate between Hassan, Pokimane, XQC, and Moist Critical over Kick versus Twitch, and it's really strange. It's a strange debate, right? Because if you listen to people, to like haters, you're gonna get the idea that Hassan hates Kick. Hassan is jealous of XQC. Pokimane is jealous because she didn't get picked, and that this is just a bunch of jealous hater. These are jealous haters. But in actuality, like Hassan at least really does want Kick to succeed, if nothing else, so that there's another viable competitor for Twitch. Because when there's no competitor, you have a monopoly. When you have a monopoly, that company can treat you however they want. And obviously that is not in Hassan's interest, right? So in everybody's interest, including mine, it'd be nice if Kick would succeed. That being said, you won't see me streaming at Kick just because, first of all, the culture over there is absolutely toxic. And second of all, the way that it works is this, right? They pay Amazon for something called, I think it's called ICV, and that's the Twitch like infrastructure. That's the way that streams work on Twitch. So the software, right? And then AWS, obviously the hosting, right? So every time that Twitch makes money, Amazon's making money. Amazon is supporting that, right? So Amazon's got a piece of that pie, right? So it kind of, in a way, it doesn't even make sense to think of these as entirely separate entities, because they're kind of joined at the hip in a lot of ways, at least for now. The link got blocked. Okay, can you put it in Discord? So anyway, yeah, they're buying services from their competitor. That's the deal with Kick, okay? They're paying for services. They're dependent on their competitor, right? So to the degree which, Kick is cutting into Amazon or cutting into Twitch, which is owned by Amazon, right? There's going to be an incentive for Amazon to withdraw their support, and I don't know if Kick has a second plan, right? So it's kind of silly in that way, and it's also so in other words, like, you got Twitch, right? And you know that Twitch is the reason that they're making things like Turbo more expensive, the reason that they're cutting into my pay. Taking more from me, offering less good deals, right, for streamers in general, and putting more ads on for you. The reason that they're doing that is they're not quite profitable. They're not, in and of themselves, right? Amazon, right, is the parent company. Amazon is very profitable, but Twitch isn't profitable in and of itself, right? So if Twitch isn't profitable, having all that stuff in-house, right? Having all this stuff come from their owners, then, like, how is Kick gonna make money? Interesting question. Yeah. And some of you might know the answer to this, right? Kick started up because Amazon, Twitch, let's say, banned Gamba, banned all the gambling streams, except I think there's like some sports gambling or something still on Twitch. There's some kind of gambling, but Stake.com was a big sponsor. Had a lot of ads here, and they gave a lot of streamers deals where they would give you like free money to go and gamble. And so, like, imagine that you come in here and like, hey everybody, we're not gonna do any politics today because I'm gonna gamble, right? And I go and gamble, and I'm like, ooh, this is so much fun. Look at me gambling. It's really fun, but it's not costing me any money. And then you see it, and you're like, I want to be cool, like no comment chick. I'm gonna go and gamble too, right? Obviously, I wouldn't do that, and that's another reason that I'm not on Kick. Now, it's not that overt, right? It's not like everybody's getting Stake.com ads shoved down their throats, right? But that kind of gambling is there. And if there's any sort of business model, it's to use the streaming as a loss leader. So XQC signing on with Kick, is there maybe a moral issue? Yeah, there is. And that, like, you're sort of in a small way, you're feeding your community to the Gamba. And if you care about your community, you kind of shouldn't want to do that, because for a lot of people that's going to be a lot of problems down the road. Some people can handle it. Some people have real addiction issues when it comes to Gamba. You could say the same thing for Twitch in terms of Amazon, but like really, like how many of you have ever thought like I am on Twitch? Twitch is I like no comment chick. Twitch is owned by Amazon. Let me go shop at Amazon. Really, is that happening? Like I could see somebody maybe getting a Twitch Prime, but like, gosh, if I'm selling Twitch Primes, I sure don't know about it, right? I think it's more likely that a person who's gonna have a Twitch Prime and they're gonna be like, ooh, instead of spending $5, I could just use my Twitch Prime, which you can. You can use your Twitch Prime, you can connect that right up to Amazon, and you can get a free sub. So if you're tired of seeing the ads, like I said, Twitch is shoving more ads down your throat than they ever have before. If you don't like that, that's one way to get rid of it. Another way to get rid of it is if you've got $5, you can pay $5 and you can become a sub, and you can make that sub goal go higher, and you can extend the length of the stream. And you get out of that top and the bottom, you get out of the 2 ad breaks, right? Hassan's stream has 1 ad break, it's really long. Mine is half that length, but spread over 2 different ad breaks, right? So you're gonna get the top of the hour and the middle of the hour ad breaks, unless you have that Persona 2 icon next to your face, right? The other way, and this is more like a luck thing, right? This is like playing the lottery, right? Because some of you don't have $5. I am definitely in a position where I don't have a lot of, a lot of money to spare, or a lot of, what is it called? Expendable income, disposable income. I don't really have that kind of thing, right? So if you're like that, I can totally relate to you. Your best chance is to participate in chat, make a lot of good comments, and hopefully somebody will see your name there without a icon next to it and take pity on your soul and say, I don't want that person getting sucked into the ads, because that really sucks. And so you might just get a gift sub, right? Don't count on it, all right? Do not count on it, but it is possible. So there's the 3 ways you take care of that. You get a lot of 888 ads for poker and such on what, on Twitch? Yeah, Twitch still allows some form of gambling. I think it's like a sports gambling. I think it's like sports betting or something. Oh, you don't have the Discord. Oh my god. And nobody in YouTube chat is helping you? YouTube chat, are you even awake? One of your friends just asked you for an invite to Discord, and apparently everybody was asleep. But that's okay, because I'm half asleep too. I'm half asleep too. Here, let me give you the there's the link. Boom. That is the link for Discord. I should probably put it in Twitch chat too. Boom. Twitch chat, there's the link for Discord. And while I'm at it, I should probably give you the link for Patreon as well. So I just started up something new on my Patreon, and that is a vlog. I don't know what else to call it. It's kind of like a diary though, right? It's my secret thoughts. It doesn't go outside of the Patreon. And it's some clues to what might be coming up next. It's some information about, what's going on in my personal life. I just basically get a lot more personal on Patreon behind that paywall. But right now, the way we've got it set up is that there is no the low, a dollar gets you in, right? A dollar gets you like everything that there is. Because what am I trying to do? Oh yeah, I just click this. There we go. So the Patreon link is right there, and there's going to be more stuff happening on that. I'm going to be adding more content on the behind the paywall side. It also gives me a chance to be a little bit more open about like personal stuff, right? Stuff that I don't talk about just because, being targeted by harassment makes it so that it's really hard to, the less you the less personal you are when that's happening to you, the better, right? Because they'll use anything that they can against you, but I feel pretty good about letting, there we go. Let me, I see you there. Let me add a role to you. You are in. M-Sites, you are in. Yo, Tim Alpha? Tim Alpha? What is wrong with me today? What is wrong? I sound kind of stoned. I'm not, but is this the real Tim Pool's dad? Even if, look, I feel like even if you're not Tim Pool's dad, I should treat you like you're Tim Pool's dad, because Tim Pool's dad is like a legend at this point. The legend of Tim Pool's dad. Somebody, somebody as habitually wrong as Tim Pool actually has a habitually right father. Never insult the person making statement? Oh, argue the statement. I see what you're saying. We have a celebrity in chat. So yeah, I guess we should get to this, right?
I do, people. Still my words.
So almost everything that happens. Oh my god. Almost everything that happens, whether it's about Tim Pool or just in the news, Tim Pool's dad tends to have a take on it. There's these short little videos, and I'm subscribed to this. Wait, how do I... There it is.
Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in on Tim's little. They call it a debate, but I mean, why don't we just call it a discussion? But it is.
I mean, you could call it a 2v1 too.
All right. Yeah, Tim was on there, and he had,
You're not only addressing Tim,
had
okay.
Emma Vigland of the Majority Report, and I'm impressed. She's knowledgeable, composed, articulate. She responded well. I think she did an outstanding job of discussing issues and expressing.
Well, I don't have a way to know if you're the real Tim Pool's dad or just somebody with a great sense of humor. But either way, if you want to follow Tim Pool's dad, there's the link right there. That's in Twitch. Now it's in YouTube. You do look like, yeah, we got the same avatar.
A point and supporting those issues.
I'm gonna have to turn up
What
your
I'd like
volume.
to see what I mean. I don't see it accomplishing anything because people on Timcast, they hear her say a fact in support of what she says and her position, and they don't listen to it. Okay, they just want to hear what they want to hear. So, you know,
Yeah, I think he's right about this, and this is what I said too. I love Emma. I feel like Emma's one of the most base people, you know, on social media, definitely in this like sphere of social media that I know. And you know, I don't. This isn't, you know, any sort of hate directed at her or criticism really. I just don't think it's wise. I don't think it's strategic. To go on there. There were people in Tim Pool's chat, right? As much as Tim Pool wants to portray himself as a centrist, there were people in that chat calling Emma a groomer and talking about wood chippers. Yeah, like if you've ever seen the movie Fargo, I think they use a wood chipper to dispose of a body, right? That's what they were saying to Emma, right? So yeah, like not only are you not changing hearts and minds, right? You're potentially gaining like harassers and haters and all the rest. You encourage everybody to doubt everything online? You need permission to post? I thought you had permission to post. Maybe I'm the boomer. Oh wait, did you come in and come out? Maybe that's what happened. Yeah, because I gave you Oh my god, wait, did you make two accounts or just one? Sites, did you make 2 accounts? What's up, River Rune? See, no, like that's Yeah. Yeah, the stuff that they were saying towards Emma was terrible. You logged in with your account. You started out without an account at first? Okay. So wait, are these both you? Because like I gave one of them follow, but then like I didn't do it to the other just in case it was somebody impersonating you. Which does happen on Discord. It happens more than you'd think. But anyway, M-Sites has got a link for us to look at as far as something really nasty that Tim said about Emma, I guess after the debate.
They hear her respond to something about Tim, and then they hear,
Let's just go back to the beginning here.
"Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in on Tim's little, um, they call it a debate, but I mean, why don't we just call it a discussion? But it is, all right. Yeah, Tim was on there, and he had Emma Vigland of the Majority Report, and I'm impressed. She's knowledgeable, composed, articulate. She responded well. I think she did an outstanding job of discussing issues and expressing a point and supporting those issues. Um, what I'd like to see what I mean. I don't see it accomplishing anything because people on Timcast, they hear her say a fact in support of what she says and her position, and they don't listen to it. Okay, they just want to hear what they want to hear. So, they hear her respond to something about Tim, and then they hear it get turned in their brain to support what they feel. So I don't see any point in these. But what I would like to see is just sitting there and saying that this, expressing our problems here in this nation doesn't accomplish anything. How about attempting to come up with a solution? I mean, they want to go back and forth about our problems, and nobody addresses the fact that it's our Congress that just doesn't do jack, and they need to get their butts together and start doing something. That's my thought. I mean, what's the point of this? What did it accomplish? Now you got the left sitting there, hyping how well she did and this, and then you'll have those on the right, saying how well Tim did on this and this and this. And it just supports the battle with no look for solutions. Where's my opinion? But I think she expressed and did. In fact, I think she did so well. Maybe Sam should just be quiet and let her do most of the talking. Okay. By her expressing herself, I think she should have her own show. I think she shows the intelligence, composure, and the ability to express her beliefs and arguments. I think she did an outstanding job, and like I say, I think she deserves her own show. So maybe Sam should sit back and let her do the talking.
Yeah, I think there's days when they do that. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Right now in Congress and in many state legislatures, instead of being focused on the problems of the country, on economic uncertainty, on housing, on medical care, on so many issues that are on climate change. Geez, I mean, there's so many things that need to be addressed that aren't being addressed because right now Republicans are trying to convince you that the world's #1 problem is wokeness. Now, they can't tell you what wokeness is, but it has something to do with trans people, black people. Yeah. It has something to do with groups that the right wing hates, right? So they're on their witch hunt right now, trying to figure out who they're going to burn at the stake when they should be trying to solve the problems of our country. And, the Democrats, the frustrating thing about them is that they do talk to the talk half of the time, right? Half of the time, the Democrats will give you something to make you feel hopeful, to make you feel like there might be some kind of change, right? But at the end of the day, they're funded by a lot of the same people funding the Republicans. And their job is either to be paid losers, right? That's a hypothesis that TYT has about them. And I feel like sometimes they really are paid losers, right? Even if they win, even if they win the elections, they figure out a way to fumble the policy. And I mean, that's why you have such a right-wing Supreme Court right now, right? You've got you've got lovable losers. You got the Chicago Bears, fighting against the I don't know What's like a really evil sports team? What's up, FGW? I love Emma, but Sam was right. Commentators wake up in a cold sweats, having nightmares about having to debate him. Yeah, that is the thing. That is true. That is true. I think that Tim really is scared to debate Sam. Okay, Lincoln, welcome. Okay, well that'll work. I'll make it that work. Here it is. Okay. Oh my God, this is on Reddit. Reddit of all places. What does Tim Pool have to say about Emma?
Because I try to be fair and honest. I don't know what you would call that, because I try to be fair and honest and really understand. And so many of us want to take the position that she doesn't really want to hook up with kids. She just is a tribalist who will say anything.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about with witch hunts, right? And it's not just trans people, and it's not just, it's black people. It's anybody who advocates for a marginalized group, right? It's anybody who's advocating against their agenda of burning people at the stakes, against their agenda of removing certain people from public spaces, right? Against their agenda of rolling things back, not to the 1950s, but to the 1220s. As was recently said by Daily Wire host Michael Knowles, right?
On the left, I just don't think we can do that, because that's not the simple answer.
But yeah, this is like, he literally implied that Emma wants to victimize children. Okay, so first of all, children get victimized in this country a lot, right? The most common place that it happens, churches, families, and schools, right? And I mean, like, you know, every time you're going after somebody like Emma because she disagrees with you, and you'd rather call her a PDF file rather than deal with the substance of her rhetoric, right? You are not just accusing innocent people of horrendous crimes that you shouldn't play around with, crimes that you shouldn't joke around with, right? But you're letting the real perpetrators of those crimes get off, right? You're letting them slide, right? Every time you're concentrated, you know, while like all this horrendous victimization of children is going on, oftentimes, right? And so here's the conundrum for a parent, right? You don't want your children to be victimized, right? You care about your children. You want to protect your children. You would do anything for your children, right? That's what I hear from parents, right? And you look out to see where's the danger. And your bias is going to lead you to say the danger comes from outside. There's people that I trust. I trust my family. I trust my preacher. I trust my church. That's the most likely place that they're getting victimized, right? You have an inordinate amount of trust for those that are on the inside of that circle, and an inordinate amount of distrust for those that are out. Who am I gonna? Well, you know, I don't really know much about trans people, but Matt Walsh seems to think they're really dangerous, right? Libs of TikTok seems to think they're really dangerous. It's so much easier to look outside your sphere and say that's where the danger is. We got to stop those people. We got to make life really hard for those people, right? And like this, the groomer discourse is so gross, where it's basically gotten to the point where even being LGBT is seen as corruption of children in some ways. People get sexually victimized by their bosses at work too. Yeah. So, I mean, like, this is horrendous what Tim is doing, right? Like, and you know what it shows me? Two things, right? That he's willing to fight so dirty that no one should trust him, right? No one should trust a word that he says. If somebody's willing to use stuff like that to weaponize real world harm against innocent people, you got to consider them a bad faith actor at the very least. Second part is that he doesn't really care about protecting children. Tim, I take your allegations and I lay them at your feet, right? I'm not going to say that you are a PDF file. I'm not going to say that you're doing that harm. I have no evidence. I have nothing to go on. I have no reason to think that, right? I will say that you're enabling them. Your witch hunt, churning up innocent people, is allowing real world harm to go on. Tim, you're culpable. You're culpable for children being abused. You, not Emma, not George Soros, not Antifa, not Joe Biden, not whoever the hell you want to say, right? You, Tim. I lay this guilt at your feet.
If an adult woman, Emma Vigeland, advocates for teaching kids to use Grindr and showing them porn,
Teaching kids to, oh my God. Yeah, that's what's happening in your class. All right, class. We're going to have a computer skills segment today. Everybody sit down at your seat. Okay. Now, I want you to just type in grindr.co. Is it com? I don't know. I've never been on Grindr, right? That's a little... Does Tim believe the product he sells? What you don't mean the product like his sponsors, right? You mean like the product that... Does he believe that Emma is hurting children? I mean, like, directly, right? Because that's what he said. He wasn't just saying, like, right? And this is the weird thing, right? Because I did notice a difference, right? A difference between Tim Pool and his audience. The things that Tim Pool says, I will give him some credit. Slightly to the left of what you hear from that audience. What you hear from that audience is groomer, wood chipper. And Tim said, I'm really not entertained with this wood chipper stuff, right? But his audience goes there anyway. If you're Tim Pool and you see that stuff happening in your chat, it is incumbent upon you to say, hey, Emma and I have a disagreement. But she is not your enemy. She is not victimizing children, and to say that she is to completely miss the point of what we're talking about, right? There's no conversation that can come on when like accusations like this get weaponized as a result of a disagreement with somebody. You can't have a conversation. You can't move forward. There's no place to go from there. Comments are disgusting. His idea of leftism is saying the right thing and then walking back on it. Yeah, and it's really hard to see where he stands, right? So I gave him a little credit there, but I will say that he does send a lot of mixed signals. And the overall effect of his platform, as exemplified by that genocidal chat of his, is far to the right of where he says his actual views are, right? Obviously, I don't believe that he's a centrist. Obviously, I don't believe that he's a liberal. But, you know, there's just an inkling. There's just an inkling of a guy that's slightly less reactionary than a lot of his audience, than, you know, Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, right? There's an inkling of that. But I just don't know what to take seriously with Tim, because he really is all over the map. Tim doesn't think his audience is right-wing. Yeah, that's true. Hey, what's up, Mix Secular? Even silence is violence, and purposely redefining horrific crimes in order to direct focus in the wrong direction is so much worse. Absolutely. I'm for the Green New Deal. You mean...
I can't make any other assumption other than she wants to engage in sexual activity with children.
She herself, you think, This is scary stuff, right? Either you're completely full of shit and you don't really think this and you're just saying it, or you think that half of the country, by political demarcation, if you really believe in this, you're justifying mass genocide, mass slaughter. And I would say that you are as caught up in dangerous nonsense as the worst person in the worst witch hunt in history. Like if they're not, completely Tim reacts this way because she feels, oh my God. Look, I mean, I could understand him being mad. I could understand him, thinking that she obfuscated his points, or that she was disingenuous, or that she was bad faith. If he really thinks that, fine, right? But accusing her of victimizing children, I can't take this guy seriously. He's either so detached from reality that he's a danger to himself and others, and particularly his platform is a danger to himself or others, or he's just a bad guy.
What would you ask of me?
Okay, well, we're starting off with that. Sorry, that took me away a little bit from the So yeah, I agree with the take that Tim Pool's dad had as far as going on Tim Pool's program. I can see what he's trying to do with this new show, Culture War. It wants to be. I compared it to Dylan Burns' Hippy Dippy, because I'm from Twitch, and that's the frame of reference that people understand here, right? The way that that Dylan was kind of the center of the political scene because he had the platform that everybody wanted to get on. I think Tim wants that for himself, right? He also, you can tell he wants to kind of gatekeep this stuff. He wants to make it so that he can decide who gets blacklisted from it, and he definitely wants to blacklist Sam. Kind of strange that he brought Emma on, right? Because you could see from the debate that he considers like Sam and Emma hand in glove. In fact, he accused Emma of basically being Sam's parakeet, of basically repeating what Sam told her to say, and like Tim's dad said, Emma actually in a lot of ways is more cogent on certain issues than Sam is, and has a lot to say, and doesn't need Sam to rely on. He's obviously a more established media figure, and the partnership between them, I think, makes a lot of sense. And in terms of her gaining an audience and getting recognized for her takes and stuff like that, being on the Majority Report makes a lot of sense. But yeah, no, she's not like a lesser form. She's not like a lesser interlocutor than Sam. Sounds like Tim wanted to do some misogyny. Like I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. When you get owned so hard that your only response is to like cynically call your opponent insinuate that your opponent like victimizes children, like literally said that she wants to victimize children, she herself, not that her rhetoric is leading to this, or like you'll get this a lot from right wingers. You don't usually get it that directly, right? Sometimes a lot of right wingers will be like, well, if you're gay, if you're trans, then they'll sort of accuse you of that sort of thing. I haven't seen it expanded yet to all the advocates, but this is what it is. It's a campaign of fear. It's a campaign attempting to silence any allies that marginalized people would have in this fight, and to isolate marginalized people. Yeah, it's genocide. That's what Tim's advocating for. That's what Tim's advocating for. And no, I don't think he really believes that about Emma. I think he wants to scare Emma. He wants to shut Emma up. He wants to ruin Emma's reputation. He wants to get Emma harassed, potentially. He wants to get... Like, I gotta say, like, if you're gonna say stuff like that, you're trying to get her hurt. Right? You're trying to use your wood chipper genocidal audience as a weapon. At the very least of fear, and probably of more than that, right? Because you don't have control of your audience. We've seen that, Tim, that you don't have control of your audience. Audience members of Tim Pool have been known to go off and do really violent things. And when Tim comes around and says things like, well, you know, the shooting at Club Q was unfortunate, but, you know, it's the fault of LGBT people, right? It's because of Drag Queen Story Hour. No, Tim, it's not. Anybody that responds intelligently gets called a pedophile now. We'll see. And there's two ways that this could go. There's two ways that this could go, right? And one way is for normal people to recognize this behavior and say, when I see that, when I see, you know, such horrible accusations weaponized against somebody that you couldn't possibly know that about, right? I'm gonna cut you off, right? You're not a serious person. You're a danger to yourself and others, right? Or the other way is like, gosh, I don't like getting called that. And I know if I stand up for Emma, they're gonna call me that too. So since this really doesn't have anything to do with me, I'm a straight person, I don't have anything to do with any of this, I'm just going to shut up because this issue is too volatile. People feel too passionately about it, and I don't want to get in the way, right? And that is what people in the 1930s in Germany decided to do, right? And that's the crossroads that we're at right now. YouTube chat is on to something. Emma should have doubled down on Tim's transphobia and mention how fascist he's become. I mean, I would say that her criticism of Tim was fairly tempered. She should have stood up and left calling... Huh, interesting. Like, you know how that'll get, you know, characterized, right? You know how, like, leaving a debate in the middle of the debate, like, you know how that works on Twitch politics. For instance, there's a reason that they call President Sunday President Run Day, and that's because he's, you know, not even necessarily rage quit certain debates, but, you know, he's left calls abruptly, right? Every right-winger, every leftist call everyone a Nazi. You water down the meaning of words. Meanwhile, yeah, every right-winger calls people a groomer, a PDF file. Well, I don't know, grifter. Yeah, I guess weaponized too. Wait, is there stuff? There's stuff from YouTube. Chat is telling me that I need to play catch up with YouTube chat here. Pim didn't try to do misogyny. He is misogynist. He treated Emma like an inferior, like she was inferior because she's a woman. It's insane that Tim Pool accused her of bad faith. Tim really takes the stuff personally, it seems. Did I see Sam Cedar's DMs? Yeah, we went over Sam's DMs last time, and I know that that's a 9-hour VOD. Okay, that is. I'm trying to make shorter and shorter VODs, right? It's good. It's bad for me to be on stream so much, and it's difficult for you to sort through all that stuff. But I wanted to take care and address everything related to that debate that day. So yeah, we ended up watching Sam's DMs with Tim after all of that, and so that's at the very end. If anybody wants to go through that VOD and make timestamps, I would massively appreciate that. So would other people who are trying to find, you know, maybe you're interested in Tim's reaction to the Majority Report disliking some things about his music, right? Maybe that's, you've heard about that, right? That's one part of the debate. Maybe you want to see Tim blow up and say that this is why nobody will invite the Majority Report anywhere. This is why nobody wants to have you on, right? Basically, the stuff that Demon Mama said to me, Tim is saying to Emma, right? Because he's mad, just like Demon Mama was mad. And when you're mad, you tend to say things that are a little bit over the line. But yeah, I do want to and the other thing I want to do is like actually have some time to sit down and cut those things out and make separate videos for all those things, because I think a lot of important stuff was discussed in that video. We learned a lot about Tim Pool. We learned a lot about Tim Pool's audience. Yeah, I think I've got a whole list of little things that I would like to make like separate videos about, because I know that like a 9-hour video is hard to get through. And if you're not able to find what you're looking for, it's kind of like just too frustrating to even deal with. You see that, but Tim's subs can't see it. Anyone responds intelligently? I mean, they're a little bit in a hysterical state, right? Hysterical state, like as in, like I said before, the witch trials, right? Mass hysteria. That's what's going on right now on the right. And there's not a lot of responsible actors that are pulling the brakes on that train. So like I said, Tim Pool's dad comments on a lot of stuff from the show and a lot of stuff that is just, his own take on things. Oh, Ian Crossland, that's Moonlord. Wait, what is this, some tea right here? Oh, 20 years ago. Okay. Um I wanted to watch the Lance thing. Oh, Garth Brooks, yeah.
My word's my opinion. All right. So I was just watching Tim Pool, and let me tell you, folks, it is. I mean, what he's shoveling out there is getting deep. It really is. It's just amazing what he just puts out there and says. Okay, so his latest spiel, Joe Biden was recorded. Joe Biden's been recorded like hundreds of thousands of times in the 47 years he's been in Congress, so that's not a big deal. FBI informant reveals 17 secret recordings of Biden. See, he puts Joe Biden was recorded in the beginning. Yes, Joe Biden was recorded by Burisma executive twice. Hunter Biden was recorded 15 times, but the way his heading is, Joe Biden was recorded. See, so he uses Joe Biden in the beginning, and then he puts in FBI informant reveals 17 secret recordings of Biden. So the narrative is
Yokio, thank you for the gift sub. I don't know what it means that Stream Elements now has a sub, but they do have a sub. I'm not sure what Stream Elements can do with that sub. The Garth Brooks thing makes me laugh. Garth, maybe a country singer, but he's always been to the left and is woke. Yeah, and look, Garth Brooks is a great example of this, okay? And I talk about this all the time. We got red states and we got blue states, right? And when you look on the map, and when you hear about what happened in Florida, what happened in Texas, what happened in Tennessee, you start to get the feeling that that whole place is like Mordor. right? It's full of orcs and trolls and evil like creatures that go bump in the night. And it is. Yeah, there's bad people in those states, right? There's also good people in those states, and that's something that we forget. There's also marginalized people in those states. There's gay people. There's there's black people. There's a lot of people that So when I hear stuff like we'll just let them secede and we'll see what happens. It belies a level of disconnection with what's actually going on in those states, which is that like a lot of people have some really messed up views of things. There's a lot of really horrible bills getting passed. But there's also good people in those states, and those good people need our help. And a lot of those trans people in Florida, in Tennessee, in states like that need your help right now, relocating, getting out of danger, right? So it's important to remember that. And yeah, there are people like Garth Brooks who, I'm sure I don't agree with everything politically with Garth Brooks, but he seems to be on the right side of a lot of issues as of recently. So succession hurts a lot of vulnerable people. Are we talking about Dollywood is in Tennessee? Yeah, Dolly Parton is a great example of that. Wait, succession hurts a lot. So, are we talking about the show? I haven't seen Succession yet. I'm not sure if that's what we're talking about, though. Abandoning people we could be taking care of, and folks we should be in solidarity with isn't a very left thing to do. Yeah, so it's just important to remember. Oh my god. Vamps, thank you for the resub. Not the show. The Succession is in, like, the order of succession for public officials. Live in Texas, and it's literally a purple state. Yeah, they just rigged the election. That's another thing, too. So, yeah, the Republicans have found themselves in a little bit of a demographic dilemma, right? And what I mean is that the trends in voting are towards Georgia, obviously, most recently has become, I wouldn't say it's a blue state, but it's definitely a purple state, and it's been leaning blue. Texas, demographically, like numbers-wise, is doing the same thing. Their only weapon is things like the courts. The courts are a lagging indicator. The Supreme Court and the nature of the Supreme Court reflects the nature of past presidencies and past Congresses, people that put them in power. Same thing for the larger judicial system in the United States. You've got state legislatures putting together gerrymandered districts to ensure that their party will retain power even after they have lost the popular support. Even after most people in the state no longer support them, they still end up with most of the seats in Congress. They still end up with most of the seats in the state houses and the state senates, and that's because they know that if they don't put their thumb on the scale really severely, that they're out of luck, and they're going to become at best a regional party, and at worst a third party, which I think would be great. I think that seeing some real opposition, some real serious opposition for the Democrats would be great, right? Seeing another party replace the Republicans and really challenge the Democrats, who are fundamentally conservative, right? Really challenge the Democrats from the left. I think that would do a lot of good things for the country. But what's keeping that from happening is some of the anti-majoritarian measures, right, that are put into place. They're put into place to prevent things like to prevent minorities from being rolled over, right? And instead, they're keeping a minority opinion in charge of the states, in charge of the laws, right? Past the point where the other thing is obviously things like voter ID, things like throwing certain people off the voting rolls, denying felons the right to vote, anything that they can do to kind of tilt the scales, they will absolutely do. We need opposition from the left, not from the right, as it has been for ages. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. And I think that, like, if you look at the Democratic Party, they are not what they appear to be, right? They are not the party of the people. They are not the party of labor. They're a bunch of liars. They don't put their money where their mouth is. They run on certain things that they think are going to be popular, and then when it comes down to it, they don't ever want to enact that legislation because, like I said, they're being paid a lot of times by the same people that are paying the Republican Party. They're getting campaign donations, and in the end of the day, a lot of what the Democratic Party is in place for is to sop up that revolutionary energy when it happens. Like, right, when something like Bernie happens, make sure that Bernie doesn't get that nomination. Make sure that the worst candidate, the most uncharismatic candidate in the history, possibly in the history of politics, gets that spot in instead. And then, when you have somebody like Obama who runs on hope and change and gives all the right signals and talks all the right talk, right? He's there to kind of put the brakes on things, right? Oh, you want like Medicare for all? Well, guess what? We're not going to get that. And I'm going to make sure of it. Joe Lieberman, let's go. Like, right? You would think that Obama would be fighting Lieberman, but instead, he's cutting a deal with him. And that's why we have the system that we have now, which isn't, what we need in terms of medical care. It's better than the system that it replaced, but Obama made sure that we didn't get all we could have gotten. And, the revolving cast of villains in the Democratic Party makes sure of that too. I think Tim Pool is just a dork who doesn't even realize the damage he does. I don't think he has a coherent worldview. It is so hard to follow his worldview. It really is. It is excruciatingly hard to know what he actually believes in it, if anything. North Carolina has more Democrats than Republicans by a lot, but the GOP knows how to play the gerrymandered maps game, keeps being able to use the map, the court, to shut down and told to make a new one after the election. They make a new bad map and hold off turning it in till they can't change it before the election. Yeah, they know how to work some of those anti-majoritarian facets of our government to the detriment of us all, right? Because it would be nice to have competitive elections, right? It would be nice to have a real challenge to the Democratic Party. It would be nice to make those Democrats take their masks off and reveal themselves for the conservatives that they actually are. Because that's what we got now. We got two conservative parties. We got one party that is completely off the rails, and we got another party that is cold and calculating and really, at the end of the day, not beholden to anyone except for their donors. So I really wish some of the Democrats wore masks even, yeah.
That it's Joe Biden been recorded 17 times, okay, which is just BS, okay?
So we're talking about clickbait here, yeah?
And just because you've been...
Classic YouTube tradition. Now listen, clickbait can be okay. Like, in other words, if I imply something in my title and make you click on it, and you click on it, and you end up getting something that is as good or better, that's still interesting to you, that's effective clickbait, right? That's how you're supposed to use the platform. It'll literally, the algorithm will literally reward you for coming up with a title, right? So, two kinds of titles, right? I could make a video, and then I could title it exactly what the video says, and spoil it for you, right? Tell you up front in the title what the video is about, what the conclusion of the video is, right? No mystery whatsoever, right? Or I could, leave it a little bit more vague, and YouTube will generally reward you for doing, hanging out in that vague territory. But what Tim's doing here is he's literally signaling something that he doesn't deliver on. That is the bad kind of clickbait, right?
Recorded secretly doesn't mean a crime has been committed. And what they're alluding to is this bribery scheme was when Vice President Joe Biden was sent by President Obama with the cooperation of the European Union to get rid of a corrupt prosecutor who was not investigating corrupt Burisma. So when Joe Biden went there under orders of Obama, he said, look, I got $1 billion for you, but you got to get rid of your foolish prosecutor because he's not doing a job. You're full of corruption. So they got rid of him. And then the investigation of Burisma started. How amazing. So Biden didn't hold that $1 billion back to stop any investigation. The prosecutor was in the Burisma company's wallet. And then so he's saying, I'm just tired of it. These conservatives, they sit there and scream, we're giving money to a corrupt Ukraine. But yet when Vice President Biden, by orders of Obama, attempts to ease some of the corruption by getting a prosecutor that will prosecute the corruption, now they want to scream and blame that Biden didn't have the authority. Well, look, people, if the president of the United States tells you, look, you're going to give him the $1 billion no matter what, but hey, if you can get rid of this prosecutor, do it. But Tim just wants to slant and spin and basically confuse you. You think this is not true. And again, it's these recordings. Why don't we get to hear them? Oh my God, what recordings?
There's the record. Yeah, what did they say? They have like 17 recordings supposedly, and they can't play them for us. They've got whistleblowers, but the whistleblowers keep on disappearing. They are promising like receipts, and they are never delivering on those receipts.
I'm talking about picking up lunch. Is it a recording of that of Biden sit there telling the Ukrainian president at the time, look, get rid of the prosecutor. He's corrupt. He's not doing anything. Wow, big recordings. Wow, is that criminal? No, it's not. Technically, you're not supposed to withhold the funds, but he didn't withhold the funds. He put a caveat in front of it before the funds were given. Not like Trump holding up multiple billion of dollars to get the president of Ukraine to fabricate dirt on his political opponent. Do you see the difference? Vice President Biden, under orders of the president, held back $1 billion until Ukraine got rid of a corrupt prosecutor. President Trump held back funds allotted for Ukraine until the Ukrainian president agreed to fabricate dirt on a political opponent. Look, these can't be mistakes. My son is a bright guy, very, very bright. This had to be deliberate.
I mean, he's definitely cogent. He's definitely an effective communicator, right? That belies, that makes it harder to believe what some people, even in this chat are saying as far as Tim just being a dork and kind of, out of it and not really realizing the implications of what he's saying, right? He's not a stupid, he's not an unintelligent person.
I'm sorry, he's playing on his followers, and maybe
You were extra mad that day?
Selling them a product they want. But if you want to buy a case of nitroglycerin and you don't have the intelligence to handle it, I won't sell it to you, but I guess Tim will. My word's my opinion.
He is definitely selling something quite volatile. I'll agree with that.
I'm sorry. My emotions come out when I see unethical, lack of honor that I tried to instill in my kids. My word's my opinion.
Oh my God. Okay, so the one other thing I wanted to see, I promised you way back when Lance was debating Tim that we would watch Tim Pool's dad's Alex Stein. Oh my God. No, I almost tried to ratio Alex Stein. Do you remember Alex Stein? Do people know? This is the drunk guy that Pauly debated with this one time. He was waiting at the airport for Brittany Griner and just basically tried to ambush her. Okay, so we got the beer discourse. You can almost like go back in time here. But what I am looking for is Ben Shapiro versus Lance on the Sports Illustrated issue. It's right around the time of the subway incident. But it was the Lance versus Tim Pool commentary. Durham report. Yeah, there we go. Oh wait, I watched this. I just didn't watch it with you.
I'll do, everybody. Get this on straight. Get my face right. Okay. Yeah, this fake beard keeps coming off sometimes. All right, folks. Hope the day's going well. It is Saturday. I'm gonna spit this thing out. Then I'm gonna go hit the trails before it gets too hot. I don't think it's gonna get too hot today. But my words, my opinion. I've been looking at the latest, left and right death match. One side, Tim the Annihilator Pool versus Lance the Destroyer of the Serfs. All right, first off, folks, my problem with these. All right, I don't think these discussions. I want a fair discussion. I want two opposing viewpoints to sit and not bring their egos into it, to state their different viewpoints and attempt to come up with a fair, amicable solution. Okay, so the right wants to scream, no, you people on the left want abortions up right before the woman, right when that baby's crowning. You want to be able to abort it, and that's just moronic. Okay, that's nobody.
And it's kind of a parallel to calling anybody who disagrees with him on the school issue a groomer or worse, like he said about Emma. Literally accused Emma of wanting to victimize little children, right? That's how he wants to win a debate, by being so toxic that nobody wants to have that debate with him. That's not a guy that's confident about his viewpoint.
Is that is if that baby is crowning and that's a healthy baby that's about to be born, that's called murder, people. And then Tim asking Lance, what's your definition of birth? I haven't looked up the legal definition, but I'm pretty sure for me, birth is when any part of that baby comes out. To me, that's a birth. Now, that's from crowning, or if it's a breach or whatever. But there's a legal viewpoint. But let's not get to the point. First off, it's just hilarious, that Tim gets up there and says, I'm a fair person. I offer my home studio to any left liberal that wants to come and have a discussion of topics. Oh yeah, these other 4 or 5 guys behind me. Oh yeah, no, they're just there for show. Come.
Yeah. No, this is what's so funny about Tim Pool. I said before, that his weaponization of the groomer allegation against people it obviously doesn't apply to, or that he'd have no reason to think that it would apply to, right? That's one sign that he doesn't have a lot of confidence in his own viewpoint, right? Another sign of this is the fact that he never 1v1s anybody, right? He doesn't have debates. Anybody, does his audience ever realize that? He never has. Now, what they will do, though, right? When Lance was in the studio with him, it wasn't part of this culture war, this new program that he's got, right? It was the regular Tim Pool podcast, the Timcast IRL, right? And that's like, there's like him and 3 or 4 of his friends. And then there is, one person that's a guest. Sometimes the guest agrees with them. Sometimes the guest is, in other words, sometimes the guest is right wing, and sometimes the guest is left wing, like with Lance, right? And it's not exactly like a full-on dog pile. In other words, Lance doesn't start out the debate and immediately have 4 people on him. They hold back. And they always say stuff like, well, I don't want to dogpile you, right? They'll always kind of pull back and try to play like the bigger, try to play like, be like, magnanimous, right? Be generous, right? Be respectful of the fact that you've got one person in a room full of like 4 people that disagree with them. But when it comes down to it, when Tim gets in trouble, they are always there. They jump in, and they will jump in as hard as they need to. So it's like somebody that's there in a fight, but he's got his 3 buddies. And that's not a guy that's confident in his ability to fight, right? That's a guy that's got some insecurities. And with Tim, after this debate, it's so obvious, right? He's insecure about his singing. He's got a problem, too. He's got a problem, and that is the problem that everyone on the show wants to tell him yes. He's a popular guy. He's got a big podcast. He's got one of the biggest shows, one of the biggest platforms out there, right? And people react to that by telling Tim what he wants to hear. And so when it comes to his music, are we really all that surprised that nobody was like, hey, Tim, it's a great song and all, but it's not that great. You're still an amateur, This is you going into like the photo booth and taking pictures of yourself and coming out and being like, I'm a model. No, Tim, you're not. You're a man in a beanie. And some of your audience is going to enjoy hearing your music because they like you already. But beyond that, you're not impressing anyone, right? And it's not bad. I don't know. I mean, it's whatever. I would say this, okay? If you're going to use a big platform that you've got to hype something that you're doing that you didn't get famous doing, make sure that you've got some neutral sources to ask if this is really worth it, right? What kind of light that this pay? Like, I don't think that, like, I mean, he's not like the worst singer in the world. He's not like a bad songwriter. He's got a decent band together, but I mean, there's some silly stuff about it. The Majority Report pointed that out, and he could not take it. He accused them of putting a filter over his music. And I listened. They did put a filter, not just over his music, but over the entire broadcast. Like the part that had Tim's music in it had a filter on it. Over Emma's voice, over, you know, everybody on the show's voice was getting a filter. And my thoughts are that that filter was there to disincentivize any sort of copyright claim, which might happen, which happens all the time on YouTube. On YouTube, it's generally a rule that if you are using music that's copyrighted by somebody else, and Tim has got to copyright this music, right? That there's a fair chance that it'll get taken down. So their editor, not Emma, not Sam, not anybody on the show, their editor, the person that edits their stuff for YouTube and puts it up, decided, it's going to be the better, discretion is the better part of valor. Let's not risk it for the biscuit. Let's take this filter and put it on there to just make it so that, like, because one of the standards as far as whether something is copyrightable, whether something is DMCA claimable or not, is would it substitute for the original product, right? So in other words, if I analyze a Vosh video, right, it doesn't substitute for the Vosh video. If you want to hear Vosh and want to see what Vosh's take is, you go to Vosh's channel, because you're going to spend 2 hours on Vosh's channel watching that, and you're going to spend 5 hours on my channel. So that it's very obvious that, like, with the amount of commentary that I do, that somebody that wants the product that Vosh is offering is not going to come to me for that product, right? And there's a little bit of that in the Majority Report, in that they're commenting on it, they're pausing it, right, et cetera, et cetera. But lowering the, I don't even know if they're, like you would say, I guess, it had the effect of lowering the quality. But, whatever filter they put over that, right, makes it so that if you want to rock out to Tim Pool's music, if you want to put on your beanie and just fucking have a good old time to Tim's music, right, you're not going to go to the Majority Report for that. So that way, when the Majority Report gets some sort of claim, they can fill out their petition, their appeal for that, and legitimately say, this does not replace the original source material, right? That's in the law, and that's in YouTube's terms of service. That's in the appeal form, right? That's one of the questions you got to answer. Does your product replace the original product? Because if it does, you're kind of infringing. So
Come on. Like I say, I grew up in Chicago, and even I knew it was time to start beating feet if there was 3 and 4 other guys coming up against me. I mean, come on, I'm not the brightest bulb in the box, but I know it doesn't work well for one guy against 3, 4, or 5 other individuals. So I give Lance a couple of points for figuring he goes up against, at the castle. But people, these are still 2 opposing businesses. Okay, you can attack either side. Tim Pool runs a video production business, leaning on the right. Lance of the Serfs, he has a video producing business on the liberal left side. They're both selling products. Now, so Tim gets to say, see, I'm fair. I bring on, left liberals. He's got, his Brady Bunch giving him support. So he's not going up mano a mano. It's like, Tim, you're bringing 3 and 4 other people with you to a street fight here. Come on.
that's funny. I'm not sure if Tim's dad is still in here, but the Brady Bunch is what they used to call a certain panel show on Twitch, in Twitch politics. Prime Kai was famous for having these panels, really large panels, with at least 9 guests on at a time. The time that I was on a Prime Kai panel, I was on with 8 other people, including Prime, right? And it really does look like the Brady Bunch. You know, like the Brady Bunch is the Brady. Who doesn't know? It's an old sitcom about a family that is built from uh, a single dad and a single mom, each of them with 3 kids. They get married and they form a family. And oh my god, I don't remember. There's 9 squares though. Like, wait, this math isn't working. Okay, 3 plus 3 plus. Yeah, oh yeah, Alice. The Alice. There was they're cleaning up after everybody and making dinner, and she's the maid. So anyway, the Brady Bunch has 9 squares, right? So people used to call Prime Kai, like, you know, complain about it, be like, why are we watching the Brady Bunch? Like, what's up with it? But, you know, I mean, like, now it's just like, where's the butterfly? Yeah, indeed. I'm actually not sure. Where did I put the butterfly? Meow.
I don't know. When I grew up, my generation, it was hands-on, fair. Then guns started bringing in weapons, so then it kind of died off. But my point is this: it's not fair if you've got 3 and 4 other guys that are going to be arguing your viewpoint because you've got them in your pocket. And I'm not saying, being in your pocket if you're a politician, that sucks, but these guys are getting paid by Tim.
Yeah, exactly.
So for Lance to think he's getting a fair shake, no. So it's just kind of ridiculous. Me, I propose this. I propose a rematch with a mediator. No, and I'm not volunteering. I'm proposing that Tim Pool, if you are so fair and the annihilator, ready to actually debate a left liberal fairly, squarely, you meet Lance in the destroyer, someplace that neither one has a benefit. I mean, come on. Going to your home advantage, your court, your rules. I mean, come on. If things don't go your way, you can turn the switch off and then nobody ever sees anything. So that's not fair, Tim. So come on, Lance, Tim. I want to see a one-on-one, mano-y-mano.
God, I feel like I over-explained the Brady Bunch. Most people know what that is.
Between the two of you with no freaking, gaggle of geese on one side attacking the poor gander on the other side, okay? That's my words, my opinion. But my point is, too, is that we have 2 opposing viewpoints, but they become adversarial. We're never going to get any consensus or agreement, on any of our issues that are dividing this nation if we just want to keep slapping the other one, taking turns at it. It's not going to work. I mean, come on. We have a lot of divisions on abortion. It's a big one that's divided this nation for years. All right. So just throwing rocks at each other, saying I'm right, throw a rock. No, I'm right. And you throw a rock back. We're not getting anywhere. Rather bang my head against the wall. All right, everybody, you have a good day. I'm actually going to go rip on some trails to take my frustrations out on this, this brain of mine. Have a good day, people. I do appreciate you. Subscribe, like, ring the bell. But don't forget, these are 2 businesses. They're selling a product. Okay. Lance, he went on here trying to, go up against more than one guy because he's got so many followers and he's trying to get more. Okay. I don't think there's a huge group of altruistic values online anymore. So, all right. Have a good day, people. I do appreciate you. Put a smile on someone's face. Get out there and enjoy some sunshine or whatever you can, whatever you enjoy. If you go pop off a few rounds, at the targets, go and have a good day. If you want to spend some time with your family, ripping on some trails, I'll see you out there. Have a great day, people. I appreciate you.
Wait, ripping on some trails, is that like bike trails? Or are we talking based boomer indeed? Yeah. I don't know if Temple's dad is an actual boomer, but let's see. Speaking of the groomer debate, I wanted to try something out with you. Is everybody familiar with this creator, Ethan is Online?
Happy Pride Month.
Yeah, so this is Ethan. They stream on Twitch. They make videos on YouTube. Mountain bikes. I thought so. When you said ripping on trails, I was, because at first I saw your walking sticks. I was thinking trails. Okay, so walking trails, right? Hiking. And then when you said ripping on trails, I was like, it's either skiing or it is mountain biking. It's mountain biking. That's I'm a cyclist too. No, I'm not a cyclist. When I say a cyclist, you imagine me like in like, tight like lycra, and with a really fast bike with the handlebars and you know what I mean. I'm more of just like a commuter biker. But I did have a hybrid bike for a little while, and I didn't actually do trails. God, that scares me. I live in an area with a lot of bike trails, and I see a lot of people. When I'm hiking, walking, I always have to get out of the way for people on bikes, and oh my God, I mean, it looks like fun. I've seen videos of it where people take their GoPro and they basically film the trail so you can get like the virtual experience if you want to of ripping. See, I sound like such a dork. I can't say it. If you don't do the activity, you can't say the lingo, right? Ripping the trail is like actual mountain biking lingo. I just know that you have to there's like different shoes for them, different clip-ins. Too dangerous for road biking. Yeah, this is also goes as Pethan, right? That's right. Oh, the videos, like even if you don't mountain bike, the videos are a lot of fun, right? You can get sort of the experience. I mean, I guess it's not really that you're not getting your body into it, but you're getting your mind into the experience. It's still a lot of fun. I even enjoy bike GoPro videos when they're just people taking kind of like a scenic route, out on a trail somewhere that's like not mountain bikey. Rip it in, clips in, yeah. I don't know. Like I like look, if I ever got into mountain biking, I would have to have somebody like show me the ropes, right? Because like I bet there's a bunch of things that you learn when you've done it for a long time that will keep you safe, right? Because that's generally how stuff goes. Like anything goes. Riding your bike on the street, riding your bike on the trail, or whatever. Like generally, there's like some things that you learn with experience, and if you don't know, it can be pretty dangerous. And I definitely took my life into my hands more than a few times on a bike. So
it's gay people.
Even without the mountain biking experience.
Birthday. Everybody wish gay people a happy birthday in the comments. I've never been like a Pride Month guy. This is the first year I think I've ever remembered that it's happening. But since I did remember that it is Pride Month, I wanted to take the opportunity to make a video about something that's made me pretty frustrated lately. This is a video essay about the groomer narrative. But first, okay, here's an ad. Sorry, all right? I have to pay for dog food. You want to let this guy go hungry, please? This video is data
okay.
brokers.
So look, Ethan promised you an ad. And I will deliver, right? It's 10 minutes from the top of the hour. At the top of the hour, there's an ad break without fail. There's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it, right? There's nothing that... Oh my God, you can't see Waluigi, can you? There's nothing that Waluigi, even with his infinite power of Wah, can do about the top of the hour ad break, right? It's going to be there. But the one thing that we can do is make it easier to deal with, right? The way to get it so that you don't get sucked out of your immersion, you don't get served one of those ads, is to have a Persona 2 face by your name, right? Because if you don't, then you're going to get ads. And you can either, if you have an Amazon Prime, that is the cheapest way, right? If you have an Amazon Prime, essentially you have a free sub for Twitch. You can give it to the streamer of your choice. Hopefully that's me. If you have $5, that is indeed all it costs to buy a sub for yourself, but sometimes money is tight, right? So if you're in that kind of situation where you don't have an Amazon Prime and you don't have $5 laying around to spend on yours truly, you can hang out and chat. You can make good comments, and you could conceivably get noticed by somebody that is in a generous mood and giving out gift subs, and that might just take care of you, right? It's a bit of a lotto, though. It's a bit of a, it's not a certain thing. So there's your ad. Awesome. Also, go follow Ethan is online.
By billionaires have been ramping up on anti-queer rhetoric. They made a whole movie about how sociologists and doctors are wrong about trans people because a woman is...
What is a woman?
An adult human female. Who needs help opening this?
Pickles.
That's just awesome. The word groomer has lost all meaning because conservatives won't stop saying it to cartoons.
So I guess if you get one of those, like, if you get one of those rubber things that makes it really easy to open up a pickle jar, you're just a bitch, aren't you? You're just a ball-busting bitch, right? Because you need to be there at the end of your dude's day to be like, honey, I'm an adult human female that needs you to open these pickles for me. Mama needs sodium.
It's basically just a buzzword for homophobes to signal how much they think about children. But the word groomer and the moral panic behind why it's said by so many conservatives contributes to a false narrative that's been used to justify violence and oppression of queer people for decades. The groomer narrative. In the aftermath of the Stonewall riots, anti-gay activism started.
That was Matt Walsh's wife that defined a defined woman as an adult human female who needs you to open the pickles.
Gaining public favor all over the country. Before too long, activists started organizing. It's 1977, the same year Star Wars first premieres in theaters. That's not even that long ago. That could be your stepdad in there. But 1977 is also the same year the Save Our Children Coalition was formed. And this is a big deal because before this point, there was no actual organized anti-gay movement in America. There were no groups specifically opposed to gay rights. Why would you do that?
Oh, also, Vamps, thank you for the resubscribe. Known homosexuals. Oh my god, the way she says that. That's Anita Bryant.
Gay rights in the 70s was a key issue. It was starting to be used as a tool for conservatives to radicalize people that otherwise wouldn't vote at all. Christian conservatives were whipped into a frenzy with lies and homophobic propaganda.
You know, honestly, the more I think about it, I'm trying to think of the right metaphor for, like, who is Anita Bryant for today, right? Who would you compare Anita Bryant to? No, she's from Florida, so you could easily say Ron DeSantis, right? She never had the kind of institutional power, although she definitely did have the platform to make a big deal about these issues, and she definitely did, talk to, the OJ lady. Yeah, this is Anita Bryant, right? I honestly think that the best parallel would be J.K. Rowling, right? Because Anita did, like, live in a... Yeah, there we go. Wow, chat's one step ahead of me. Yeah. Wow, chat. Yes. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking she's like J.K. Rowling, right? Much in the same way as J.K. Rowling, didn't necessarily... Like, there's not a lot of people that if you go back to like 2000 or whenever she started making Harry Potter movies would be like, oh, this lady, she's going to be the queen of the transphobes. She's going to be the queen of the TERFs. That's right. Nobody knew what a TERF was. It wasn't a lane yet, and in the same way, like Anita Bryant, kind of had a life in show business, like, right? Not exactly the person that you'd peg for the head of the anti-gay movement, and she slid right into it. She was comfortable in that skin. I'm an adult haver of large gametes, right? Yeah, there we go. The large gametes is what that's the only thing that's real is gametes, apparently.
And they started pressuring state governments for change, and they got it. Thanks to the...
Wait, what is that?
In the 70s was a key issue. It was starting to be used as a tool for conservatives to radicalize people that otherwise wouldn't vote at all. Christian conservatives were whipped into a frenzy with...
What is this commercial? County question?
Lies and homophobic propaganda, and they started pressuring state government...
I don't know what this commercial is saying.
For change. They got it. Thanks to the efforts to save our children, laws protecting gay people from discrimination and protecting their rights to housing and public services were stripped all over the country in the late 70s. This exact thing happened in Minnesota. And
again, like, you could really compare the gay rights movement to the trans rights movement in that there was one level of discrimination that went on when gay people were somewhat more invisible, when homosexuality was not an issue that was broadly talked about, right? And a lot of it was just neglect, out of sight, out of mind, right? Society wasn't really, there was out and out, homophobia and violence and, all kinds of other oppression too. They're just it was on a different level when it wasn't a major political issue. It got onto the stage through Anita Bryant, right? And it took on like a whole nother level. And obviously, you know, that's
Overnight, gay people were allowed to be rejected from job applications and housing applications.
if you want to see more about this stuff though, if you want to see more about Anita Bryant, I think the best coverage I've done of it was when I covered ContraPoints' video. Starting it's the one with Vosh on the thumbnail, right? Because it's the one that where she talks about Vosh and Vosh gets really mad. But that was she goes into depth about the 70s and the battles that went on for gay rights in the 70s.
Just because they were gay. And this happened while the first openly gay man ever elected to public office was serving as a state senator in Minnesota. Minneapolis and St. Paul's governments had just passed laws protecting gay rights, only to have them completely dissolved just a few years
Joker Karen Rowling
later by the state government. The Catholic
Call her
Church of
Joanne.
the Twin Cities had a lot of political power at the time and were openly in support of these new state laws. And in protest, someone threw a chocolate cream pie in the face of John Roach, who was a Catholic archbishop known for public homophobia.
Oh yeah, I think
Discrimination. We'll come back to John Roach in a bit, but what's important to me right now is the pie. This is an incident that wasn't even covered in national news. As far as I know, there's not even any pictures of it. But this act of protest is what inspired the pieing of Anita Bryant, celebrity spokesperson for Save Our Children. All this gay history stuff, it's all tied together. It's all in together. It's all...
Yeah, let me let you know, there are some people that really don't like the pieing thing. They really don't like the, you know, when it's direct action to get in the way of a speaker speaking, like whether it's, you know, soup on Posey Parker or pie in Anita Bryant's face, or even pie in somebody like David Icke. Does everybody know David Icke? David Icke's the lizard guy. The reason that like all the memes about like lizard people exist is because of David Icke. And yeah, with him, it's pretty clear that it's an anti-Semitic meme, right? If you really kind of trace it down to its dog whistles. He's not serious about like actual lizards, right? He's doing, it's, you know, anti-Semitic. It's absurdist anti-Semitism is really what it is. But David Icke's got some pies in his face.
Together. Save the kids, protect the kids, fight for the kids. It's all for the kids, because if they accidentally interact with a gay person, they might choose to be gay instead of normal. That's the
Oh yeah. Her analogy between Ryan and Browning, Bryant and Rowling. Also had some rad classic LGBT rights movements gear on display. Yeah.
Of this kind of homophobia, right? It's part of the groomer narrative. Why else would you want to shame gay people back into their houses for the sake of the kids? And I feel like this kind of homophobia is pretty easy to identify. You know it when you see it. And I feel like most people know that it's wrong. Like, fundamentally, it doesn't make sense. Being gay isn't a choice. It's not something that you can catch or transmit like a disease. The logic that being gay is a choice is exactly why conversion centers exist. Overwhelmingly, no one believes that those still work, right? So what are we doing? But even though there's no evidence to support that you can turn someone else gay, much less a child, the groomer narrative is the backbone of organized homophobia, which is used as like a recruiting tool to convert insecure, uneducated weirdos into loud...
Yeah, it's really strange that people that have been unable to turn their children straight, which is what society and most parents try to do, right? If you grow up, you're not just expected to be straight, cis, etc., right? You're not just, that's not just the expectation. You're pushed in that direction with very few exceptions, right? And you know, if somebody really does no pushing on their child at all, they are considered weird. Like, we're, you know, if you're the, you know, kind of parent that's like, I'm going to let my child decide how they choose to identify. I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to raise them in a certain way based on their assigned sex at birth, or the perception that they're going to, you know, grow up to be straight, right? You know, then you're considered the weird one, right? So yeah, with very few exceptions, our society does groom children to be straight and heterosexual, to be cis and straight and heterosexual, cis and heterosexual, right? And that doesn't work because you still got gay people and you still got trans people. So if that doesn't work, what makes you think that what makes you think that anything could like push somebody in a direction that's going to subject them to all this discrimination and all this harassment and all this oppression and bodily danger for their life, right? What makes you think that parades, that story hours, that books in a library are gonna push a child in a direction that they A, don't want, and B, that subjects them to all this, like, that makes their life 1,000 million times harder, right? It just doesn't make sense, right?
reactionaries. And what are they saying?
Massachusetts middle schoolers tore down pride decorations and chanted that the pronouns were USA in a striking protest after they were asked to wear rainbow colors to school.
Okay, now I'm like worried because these are here. That's music.
What? Asked to wear.
That's it's really is. He's comparing gay people to Adolf from Germany. I'm just worried about this music. I know that like Ethan has it on their video. I don't want to assume that it's copyright free. Like they might have like the license, you know, to something that I don't. Most people are similar to water flow with the easiest flow. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, so they're comparing LGBT culture to Sodom and Gomorrah. If you read the Bible, not that I'm advocating for biblical law, or I think that that's really like a place to appeal to for, you know, a guide post to people regardless of their religion, but the actual description of Sodom and Gomorrah said that the sin of Sodom was disregard for the poor among them. And, you know, that kind of predation based on power, right? That was what the angels and Lot's family were subject to in the story, right? You don't really get the sense. It's never like, you know, like these damn homosexuals. Like that's not in the story. Okay. Kids wear pride clothes because you're a weirdo groomer. It's because you can insinuate they're coming for their children and insinuate. Oh my god. Not only morally abominable, also the way illegal. I can't keep up with the I'm afraid of the music. I'm afraid that
8-year-olds at school.
Nope. Oh, there it
Kids of
is.
adult
There's Tim's. Wow. Okay, so one day ago and already got the interview into the video. Oh, I should have watched it in this screen. So much easier to see. Wait, are we back into no music zone?
An alternative, it's better. Enactment of legislation so that child custody, adoption, support for sex education courses prepared and taught by gay women are all laws governing the age of sexual want. Repeal of all laws governing the age of sexual consent. Yeah, I'm sure that's real. Federal support for sex education courses prepared and taught by gay women and men.
And the funny thing is that the closest thing that we have to advocating for repeal of age of consent laws are the repeal of the age limits on marriage and the lack of age limits on marriage in red states, right? If anybody's trying to lower the age of consent, it's right wingers.
and presenting homosexuality as a valid, healthy preference and lifestyle as a viable alternative to heterosexuality. It's not just an alternative, it's better. Enactment of legislation so that child custody, adoption, visitation rights, foster parenting, and the like shall not be denied because of sexual orientation. Oh, the horror. Yeah, one of these things are not like the other here. This is a brochure from the Save Our Children campaign. But that first line is just that fucking same old-fashioned fear-mongering that we still hear today. Except now, we hear it about trans people. And don't get me wrong, the people that say this shit about trans people definitely think this about gay people too, whether or not they say it. Oh, but some of them are gay, or some of them are trans.
And I mean, like, that would have been a spicy take, right? A few years ago. Because you had Trump holding up a rainbow flag and you know, making statements that he believes in trans rights. To, you know, I mean, obviously, he didn't want trans people in the military, but he at least signaled towards not being homophobic, towards not being transphobic himself. A lot of the right had sort of given up on that, right? But as soon as they got this groomer narrative, they didn't stop when they came for trans people. They apply that to the whole community, as we can see, to anybody who stands up for the LGBT community, like Emma.
How could they possibly be homophobic? This groomer shit has been around for more than 50 years. I'm tired of it. But don't confuse me saying it's the same shit for saying it's just as bad, because no, it's worse. In 2023, any fucking freak bozo, no matter who they are, can pop up on your YouTube screen and talk about how fucking trans people are bad, and buy my t-shirt that says trans people are bad. And now we can start talking about really creepy shit about children now, because we're talking about trans people. Conservatives just, you know, they have children on their mind all the time. You can't blame them for wanting to talk about children every chance they get.
So like this groomer narrative, it's very effective because people have been grooming children sexually. Yeah. We see it on, you know, in videos and crazy stuff. Groomer's a neutral term. Parents groom children to be great people.
They decided that an actual word to describe a behavior is a slur. Imagine if someone like skateboarded, and then you're like, that's a skateboarder right there. And then the skateboarder's like, hey man, don't call me that.
Imagine if you were saying put skateboarders in the wood chipper, Tim.
And then Twitter was like, we're going to ban you if you call them skateboarders. It's like, they're literally doing it.
The day that Tim Pool happens across a woman that can tolerate him, bamboozles her into marrying and having kids with him. And if that child somehow survives to make it to school being Tim Pool's spawn, also if he takes his beanie off too, if he has to take his beanie off, then maybe I'll start listening to him about what should and shouldn't be taught to other people's kids. I think kids should learn about gay people. I think you should tell them that. Transphobia is just a smaller piece of the greater homophobia puzzle. The homophobia puzzle. Yeah, I said it. 10,000 pieces. When you're talking about cishet behavior, transphobia and homophobia are not mutually exclusive. All queer people are marginalized by the same kinds of stigma. There are genuinely a lot of people who have deluded themselves and are so in denial to the point that they think that trans women are mentally ill gay men. J.K. Rowling is one of those people. And if they think that about trans people, what does that mean they think of gay people? Just some food for thought, you know, if any of J.K. Rowling's weird turf friends want to think about that. And ultimately, to conservatives, anyone who's not straight is doing something wrong. Ben Shapiro tweets shit like this all the time. Really, the only difference between old school 70s homophobia and modern transphobia is like liberal civility politics.
Now homophobes get to say shit like, I don't hate anyone, but you just gotta keep it away from the kids.
This is huge in the commentary community, right? This is generally what I hear, right? You don't hear a lot of people out and out saying, like, you know, okay, there's an exception, Leafy, right? Leafy called for, you know, genocide. Like, Leafy straight up said the quiet part out loud. But in general, you don't hear the non-dog whistle version. But you do hear this whole thing of like, you know, oh, I don't have any problem with trans people. I don't have any problem with gay people. It's when they start to bring it to the children. And you don't mean when trans people start to bring anything to the children, because trans people aren't bringing shit to the children. You've got trans kids that you want to deny even a social transition, even the ability to say, I don't feel comfortable using those pronouns that have been applied to me since birth, right? That's who is being come after, and they're being come after by the same assholes that tell you that they're not transphobic, right? If you discriminate against trans people, whether they are children or adults, you're a transphobic piece of dog shit, and don't expect us not to call you on that, and don't get incensed when we call you out on your bullshit. There's no statistics that say gay people have any adverse effects on kids they raise compared to hetero people, yet the right keeps up their disinformation. Yeah, it's extremely effective, even with people who don't have children themselves. The leave the children alone, yeah, is absolutely used as a dog whistle by the majority of the commentary community, which is transphobic. The majority of the commentary community. There are, you know, exceptions and gradations and so on and so forth, right? But the prevailing mood of that community is, you know, one of muted transphobia.
Contradictory statements in nature. No queer people are coming for any kid. Most queer people I know don't even want anything to do with kids. They don't even want anything to do with kids. But accepting this narrative completely uncritically reveals a greater bias against gay people and queer people in general. I mean, most homophobic narratives literally crumble at the slightest bit of skepticism. But if you don't even like have that scrutiny in your brain to like question a homophobic narrative, then you might just be homophobic. That's like, it's no secret that there's a culture of right-wing extremists that say shit like, kill your local pedophile. So it would make sense to, you know, weaponize that by calling people pedophiles, you know, if you want them to die. The groomer narrative is a weapon, and it's propagated by grifters and useful idiots from all over media. And while the groomer narrative may be powerful as a propaganda tool, it's not very sound. But yeah, sure, let's say that there is any sort of legitimacy behind the idea that gay people are grooming kids. Not that there's any fucking study to support that ever, but, you know, if that's the narrative we're going with, we're gonna have to talk some facts and logic. So if you're a conservative watching, this is the part where you're gonna turn off the video. I know you guys aren't really huge on facts and logic, so make sure to press subscribe. The source that I found on this is a UCLA Williams Institute study on demographics of people in sex offender registries all across the United States. For some reason, the sex offender registry, I don't think, keeps track of sexuality. So they had to survey people in the sex offender registry to even get the data. So right from the top, basics. 80% of the people in this registry are straight. I think we're done, right? That 96% of them are men, and about 40% of these straight men sexually abuse their own family members compared to just 24% of queer people. Interesting. Despite that, though, queer...
So the one thing that I really wanted to hone in on, right? The one statistic that's pretty striking, that Ethan doesn't read off, right? So the gender breakdown, and it breaks down transgender as a separate category from man and woman, and puts, you know, trans guys, trans girls, and non-binary people into the same group, right? But of these, you know, people that are, you know, getting charges for victimizing children, what is that, 90? Well, anyway, 0.7% are trans. Now, like, listen, you should, like, these kind of crime statistics, right? I think we know what the problem with crime statistics are. These are, you know, statistics made by cops, made by who cops choose to arrest and who cops choose not to arrest, right? So, you know, it's never something that you should put too much, you know, faith in anyway. But even with that, even with the prejudice that, like, what do you think the cops' bias is going to be, towards trans people or against trans people, right? It's pretty easy to see. And even with that, you know, you see like this, you know, so the danger to children is actually non-existent. It's a myth, it's a lie, it's libel. It's deadly libel against an entire class of people. Also, cis women and groomers are underreported. Oh, e.g., Colleen Ballinger. Yeah, Colleen Ballinger, YouTube, aka Miranda Sings, who I think sent some lingerie to an underage fan, and is been talked about on YouTube currently.
Straight. I think we're done, right? That 96% of them are men, and about 40% of these straight men sexually abuse their own family members compared to just 24% of queer people. Interesting. Despite that, though, queer people are more likely to be incarcerated. 84% of queer sex offenders have been to prison. Or
okay, yeah, so look at this disparity, right? Look at this disparity in how, and this has got to come from bias. Like, where else does it come from?
Jail. 10% of them are sent to conversion therapy, which is basically just legal torture. 27.
That is such a weird charge. That is, or sorry, weird punishment. Like literally send them to conversion therapy? What?
Percent of straight sex offenders never see prison or jail.
And that's weird too. You don't think about that. That's over 25%. That's 1 in 4 straight people who offend in this way, who victimize children, do not see any prison or any jail time.
And even when straight sex offenders do go to jail, they're more likely to be released earlier, serving overall shorter sentences. Meanwhile, 5% of queer people are sent to more than 25 years in prison, compared to just 1.3% of straight sex offenders, even though they make up 80% of sex offenders. I just love saving kids by letting pedophiles go. I gave them a real stern talking to. And keep in mind, these straight people that
Oh yeah, thank you, V. Everybody should hydrate yourself.
are getting shorter sentences or sometimes not seeing jail at all are doing more sexual assault of minors, indecent exposure, more molestation, more illegal recording, and more solicitation, which would cover grooming. Oh, thank fucking God, 27% of these people don't even have to worry about seeing jail. There is no evidence that queer people are grooming kids into becoming gay, or really are harming children at a disproportional rate at all. It's just not there. But I mean, calling gay people groomers for a living is just a great cover for being a pedophile, I'll say. There's utility in the groomer narrative, right? It make money. Career homophobes are just...
Yeah, sometimes you don't need to say the sometimes you let the pictures speak for themselves, right? There is a lot. Look, I don't want to make any like direct accusation about any specific people that are involved in this groomer narrative, but you and I both know that there are people out there typing groomer into the comment section, typing groomer into their chats, like people in Tim Pool's audience, typing groomer and then going and victimizing children, right? That is 100% happening. Statistically speaking, that's happening a lot. Stuff newspapers did a glowing article about a dude who was trained as a lawyer in prison for abusing a 3-year-old, talking about how he deserved a second chance. You wouldn't want to ruin a white guy's life by labeling him. Yeah, right? Survivors don't get that newspaper space to... Oh, yeah, God, that's absolutely a function of privilege there. The child's life isn't what they're putting a lot of stock in, yeah.
have no principles and they're evil and I hate them. I hate them. Not that it's hard to do their job. These people are fucking idiots. I mean, every Daily Wire character is literally just a different flavor of stooge, right? But when you're pandering to irrational hatred, you can be as illogical as you want. And it's all for the goddamn kids. Yes, it is. Speaking of hypocrites who love, hurting children, let's talk about John Roach. John Roach was a Catholic archbishop in the Twin Cities from the 70s until the 90s. Listen, I know I said Catholic, and yes, it's exactly what you think. It is pretty extensively documented how much of a pedophile defender Archbishop John Roach was. He literally had the sexual assaulter of multiple boys sign a contract that said, don't go to the youth group because you're a mega pedophile. And wouldn't you know it, that wasn't the end of that priest's sexual assault. John Roach was never charged or arrested with anything. It's not even on his Wikipedia page. And he's long dead now. But thank God he saved all the rest of the kids from gay people. He also probably saved a lot of kids when he was drunk driving and plowed his car into the side of a convenience store. That's real. That's actually the coolest thing he did. It's no news that the Catholic Church is full of creepy freaks. We already know. Everyone knows. But all of these conservatives all say the same shit about gay people. And listen,
not all of them. Not all of them. Let me like draw a little bit of distinction here, right? Matt Walsh, if you say this to him, he will say the Catholic Church doesn't have a problem with, PDF philia. The Catholic Church has a problem with gay priests. That's literally what he will say.
Friends with pedophiles, and you say the same stuff as pedophiles. Oh no.
Says the guy trying to cover for priests victimizing children.
If you're all that good of a guy, I don't know. Anita Brandt, for example, celebrity spokesperson for Orange Juice, turned celebrity spokesperson for hating gay people. And it was all to protect her kids. While now we all know her as some hag who took a pie to the face, Save Our Children chapters were opening up all over the country, and she was helping spread a lot of misinformation about gay people that still kind of permeates today.
The only rights it will really give is not equal work for equal pay, but equal gay. It will do and give more rights to the homosexuals to marry and to adopt children.
When Anita Brandt and the Save Our Children Coalition won the Miami-Dade County vote to overturn protections for gay people for housing and public services, in attendance was a California senator named John Briggs. He was so excited about the Save Our Children Coalition in Miami that he went back to California and drafted a state proposition known as Proposition 6, or the Briggs Initiative. This bill was fucking nuts. It was designed to keep gay teachers out of schools, but it was so broad that it could have been used to fire teachers for public homosexual conduct, which is defined as the advocating, soliciting, imposing, encouraging, encouraging, or promoting of private or public homosexual activity directed at or likely to come to the attention of school children and or other employees, as in other teachers. So we're not even protecting the kids anymore. We're protecting the adults too. 2,823,293 people voted for this bill. The bill failed, but those nearly 3 million people don't just disappear. They have kids and teach their kids their fucking stupid ideas that are wrong. But the new generations don't care about gay people. They care about trans people and what bathroom they should use and what sports team they should be on.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm gonna put a asterisk by that, right? They do. They wanna roll back gay marriage, and disappearing trans people from public life is the first step to that, right? Just because they're fighting a war of attrition against us doesn't mean that they're not coming for all of us, and doesn't mean they've got plans after eliminating LGBT people, after eliminating all LGBTQIA people from public life, right? They're not going to stop with that. Michael Knowles said it himself. He doesn't want to roll it back to 1950. He wants to roll it back to 1220.
On the important stuff. Conservatives care so much.
Wait, Brianna Wu? Wait, am I Brianna Wu? Oh my god. That's a case of mistaken identification. That's what's going on, I think. Wow.
About high school girls soccer that it's normal, actually. But now we have state laws determining children's sports, so that's good. Thank God we legislated that. In Florida, apparently anyone in attendance at a sports game can request a sex verification to make sure that the children's...
Now, this stuff is scary, and we didn't really cover this. I wanted to. I meant to. Wait, did we chat? Does anybody remember? Did I cover Mike Figueredo talking about... It was like somebody was at a girls' sporting match. I think it was soccer or something like that, and started yelling and saying that one of the girls playing was trans, and that like he wanted that to be checked on. And I think that they actually did it. They found out though that it wasn't that the girl in question was actually cis and got yelled at and got embarrassed and got, you know, and the guy that was making the accusation he didn't have a kid in the school district. He was just some dude that showed up there, right? It's really creepy. Really creepy. You don't remember me? Yeah, well, maybe we can take a look at that really quick, because like I'm kind of like, yeah, I want this to be cohesive.
Sport is being
transphobes absolutely hate tomboys
as fairly as possible. I mean,
they hate anyone who doesn't conform to their gender stereotypes. Who is that? Jerry Seinfeld and...
You know, just in case Jerry down the street's just wondering what the high school athletes got going on in their pants.
Wait, would Jerry Seinfeld, Jerry Seinfeld does have some right-wing views, but I haven't really heard him pop up and express any of them recently.
Can get some info on that. That's just freedom. In Kansas, trans kids are banned from kindergarten until college from participating in any women's sports. The bill doesn't mention sex verification in the same way that Florida's does, but a lot of these bills mimic each other in language and create precedent for the same kinds of things. I mean, it ultimately just boils down. What do you want to do? Do you want to see the kids' genitals to make...
Ooh, he dated a high schooler? Oh, God.
Sure that they're the sex and gender that you want them to be, or are you just gonna...
I remember hearing about that. That's not very funny.
Fucking listen to what the kid says. Just who cares? You know, there's a listening problem in America. And the fact that they don't even legislate boys sports in the same way is really telling. It's not just legislation either. Matt Walsh, famous for the What is a Woman propaganda film, which features pictures of an AFAB minor in it. No, guys, that's normal, guys. He's the normal one. Don't even check his hard drives. He recently also claimed that the...
Don't even check his hard drives. Hey, don't check any of their hard drives, because you might not like what you find, especially if you're a fan of theirs.
Trevor Project had a sex chat room for minors. That's not even close to real. And it's probably one of the most vile lies he's ever told.
All the anti-turf tomboys, yeah.
There is an entire living, breathing media machine dedicated to smearing gay people. Drag queens are casting little spells on babies to make them trans. Children's books are too woke, and they're teaching everyone how to do HRT.
So don't ask me to stop covering. I'm not.
No, it's a hate operation, and it's genuinely bloodthirsty. There's no other reason to target some of the most vulnerable people in some of the most vulnerable places. The amount of minors that transition in this country is minuscule, and these people still want to target the very, very few resources that those kids have. And now we got, you know, good folks like Scott Libido going into the Target and screaming at people.
Last week was Cop Week. Did we put a display up supporting our police? No.
Yo, I think they should have, though. Honestly, I think that we're missing, you know, cops having uniforms for tucking, right?
We didn't. Corporate better change their fuck.
You know about this whole tucking thing? If you listen to the right-wing ecosystem, whatever I'm trying to say here, you listen to what the right wing is saying or said about Target, right? They would have you believe that there were children's swimsuits that were for tucking, that had a built-in tucking device, right? And now here's the deal, right? I think that's an awesome idea to sell a swimsuit like that. Like I think they sell it like, that's a difficult thing for a lot of people to find. There are like a non-zero number of trans people, and so it makes sense that having something like that, like, right? Why can't we have some products like available, like specifically for trans people at a Target, right? This was an adult's swimsuit, right? And they continued to just lie and say that it was in the children's section or it was, all this other stuff. Like they found some designer for Target that had like been like an edgelord Satanist at some point, and they were like, yeah, see, this is the mastermind. She's making she's turning everything satanic. Bikini Bottoms banned for being tucking. Yeah, they're just tucking friendly. You don't even have to tuck, like, right? It's still a swimsuit. It's still, anybody could wear it, whose size it is. But yeah, these weren't children's sizes, right? Targets the LGBTQ plus community to sell fear through fear they recruit. Yeah, ironically, the ones that are accusing marginalized people of recruiting are the ones actually doing that kind of recruiting. Same thing with binders. Did they have... I never heard about that, but I think that's something that a store like Target should sell. They did have those. They did have binders? Samantha Lux went to Target and investigated. Bathing suits were for very large kids. No, they were adult. I think the adult small. So one of the people that was showing off the bathing suits was. Saying that this is like this horrible thing that they grabbed the adult small and they tried to pawn it off as being a child size.
Fucking ways. You're gonna go down like Budweiser. That's all right. You want to
call? Oh my God, sports bras be banned? Oh hell no.
Call the cops? I'm fine.
I would be in trouble if sports bras were banned.
Fine. I'm fine. I'll be doing whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, man, you're the hero here. You're on the right side. None of this is new. It's the same kind of homophobia that's been around longer than any of us. The groomer narrative is a way.
Yeah, this is what I want to say to these people, right? I want to show them a picture of the Westboro Baptist Church and tell them this is what they are going to look like in 15 years. They are the new Westboro Baptist Church. They're standing out there with the God hates Efsler, sign. Like, that's who they are. That's what side of history they're on.
Been designed by right-wing think tanks to discredit gay people for their struggle for civil rights. The groomer narrative is a twisted projection, parroted by fraudulent, soulless snakes that cry over and over about how they want to protect children. But the actions taken by conservatives are nothing but petty, cruel, and dangerous for kids in this country, especially queer kids. These save the kids motherfuckers do way more harm to children than not. I mean, multiple pedophiles have used this movement as a cover to groom and abuse kids. And that's my biggest question of all. If it was so easy to just groom...
This is what I'm saying. There are people getting away with the victimization and grooming of children through focusing all the fear and hatred on people who aren't doing this.
Kids by being gay. Why are all the pedophiles hiding with the conservatives?
Okay, so I want to tease you with something, okay? We're not going to watch this whole thing, but like this is Ethan Online, follow if you haven't already. I talk about the commentary community. There was actually a commentary person that I think Ethan called out, and then they had a back and forth, and this is their conversation. And I want to sometime watch this, but it's going to have to be as like a members only stream, right? But let me give you a little bit of like an idea what this.
Do you have like a name?
You can just call me Oscar. That's fine.
Oscar.
So this is Sensitive Society that Ethan is talking to.
Yeah, it's easier than saying the whole name.
How you doing, Oscar?
I'm good. Not too bad. You?
Good. What do you hope to gain out of this conversation? Why did you agree to do this?
I'm always down to to talk to people, and people might maybe don't agree with me fully, like you. And I'm always down for
My
learning
lighting
and
is good. Oh, thank
learning
you.
other people's point of views. If I'm always really open to that.
Sure.
So yeah, you know what? Like, I don't think you like me, and I'm not the biggest fan either. But hopefully we can have a productive conversation and just try to keep your fans and my fans just peaceful. I don't want people going after you, and I don't want, and vice versa. Hopefully,
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't want people going after you, and I think that's something, I don't know, it's part of a greater kind of point that I want to make about both of our audiences and the differences between them, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't think you know, or I don't think you knew, maybe you do now, that I made a video responding to you after you made 2 videos about me, right?
Yeah, I had no idea.
You had no idea.
No.
See, when anyone makes a video about me, I know. I know the day it happens.
I mean, it's not like I'm searching my name 24/7.
No. And I'm not saying it like that. I'm saying it because of the comments.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, I don't
like
I respond to the
think
comments out after hours, right? Like I don't check them. I'm not checking the most recent comments.
No,
because that's when
course.
you get into toxic people. For example, like when you made your video about me and then I responded, like if I just went to the most recent ones, like it would just be like, this guy's fucking transphobic, homophobic, bigot. And then I'm like, well,
it's really
spoiler, he is.
It's a bummer that people took what I said and turned it into calling you bigoted, right? Because that's not really what my point was. I never said that. The difference though is people call you transphobic in the comments, like all the top comments, calling you arrogant, maybe bigoted, criticizing you for things you say. My comments are very different. They don't call me arrogant, they call me slurs. You know what I mean? Your audience, Diesel Patches' audience, they're different than mine. So you can't
So yeah, Diesel Patches is another commentary channel along the same lines.
say things like, oh, I don't want anyone to attack me, because no one's attacking you. I'm not attacking you. My fan base isn't attacking you. They're maybe zealously trying to be overcorrective for you and overstepping social boundaries. But
so that's an important distinction, right? Whether the attack is like, I think you're being transphobic, or in this case, I don't think that Ethan was even saying that. I think you're enabling transphobia, probably more along the lines of what Ethan is accusing Sensitive Society of doing. And the difference between that and somebody like calling you a groomer or calling you the F slur or whatever kind of abuse that Ethan was getting, right, from Oscar's community, despite the fact that Oscar will tell you, Oscar's Sensitive Society will tell you that he is not transphobic, he's not homophobic. It's just the same, Nick Merckx bullshit of just keep it away from the children, like leave the children alone, right? That whole dog whistle, right? That whole dog whistle. Like I'm not saying anything bad about you. Just like leave the right. Just calling you a PDF. That's all, right? So kind of gross, but yeah. At shipping jokes. Oh, in Ethan's chat. I think this is Twitch chat. It's going by pretty fast. Oh, they are. No, why are they shipping it? Why are they shipping? That is God. What is. Okay, I hope that's a joke.
No one is degrading you for who you are. You know what I mean? And your audience does that. They do. I've been getting it since you made your first video.
Yeah.
And so I just wanted to establish that perspective before we keep talking. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
No offense, Twitch chat. No offense.
Yeah, for sure. And when you made your video about me, I was reading the comments, right? A few days later, because I had no idea it dropped into. I started getting DMs on Twitter, on Instagram. My bad.
Oh, me too.
And I was like, whoa, okay, what did I do, right? Because I watched your video last night just to make sure I had everything. I didn't take anything out of context, and I understood where you were coming from and the stuff you said.
Wait, which one?
The first one you made on me,
okay,
about radicalizing people. Lazy content is radicalizing people, which I want to touch on that, but
sure.
Yeah, like I was reading your comments.
So it's the first video that Ethan made. It's the thing that kind of spurred this whole back and forth. Just talking about. God, I didn't mean to get into this as much, but I. This is actually an interesting video. content is radicalizing people, because we got a lot to go over today, and I don't want to like waylay myself too much. And like I said, we're not going to watch the whole. We're not going to watch the. So there is Ethan's video. I think that is the response to Ethan's video, right? And let's see what it like. Let me show you really
that
quick.
comes in the vast.
Yeah, because like Ethan's talking about a bunch of different creators in this video, but Sensitive Society, Oscar is indeed the first person.
Is microcosm. When something small is representative. Hi, I'm sick. I wanted to come back from my break with a good video, and now I'm sick. So sometimes you just gotta take the... Today's word of the day is microcosm. When something small is representative of something larger. Our other word of the day is fucking shitty videos. 2015 YouTube is back, and in a big way, folks. I mean, Leafy got banned quite a while ago, little fucking Nazi. And yet there still remains an entire genre of boring, hypocritical, bigoted gamers out there that feel the need to just throw their opinions out there. Hey, fucking newsflash, asshole.
Oh, the article I was referencing?
Not that many people give a shit. If you hate women, you don't have to say it out loud.
Wait, you like what they're doing with the font?
Like, you're allowed to be quiet. If you're not familiar, all these fucking losers
I'll take that into consideration.
do is pull up random video game footage that they
Trying to get some prepared content of my own done in the near term.
recorded earlier that day and talk about something over it. It's not a new format by any means. It's been really lame for the better part of a decade. But because it allows so many deeply insecure young men to voice their opinions about feminism being bad or whatever while hiding behind footage of Doom Eternal, it remains a very popular medium. The biggest problem with some of these little guys is that they all appeal to a very specific demographic.
The way
you know the one. All you need to do is keyword search a woman through any of these weirdos
Oh my
videos.
god, I do know the demographic. And look, okay, I'm not trying to hate on anybody because of their demographic or anything like that, right? There's cool people of all kinds. But I will say, I am very much trying to get out of the niche and the overlap of audience of these kind of people that just, you know, are stuck in that commentary mindset, right? Like that, you know, like in general, it's not easy to find your audience, especially when your audience isn't like, you know, white, male, cishet centric. And God, I mean, do I ever need to get out of this? This is the problem with covering people like Vosh and Xanderhall and like, right, it's almost the same audience as the, you know, commentary community. It's
kind of tells you all you need to know. Female prison guard arrested for, you guessed it, white knight defends e-girls and calls them queens. Men will pay...
Selling a billionaire a rocket he doesn't need. Who's really harmed in that? You know, not my bank account.
That's getting free money.
Not my bank account.
Wait,
And
what
just
did that
saying no, bad. Unfortunately for Sensitive Society
Here we
and
go.
DIFO, they're gonna have to be my little microcosms today. Because trust and believe when I say...
Okay, so what they're saying is that, like, this isn't just about Sensitive Society, this isn't just about DIFO, this is a phenomenon that's going on in a lot of these channels, right? I'm using them as my microcosm to describe a larger phenomenon.
These guys are all the same. I mean, they really, really are.
I feel bad selling some dude a car he doesn't need. Selling a billionaire a rocket he doesn't need. Who's really harmed in that? You know, not my bank account, that's for sure. Just open up another register.
It's really difficult to find content these guys put out that doesn't just automatically pull from the floating cloud.
And like, look, this is the community that Keffels was trying to enter into, and they absolutely rejected her.
Out of right-wing talking points that consistently loom over YouTube. In other words, not only are these guys really lazy, but they're also really unoriginal. So if you've heard these talking points before, congratulations. Get ready to hear them again. The channel we're gonna start with is Sensitive Society. He made a video called People Like This Disgust Me.
Some of you have been telling me to react to this TikToker called Kaya Mints. I've been hearing nothing but bad stuff about this TikToker. I haven't seen any of these person's TikToks. Judging from some of these thumbnails, day in the life of a content creator, like when I see stuff like this, like all I think is you're cringe. And number two, you've never had a hard day in your life.
Holy shit, dude. Imagine being this bitter about someone's content that you've never seen. When I make a video about weirdos like this and I say they're all the same and they're lazy and they're assholes and they're pieces of shit, that's because I've spent hours watching their videos. I've kind of earned the right to be like, you know what? Your videos aren't very good. He also does this really sneaky little rat-like thing where he shows 2% of like 6 different thumbnails rather than showing one full thumbnail, which would really give us a good idea as to why he might be so disgusted by this person's content. He's trying to justify his vitriol and hatred for someone making day in my life TikToks, which if we're talking about cringe content on TikTok, that's, I mean, one of the
So you might have seen this video before, right? You might have seen this video. It's called The Day in the Life of a Small Twitch Streamer. Now, let me know, does this video rage bait anyone? Does this
Went home and did my normal usual routine.
Vitriol things I can think of. It's actually infinitely more cringe and disgusting, really, to post a video this angry about someone you don't even know while playing the Ninja Turtles game.
Day in the life of a small Twitch streamer.
Oh yeah, don't abuse the Ninja Turtles game like that. That's actually a good game.
Started my day pretty early at around 2 a.m.
Have you seen this yet?
So I went to my local gas station for a couple drinks.
It's TikTok.
Went home and did my normal usual routine, and then I had to go to Walmart because my fridge was almost empty. Came home, edited a couple videos, had a 4-hour stream that peaked at 56 viewers and averaged 23, and then I was pretty tired.
You're acting like this is the hardest thing in the world.
Hey man,
so do you know what makes that really funny? Do you know what makes it really funny? Yeah, thank you so much, Timples. Dad, we'll have to talk sometime. Thank you for the subscription, and have a good day. Thank you for also making your videos. Right? Watching a few more of your videos in the future, if you don't mind. It's depressing, yeah. Well, look, here's the thing. It was a parody, right? The person making the video, like, do you see how they're buying just like bottled water, like just like nothing, like I think they've got like a cauliflower or something and bottled water. Like, I mean, it wasn't like, you know, the funniest parody in the world, but you know that they were in on the joke. Like, right, their joke was that, like, you know, oh god, let's edit a video. Like like, I mean, they are a Twitch streamer, but their joke was, this is so hard, right? This is so difficult. You know, and they were kind of like, they were kind of, you know, just making fun of themselves, right? Right, which they have the right to do, right? But anyway, that's not gonna stop our good friend Oscar from teeing off on this small streamer, right?
So when did he say that? When did he ever say the word hard or any synonym? You have the clips, like you could show it.
So guys, I have to get up at 2 a.m. and get some drinks and that gamer juice. So the gamer juice consumes my body, goes through my veins, goes into my penis.
Wait, was the gamer juice just there? Maybe it was energy drinks.
Makes me really hard.
Okay, that's why it's funny. That's why it's funny. Their diet consists of 90% energy drinks. That's funny, okay?
My problem here is you're low-key acting like this.
It was just water?
This is a 9 to 5 and someone forced you to wake
Oh, that's right. They got that out of like a vending machine, I think.
About 2 a.m.
Okay, so horrific attempt at a joke aside, he literally never said any of that. These fucking guys love to make up a narrative out of nothing. All he said was, I went to the store, I got food, I got drinks.
But let's be real. The reason this video got made, okay, and the reason that a lot of videos got made, when you see like a cascade of like one content creator or one video by one content creator being, you know, just making the rounds on the commentary circuit, right, being made fun of and stuff like that, that is because somebody did it and it popped. Somebody was able to sell them as this, you know, like the Kira Chats thing, right? Kira Chat's not a huge Twitch streamer, especially when the $5 thing happened, and yet every single commentary channel, from the teeny tiniest one out there to the Moist Critical, had to make a video about it, right? And they did it because they saw other people making videos about it and getting more views than you'd expect. And that's why Sensitive Society did this content. So that's what Ethan's saying in that, this is like the laziest, lazy, not the laziest, but this is an example of lazy content radicalizing people. There's not much to this. There's not much of a story, right? Somebody made a parody video. It came off as a real video, and people were dunking on it as if it was a real video when it was actually a parody video. I mean, like, this is one example of when it kind of blows up in their face, because the truth of the story and what people eventually found was that the person was actually in on the joke. It wasn't, it's just rip off Calvin Guerra. It's like Calvin Guerra. Yeah. I wasn't around for Calvin Guerra's, a lot of Calvin Guerra's stuff, but yeah, he would pick on smaller content creators. He would pick on trans and non-binary content creators, or bully other trans people. Jokes can no longer be self-deprecating. These people only want cruel jokes aimed at others, right? So I mean, like, yeah, and it's not. I'll go a step further. It's not just lazy content. It is knee-jerk content. That is literally like stimulus response content. Like, right, you might as well be replaced with AI if you're going to do that, because that's all you're doing is you're responding to, like, oh my gosh, other person got views on video about this TikTok, let me do TikTok, right? It's just like, So anyway, that's what this conversation centers on.
And
we're not going to watch too much more of it.
Me, but I saw some comments that were like kind of racist. They're like, yeah, this is the person that Mexicans don't allow to the barbecue and shit. And
yeah, a lot of those people, I think the important context to remember is a lot of those people saying that are saying I'm Mexican or I'm Latino, and this is the kind of person, whatever they would say. It wasn't white people saying that.
I mean, do we know that all of them weren't?
I mean, maybe they're making it up, but that's like a really, I don't know how to prove that.
Yeah,
I mean, it's exclusionary to you in your own community. If I'm believing them, I'm taking them at face value. But there's no one's like showing up being like, I'm like with a white person in their profile picture being like, this is the kind of guy. No one was doing that. No.
I mean, it had like 2,000 to 3,000 comments, and that's not even counting the people that DM'd me and they were like, "Well, this and that," and hope you get what kind of and like when you throw around words like this guy's pushing this right wing agenda, this guy's radicalizing the youth.
Okay.
Those are pretty. That's kind of extreme right there.
That shit pissed me off. Like half of the ones who mocked Kira do their sub begs with almost the same dang words. Oh, no, they'll lean on you, a lot harder. I mean, look, I don't even want to. I've definitely heard male streamers lean on their audience as hard or probably harder than Kira did. Like, yeah, God. It's really common, and usually they laugh it off too. Like, and also Kira wasn't like my understanding of that situation is that it was a little bit tongue-in-cheek. And it was a little bit appealing to whatever number of fans of Findom that happened to be in the chat at the time, right? That's the story behind that that clip.
Yeah, of course. Don't ever talk about vote for this party, right, or vote for that party.
I know.
I don't bring that. I try not to. My heart is
right. You're not political. You don't watch the news. You've said that before.
Yeah.
What was?
Oh, okay. So that was an accidental mute.
What was the last thing I said?
Shit. We were talking about. I said something like you told people that I was like a getaway into right wing agenda.
Oh, God damn it! You're paraphrasing me again. No, listen. You're taking the wrong things out of what I'm saying. I'm not telling you that you are radicalizing people. I'm saying
that was the title.
Excuse me, huh?
That was the title of
the
video.
No. I said your content. Because your content still exists on the same platform as Ben Shapiro.
Oh.
And yeah, it does though.
I mean, that's kind of a weak argument. Yours does too. Like,
yeah, but my content counters what Ben Shapiro was saying. You're saying the same things that Ben Shapiro was saying about fat people. You are. Same talking points.
Does Kira still have the PayPig emote?
You have the same attitude. You and Ben Shapiro have the same attitude about fat people. You do.
I mean, if okay, so yeah, that argument is kind of confusing. Like, I get what you're saying.
There it is. There it is.
No. Starting from scratch. Forget everything else we're saying. You and Ben Shapiro have the same attitude about fat people. Yes or no?
Which is?
With what?
Which is?
Like, explain your attitude towards fat people.
But you're the one who
Listen.
Who told me you were gonna tell me? Like, okay, I'll say it.
Based on your content, you think being fat is unhealthy. You think it's fine to make fun of fat people because they're unhealthy, and you think it's encouraging to make fun of fat people because it would help them to lose weight. Those are the kinds of things that you say in your videos.
Well, okay, let me address that very quickly. I do think being fat is unhealthy, which it is. I don't hate fat people. I've never said fat people.
I never said hate. I never said hate. I never said hate.
No, but I'm just addressing everything. Like, I'm not.
But
saying
you're not
saying
addressing what I'm saying.
overall.
You're addressing something I didn't say. This is what you do every time.
The Nicole Arbor position on fat phobia.
You're not paying attention to what I'm saying.
So you're telling me to explain myself on what I think. Okay, let's just go back to basics. What is the question you wanted to ask me?
You and Ben Shapiro make the same kind of jokes about fat people and have the same kind of content about.
So I love this because, like, yeah, Oscar will always hide behind this, like, neutral, non-political sort of front. Like, I don't hate anybody. I'm not phobic or anything like that. And then just say the same stuff that Ben Shapiro says, right? And it's nice to have somebody actually...
Fat people. You will both make a video about how it's silly that Lizzo is fat. Yes. Great. Someone watches that.
Wait. You're trying to...
Oh, yeah. They'll use that with the... They'll be like, yeah, we don't hate fat people, but they need to take their... Like, you know, they need to take their weight seriously. And, like, basically pull yourself up by your bootstraps is the advice that they have... the unsolicited advice. Kira still gets trolls coming in with angry rants about the $5 thing. Yo, that is so weird because it's obviously a meme. It is a meme, right? Yeah, love the sinner, hate the sin.
You agree?
Gotcha. I gotcha.
No,
Okay.
no. It's not a gotcha. We're moving on.
Okay, but let me finish this. I have no problem with fat people. And
I'm not saying you have a problem. I'm saying you have the same opinion.
Well, so does a million fucking people.
I know, and I'm
same
saying
opinion.
you're wrong. I'm trying to show you why you're wrong. Can I finish?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. You have the same attitude about fat people. That kind of attitude comes from the same roots as racism. It's the same kind of judgmental, prejudicial attitude.
What?
It does.
What the fuck? Okay, do you think black people can be racist?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make that clear.
Oscar, I think you have like a caricature of me in your head. I think you think I'm like some SJW, and you feel like I think you understand me when you really don't. It's a little frustrating because
Now I'm wondering where this is gonna go.
You don't get it because you're constantly paraphrasing me and acting like I'm saying things that I'm not saying. And
no. Sorry, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Listen.
Yes.
Looking at fat people and making the same kinds of jokes as Ben Shapiro and having the same kinds of attitudes as we've explained.
Fat phobia is actually rooted in anti-black racism.
Let's say Ben Shapiro's the next video in the autoplay
I have no problem with fat people, says someone who definitely does have an issue with fat people.
from your video about Lizzo.
Okay.
Probably happens a lot more often than you think, whether the person watches it or not.
Oh, back in your problematic Tumblr era, you were quick to respond to fat phobes with pics of themselves, their girlfriends, or moms.
Ben Shapiro's in the autoplay.
Kind of like, no, you are.
Both of your videos about Lizzo mirror each other. This guy laughs it up. This guy thinks it's so funny. Subscribe.
That's what I mean, Zara, when I'm like, I wonder where this is going, because I don't remember it being like any sort of like anti-white racism sort of take. It was,
Subscribes to Ben Shapiro. Next video he watches is about that one like trans TikToker that everyone freaked out about that was like yelling and like turned off the "why did you turn off your comments" person. That person. Next video he makes about that. You made a video about that. He loves it. He's so happy. He's liking all Ben Shapiro's videos. He watches What Is a Woman? The same kind of messaging as you say about trans people in your videos. Same kinds of jokes. Same kinds of attitudes. Do you see what I mean? This person can engage in really deceptively made, really harmful right-wing content because it was the autoplay.
Yeah, so it's one thing if sensitive society just believes this stuff, but the frustrating thing about these commentary channels is they do believe this stuff. They just don't want to own it. Like they want to play themselves off like they're these middle of the road, neutral, non-political figures, and they're not. They're just, it's repackaged Shapiro, it's repackaged Peterson, it's repackaged Matt Walsh.
Of your next video, and they feel the same. They say the same thing.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I stayed in silence because I wanted to get everything you were saying. And you know what? This is such
Zara, I feel like they come back to that later in this video.
a unique argument because it's like, well, your video was next on autoplay or bench.
No. I'm
okay,
telling you.
That was my fault. And on top of that, I want to say, this is regarding this and regarding everything. I am not responsible.
Okay, so we're not talking about what I'm talking. We're moving on from what I was talking about. Cool.
Okay, I'll just address it here. Well,
you just don't want to talk about what you're moving on.
No, it's such a ridiculous point out here. You're like, yeah, the video plays on autoplay, and then they become radicalized.
You're focusing on the wrong thing. It's called a pipeline. You know, the right-wing pipeline on YouTube is a real thing, right? It's like a studied thing.
Okay, and you think I'm part of that?
Yes. Not on purpose. Not on purpose.
Okay, wait. So you think I'm actually, in a way, pushing my right-wing agenda? Is that correct?
No, you're putting words in my mouth again.
No, you're like, well, this guy's like, he's
No, you're making the wrong assumptions. You're not listening.
I am listening. I've listened to
No, you're saying things that I'm not saying. Have I ever said agenda once in this conversation? No.
Okay. I don't think we're going to get anything. We can move on. That's completely fine.
No. You want to move on because you're wrong, and you know you're wrong, and I'm putting you in a corner.
I'm not wrong. I've checked the analytics. I've checked my numbers. People don't watch, okay, you threw Ben Shapiro. We'll talk about him. People don't watch him when they watch me. You know who they watch? They watch
a Cheeto, and they watch other weird commentary goblins that I also made videos of.
Do we know a Cheeto? Do people know a Cheeto? I don't know how many people saw Demon Mama debate a Cheeto. I think Demon Mama actually did pretty well and embarrassed a Cheeto. A Cheeto left that one with his tail between his legs. But yeah, a Cheeto's kind of like a Leafy clone. I mean, I guess the only thing I could say that's different about a Cheeto from Leafy is that sometimes it's not CS:GO. Usually it is CS:GO, though. Let's be real. Usually it's CS:GO. Sometimes it's Minecraft parkour. Sometimes it's something, it's a different gameplay, but...
I made videos about 3 of you guys. You're all weird, and you all say the same things as Ben Shapiro. So it doesn't matter if it's your video that autoplays Ben Shapiro. No. It doesn't matter if it's your video or a Cheeto's video or Diesel Patches' video that autoplays Ben Shapiro.
Well, I mean, like the algorithm smartest man is called reinforce, right? So, I mean, if you're saying that what it's really doing is reinforcing what they're already choosing, yeah, that's true. But it also has this effect of leading them further and further down the rabbit hole.
You all say the same.
But it's not like necessarily a conscious choice on the part of YouTube. If anything, the problem with it is that it's unconscious, and that it in selecting for these kind of in general, like the kind of video that you're gonna like, which I mean, like, you should be liking this video first of all, right? It's a video that brings you into like a kind of emotional catharsis. Now, the easiest kind of emotion to elicit is stuff like hate and disgust and fear, right? That's easy mode. And so a lot of content creators, since they don't know how to leave people feeling hope, feeling happy, feeling maybe sad in a way that lets them work through some of their issues, right? There's a lot of other issues besides fear and anger that you could harness in order to get that engagement with your video. But in general, especially creators like this, they're gonna go with the hate, they're gonna go with the fear, they're gonna go with that kind of stuff. And since that's what's getting propagated, then something like which reactionary politics is based on this stuff, right? Reactionary politics, more than anything else, is based on a reaction of disgust and fear and otherizing, right? That's where this comes from. Only male feelings, are popular. The problem with moderates is that they're either purposely or inadvertently pushing the overreaction window to the right. I think it makes them more harmful when they're able to pass themselves off as moderates. And so, while I'm not sure where, like I said, I'm not sure where Ethan was going with that, racism thing. I think we hear more about that later on in the video, but I'm glad that Ethan at least is kind of making Oscar face the nature of his content, which I don't know how much does he believe that he's actually neutral, how much does he believe that he's, you know, in the center and that he doesn't hate anybody. Like, I'm not entirely sold on that, but regardless of whether he does or not, there's a direction that his content is pointing, and I think chat's correctly, you know, identified that as a rightward direction. Innuendo Studio makes a good video about this, the alt-right playbook, the cost of doing business. Yeah, if you haven't seen my reaction to the cost of doing business, make sure to take a look at that. Apparently that video elicited a strong emotional reaction with some people, and it's you know, one that the algorithm has rewarded me for. But I think I also said some important things in that video, and also think that Innuendo Studios identifies some important things. That's why it's, you know, one of the videos that I would most highly recommend. We'll watch a little bit more of this, and then we'll cover the other...
NPC talking points, normie bullshit about fat people, about gay people, about trans people, and it fucking mirrors Ben Shapiro because that's where it comes from. And you don't challenge your attitudes. Instead, you act like people are hysterical, and you say, oh, you think I'm making some right-wing agenda. No, it's not your agenda. You're a normal guy who doesn't challenge his viewpoints, and you're ignorant because you have a channel, and you have people that fucking listen to you, and you won't actually challenge when people make videos about you. It's crazy.
Well, that's... Number one, that's a lot of assumptions, and
it's not assumptions. I'm literally
being aggressive.
I'm pointing out things about you.
We're okay. I think you're taking this a little too serious. I think.
But I'm explaining something that is serious, though.
Because you're all on your videos. You're like, this guy's so fucking mad. This guy's so fucking angry.
I am angry, Oscar. I am.
Angry. You're angry at me.
Yeah, I am angry at you. I think it's frustrating that you're ignorant.
Well, I think you're pretty ignorant yourself.
Hey, Amanda.
Why do you think I'm ignorant, Oscar?
I don't agree with your views, and I don't agree with your normie fucking friends like Nick's Not Green.
Okay, well, listen, we haven't been talking about Nick, Oscar. We're talking about you.
I love this. I love this. You don't get your lefty friends, your normie friends. That's what's wrong with Nick Is Not Green. That's what's wrong with Noah Sampson. They're normies. God, I wish they were. They're not. Like, Nick Green is a lot more politically aware than most people. I don't know where you're calling... Like, what... Where does this come from? Who looks at... Are we all familiar with Nick Green here? Nick Green's a pretty popular content creator. Some of you may have seen him before. Actually does a lot of content with Ethan. Nick Green... is not a normie. I don't know where... I don't know how anybody gets that impression. It's kind of surprising to see Ethan, not Ethan Klein, debate, since he seems to be friends with a lot of the YouTubers that criticize Debate Bros.
Hey, I'll let you speak now, please.
Okay, talk about Nick instead of what I'm talking about. Cool.
Well, you brought a Cheeto up, and you brought up another channel.
Yeah, because I was talking about a pipeline,
why can I not do the same? Well, it's the same thing with you guys. I've read your comment section. I've seen the comments, and they're like, well...
I'm not right-wing, but everyone not right-wing is a normie.
I used to watch X-YouTuber, but now Ethan, you know, or other people showed me the way, and now they watch Ethan and Nate, and then they go to Nick's Not Green. It's a pipeline, too. It's the same thing.
But, Oscar...
And it'll be extremely hypocritical. Okay, what? You just don't agree with me, and on top of that,
Look, if you're not careful, you're going to be watching a Danny Gonzalez video before you know it. You're gonna be influenced by Danny Gonzalez as far as water influencers and scent influencers, right? Don't watch out, you know, because Danny Gonzalez is at the end of that pipeline.
Been like, I fucking hate trans people. I fucking hate
I know
gays,
you've never said that. I know you've never said that.
Yeah, but when you talk about when people associate the far right, right? Not to get redundant, but they're like, oh yeah, just transphobic, bigot.
Well, I'm kind of joking around because Danny Gonzalez is not particularly ideological in terms of his content, and like that's literally like who you'd get recommended though. If you watch Nick Is Not Green, and you watch Ethan and you watch Noah Samson, you're probably going to get recommended a video like that. So I'm just showing how it doesn't work in the other way, right? Nick is not green and Noah Samson are involved in the commentary YouTube world. I don't think that counts as being a normie. Yeah, I mean, like, not the same way as, like, not the same part of commentary as, like, a Cheeto, Turkey Tom, RFC, channels like that, right? Not even in the same realm as, like, people like Tipster, right? This is, like, a whole nother, it's the other side of the political, leaf to, the right-wing pipeline leads to death. The left-wing pipeline is so much worse. It leads to acceptance, love, freedom, and tolerance. But the sad thing is it doesn't necessarily lead to a more potent ideological place, right? Like I'm saying, it could just as easily lead you into like a more, you know, entertainment, you know, commentary on pop culture channel like Danny Gonzalez, then, you know, somebody that's, I mean, I doubt it's going to lead you to, I don't know, you're not going to get recommended Hakeem, you know what I mean, from this.
It's, you know, truck drivers.
Well,
you know?
not truck drivers, but
that's what people associate them. That's what people, so when they think of me, they're like, in your eyes, they're like, yeah, this guy probably voted for Trump if he could. And on top of that, he probably
Oscar, I don't think that of you at all. You know? Oscar, I don't think you vote. I don't think you would have voted. I think you would have abstained if you could. Am I right?
Well, yeah.
No, I think I understand you better than you know. I'm not calling you a bigot. I'm not trying to put you in a corner and say that, like, you're transphobic and you're bigoted. No. I think you have. What did I keep telling you? I keep calling you a normal guy. You're a normal guy. You just don't.
T-Noir gets called a drama channel. Is that just because of the name? Right?
Challenge yourself when people tell you you're wrong. And you know, you were telling me about this left-wing pipeline. What you said, people in the comments are like, oh, Nick and Ethan showed me the way. What is the way? What are we showing them? That trans rights are important?
That it's healthy to be fat. That it's okay to be fat.
It is okay to be fat. It is okay to be fat. Yeah.
It's not okay.
Did you know that 40% of this country is obese?
And that's bad.
Of course, it's bad for some people. Do you think it's bad for every single one? No, most people are just normal people living their lives. Do you think it's important for you to have a stance that doesn't, like, impact you at all? Like,
and okay, so here's the truth from somebody who studied this of overweight and obesity. At the high end, there is a negative health effect, right? But it's higher than people seem to think it is. And like the difference in your health, like, you know, like it's also being underweight is more unhealthy than a lot of people realize that it is too, right? And there isn't as much of a difference in like the health effect, you know, even up to you know, a certain degree of being overweight, right? It's what I'm saying is it's overstated, and that there are people that are you know, have a more body composition that's more you know, higher fat to muscle, that are healthier than people that have the opposite kind of body composition, right? So we look at that data and we overinterpret it, and we, you know, make the assumption of somebody being unhealthy when in actuality it's that you know, you're just making more of it than it really is. Also, you know, there's already bias against overweight people. Reinforces that, it excuses that. People like this saying that, like, but it's unhealthy, we got to disincentivize this. Like, you're just like literally justifying bullying and harassing people. Studies have shown that that kind of psychological stress, which is what that is, does not even help people lose weight. So if they think they're doing somebody a favor by making society less sensitive and less accepting of people being overweight or obese, they're actually not. Yeah, there's so much that's wrong with this. There's so much, and so much of it is just a violation. Is that the real Tim Pool's dad? I believe so. I believe we talked to Tim Pool's dad today. A BMI was done on white men with shoes on. Yeah, also BMI doesn't even take into account something like body composition, right? Body composition being your, fat to muscle, ratios, right? It doesn't, BMI doesn't care. BMI is literally your height versus your weight. So yeah, somebody that's, very muscular is going to be on the high end of BMI, just as the same as somebody with a lot of fat in their composition is going to be high at BMI. BMI is not a tool for you as an individual to be able to evaluate anything, right? BMI is designed as a tool for studying groups of people. The only way BMI works is when we get a group of people, and then for every bodybuilder, we have somebody that's kind of skinny fat, and it balances out. In a group, in a cohort that's being studied, right, it makes sense to use something like BMI to measure as a stand-in, I guess, because body composition is something that's very hard to measure. There's a number of expensive tests that you can get that will, what is a DEXA scan is one of them that's really expensive. There's also like a water submersion thing. I don't know if anybody's ever done this, but they put you in a swimming suit and they have you squish all the water out, and they and they dunk you into the tub, and they wait, they do all this stuff. It's really complicated, and it's not even super accurate, right? So in general, studies don't do body composition tests. Studies will take the BMI and assume that in a large group of people that'll correlate with the body composition, which it roughly does, right? So that's what BMI was never supposed to be used as a number for you to feel bad about, right? And don't let them do that to you, right? Because that's the kind of science, that's the kind of, that somebody like Sensitive Society will appeal to. Like when they say like the science is on my side, that's, they're talking about something that was just, they don't understand that number was never meant to be applied to individuals, and it's not helpful and it's not useful. It's deceptive. While the left-wing side spends time breaking down false myths and misinfo coming from the other side, commentary, drama, react, essay, and stream YouTube worlds tend to overlap at times. The right-wing and centrist sides just lead you to terrible pipelines. Did he go live with me? No, but he's welcome to come on if he wants to. Hopefully he'll see this, and I know he left a little earlier, but yeah, he's definitely welcome to come on and talk on a Bird Brain sometime. Perception of weight has more to do with wealth than health. In our culture, rich people are considered fit and poor people are considered fat, and we justify saying thin is better by using health. Yeah.
Why is it something that's important to you to talk about so much?
I haven't made 30 videos about fat people. I have.
You've made videos about Lizzo, and you've made videos about a fat Jubilee video, and it's a thing for you.
But it is, and I just talk about it from time to time.
But why? Why do you talk about it? I've never talked about that. I only talk about it when you talk about it because you're mad about it.
I'm not mad. And here's the thing: you said that it's okay to be fat. I say that it's not okay to be.
Why
fat
is it not okay to be fat?
Because it's extremely fucking unhealthy.
But are you unhealthy because other people are fat?
What? Okay.
Are you unhealthy because other people are fat?
No.
Do you think we should make McDonald's illegal or something? Why is it bad to be fat? What do you want to do about fat people? It's you're treating it like it's a problem, like homeless people.
McDonald's, okay? I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's not okay to be 600 pounds. That's not.
Most people aren't 600 pounds, Oscar. That's very few people.
Okay.
Lizzo's probably not even close to 600 pounds.
They also made fun of Lizzo when she was on The Mandalorian on Disney Plus for the third season.
Do you know what a 600-pound person looks like?
Yes, I watch 600 Pound Life every single Sunday.
Yeah, okay. Well, there's a reason that's a significant show, is because there's not that many people that are 600 pounds.
Yeah, I know, but I'm exaggerating.
So, of course, okay, but why are you always talking about things that aren't real? Why don't we talk about, you're always exaggerating and, paraphrasing.
Rising Nix, thank you for the follow.
Why can't we talk about, real stuff?
We can talk about whatever you want.
I'm saying
that I never challenge my views, right?
Yeah.
My views.
Everything I've pointed out, you've just said no.
So you want me to say yes? You want me to bend over and be like, yeah, Ethan, you're fucking right. It's okay to be 400 pounds. It's okay to get diabetes.
Okay, now
and
it's 4.
Look at how like much shame that sensitive society seems to imply is in something like admitting you were wrong about something. It's so weird to me, right? But I mean, like, look at the kind of, I mean, this is WL culture, you know? This is, I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again. This is dominance paradigm. This is what he said is like, basically, if I agree with you, I'll be a cuck. No, you literally won't. I don't know why you'd bring this into that. And wow, why has this become the central metaphor of everything? Really? Really? Is that what we're going to use to describe this perception of vulnerability, this perception of dominance and submissiveness? Like, right, we're gonna pare it all down to that? Is that really what we're going with as a society? As a sensitive society? Funniest thing is that this guy won't say it's communism to ban corn syrup. Why do people who hate fat people always obsess over the media with them, like Oscar watching that show every Sunday? Yeah, right? Okay, so like I said, I want to watch this some other time. I want to watch this. We're gonna watch this as like a this will be like a members only stream because I've been meaning to get one of those to you, and we need to make that happen. We definitely need to make that happen. But there are a few other things that I want to cover on here today, like the quartering. Should we just maybe okay? Okay. No. I'm making an executive decision. Let's watch this first. God, it's been a lot. Like it looks like I came to the right channel. So this is Brian.
This is
Tyler,
Democracy Watch. I'm joined by my co-host.
Cohen, definitely more on the liberal progressive tip rather than any sort of leftist message, but does a lot on politics. Some good content here talking about student loan debt cancellation. Oh, here we go. This is when it started, right?
Take your conversations to the back. Off the floor. For what purpose does the gentlewoman... Order, please. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Luna, seek recognition?
So that's Marjorie Taylor Greene standing with her back to us, and that's Lauren Boebert standing facing Marjorie Taylor Greene. And the speaker, or I guess it's not the speaker, but the person that has the floor is trying to get them to shut up.
You can elect people who are willing to work for Americans, or you can elect Republicans who are so prone to chaos and dysfunction that they'll even go at each other if it means that they can create some mayhem. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert fighting on the House floor.
Oh yeah, Fox News announced that Jesse Waters is taking over Tucker's old time slot. Obsessively hating and raging about fat people is pretty unhealthy for your blood pressure. There's a lot, yeah. If you're worried about, then if we're thinking about blood pressure, there might be a lot that sensitive society needs to take. Like I'm worried about the guy, right? Because it's not just fat people, it's trans people. It's a lot of different people that sensitive society seems to be overly concerned for, right, Red?
According to reporting from the Daily Beast, the fight arose when Lauren Boebert decided to force a vote on an impeachment resolution against Joe Biden, thereby undercutting Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has also offered up an impeachment resolution, albeit without the procedural tool that would have forced that vote on the House floor. Now, during the argument, Greene proceeded to call Lauren Boebert...
Okay, so did you hear that? They're fighting over They're fighting over who gets to draw up articles of impeachment for Joe Biden. Marjorie Taylor Greene has kind of taken over the party. Marjorie Taylor Greene has become the face of the Republican House. You know, as part of the deal with McCarthy to keep him in power, right? MTG has become their mascot. And Laura Boebert would like that for herself and is not afraid to use a little wheeling and dealing to get that. And she did indeed get her, I think I'm correct about this, she did end up getting her articles of impeachment voted on before Marjorie Taylor Greene could get hers to the floor. So that's what they're mad about. And this is mainly like, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene being mad at Laura Boebert. All three sources said Greene, MTG, called Boebert a bitch. One of the sources said that Greene called her a little bitch. When Lauren Boebert was asked about this little bitch comment, she confirmed it, right? So, you know, Lauren Boebert is saying that's what she got called.
A little bitch, a name that Greene herself confirmed when asked by a reporter. Greene continued, quote, "I've donated to you, I've defended you, but you've been nothing but a little bitch to me. And you copied my articles of impeachment after I asked you to co-sponsor them." From there, Boebert said, "Okay, Marjorie, we're through," to which Greene responded,
"You copied my articles of impeachment after I asked you. You stole my tweet after I asked you to retweet it.
We were never together." Don't mind me. The Daily Beast then reached out to both Boebert and Greene for
Now I'm hungry.
Comment, neither of whom denied the exchange. Boebert said,
"Now I want popcorn."
Quote, "Marjorie is not my enemy. I came here to protect our children and their posterity. Joe Biden, the Democrat."
What is your enemy is the bottom of the hour ad break, which is coming up in 7 minutes. This is the ad break on Twitch. If you don't have a little Persona 2 head by your name, you're going to get sucked into that ad break. You're going to miss exactly 1 minute and 30 seconds of the stream. It sounds like a terrible fate. It's a fate, though, that you can escape in certain ways, right? One of those ways is to hook up your Amazon Prime to Twitch, integrate those two, and redeem a free sub to the streamer of your choice. Hopefully that's me. Another way is to spend $5 on yourself, treat yourself to a sub, to the emotes. You'll get the Weasel, you'll get the Void Coffee, you'll get all the greatest hits. The third possibility is and this is the lottery, right? You know, you're not necessarily going to get this. You're only going to get this if you're lucky. If you're in chat, if you're active, and if somebody who's looking to give subs sees you, you might actually be the recipient of one of those gift subs. Either one of those things will get you out of that top of the hour ad break. And feel free to rate my...
Democrats are destroying our country. My priorities are to correct their bad policies and save America.
Wait, it's just like Illuminati?
Which was only slightly more disciplined than Greene's response.
Wait, as far as stealing credit for stuff, she only put her name on the group project, yo! I feel like I've worked with some... no, I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. Like, I'm going to have drama with my old college project partners. They'd be like, "No, you were terrible."
She said, quote, "Imitation is the greatest form of flattery," which was a nod to the argument that Boebert was trying to copy her efforts to impeach Biden. She continued, quote, "Lauren Boebert never addressed the conference. I made it clear to the conference that I've introduced articles of impeachment literally since Joe Biden's first day in office. I have been talking about..."
Like, she's like, "I had next. That was mine. I called dibs."
"About it with everybody forever. Literally everyone forever till I'm blue in the face. You see me?"
Everybody knows I'm the impeachment girl. I've been talking about impeachment. I'm all about impeachment. I thought of impeachment at first. That little B word came in and pulled the rug right out from under me and stole the articles of impeachment. And like, whoa, you know what this is reminding me of? This is Prigozhin and Shwigu. Oh my God, I'm not saying it right, am I? Am I saying it right? I wish Bernie would have called Biden a little bitch. That would have been awesome. Yeah, get that on tape. Get that on tape. Yo, Bernie does burn people down, though. Bernie really does burn people down. There was something that he never really wants to be interviewed, but he'll be like walking past a reporter, and the reporter will ask him something, and he'll give like a really cutting answer. Shoigu, thank you. Yeah.
I'm blue in the face because nothing drives home the point that you should be taken seriously quite like demanding reporters recognize that you are not getting enough oxygen to the brain. And if you needed any indication as to how misguided this effort was, even Republican leadership positioned itself against the campaign, with McCarthy urging his conference to reject the effort. Even Byron Donalds, a House Freedom Caucus member, came out against it, telling the Daily Beast, "We do have a process of doing things. Impeachment is at such a high level that you know there should be some process for that." Yeah, a process, like, for example, waiting for a president to extort a foreign country for dirt on a political opponent, or, I don't know, inciting an insurrection at the U.S. Capitol to pressure the vice president into anointing the loser of the election the winner. Oh, sorry, maybe that's not what he meant. Yeah, my bad. Now, as far as Boebert and Green are concerned, I'm not here to take sides because this is like choosing between whether I'd want my morning cereal laced with arsenic or cyanide, but here are my thoughts. First of all, an argument over which one gets to introduce a doomed impeachment resolution is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. It will go nowhere, it is baseless, it serves as a reminder that the GOP is composed of woefully unserious people. But of course, the reason they each want to be the first is twofold. First,
woefully unserious people, just like the kind of people that forget to like the stream on YouTube. If they're watching the stream, if they're enjoying the stream, they have one mechanism to share that with YouTube and to actually spur YouTube to bring more people into the chat, and that is by hitting that like button. And it'd be profoundly unserious for somebody to neglect that exact action, right?
they want to use it to promote their brands because at the end of the day, why else would Republicans get jobs intended to serve Americans when they can leverage those jobs to serve themselves? And second, fundraising. Whoever gets this resolution on the floor first can then exploit that in an email pitch to supporters, saying, I stood up for you and introduced articles of impeachment against the corrupt, evil Marxist Joe Biden. Help me continue to hold him accountable by donating to my campaign today. Knowing full well that the impeachment resolution will go absolutely nowhere, but it's not about getting anything done, it's about selling a narrative to the marks. So long as Green and Boebert can squeeze money out of the suckers on their mailing lists, then they'll have accomplished their goal in government. Again, it was never about helping others, it is solely about helping themselves. I'd argue too that literally none of what Boebert and Green are doing is helping anyone else but themselves. The rest of the GOP very clearly knows that this will go nowhere and is based on nothing. And so what it does, in effect, is cheapen the whole process. Once it becomes clear that impeachment for Republicans is about boosting fundraising numbers at the end of the quarter, then they're sending a message to their supporters that they are wholly unwilling to use it for its actual purpose. So good luck to any other Republicans who may be angling to introduce articles of impeachment against Joe Biden, because at this point, like everything else the GOP touches, it is clear that any effort to do so is nothing more than a naked cash grab for themselves. And of course, it goes without saying, but if Republicans cared about the sanctity of the presidency,
it's not just that Biden is a Marxist. Biden is secretly Marx. Like, he's Karl Marx. He's a vampire. He's been alive for thousands of years, and he's hiding out as Joe Biden. And that's the real truth of Sleepy Joe. Is he's a 1,000-year-old vampire named Karl Marx.
As much as their dueling impeachment resolutions would suggest, they might find even the slightest bit of fault with what Donald Trump did when he was president. They might take issue with the fact that he dangled military assistance to Ukraine above their heads as they were contending with imminent threats from Russia until he could get some dirt on Joe Biden. They might take issue with the fact that the president of the United States couldn't emotionally handle losing an election, and so he threw a temper tantrum in the form of an insurrection at his urging. But no, of course, Boebert and Green don't find any issue with those things. In fact, not only were they fine with those things, not only did they vote against both of those impeachments, not only do they continue to support the guy, but they were literally...
So yeah, is it nice that the two of them are fighting, that we got MTG versus Boebert? Yeah, it's really nice. As long as, you know, anytime your enemies are fighting, that's a good thing. That being said, you know, let's not be like the libs on Twitter this last week that were so excited that Prigozhin was challenging Putin because they're just locked into this idea that Putin's the big bad, when it turns out, look, if Vanilla Ice takes over from Dio, right? Is that a good thing? God, I'm like using a JoJo metaphor. I'm trying to think of a more common anime metaphor, right? Like, they're both bad. And in fact, in a lot of ways, Prigozhin might be more extreme, more right-wing than Putin. So, like, the idea that, like, there's literally, like, neo-Nazi elements within the Wagner PMC. So, like, all the people that were excited about getting rid of Putin, I mean, like, look, you can actually do worse than Putin, believe it or not. And, you know, at the very least, that replacement is not going to be an improvement. 1,000 years old and a vampire that drinks the blood of children. He's old enough. That does sound legit, doesn't it?
involved. When Cassidy Hutchinson testified in front of the January 6th committee, she revealed that both Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene were involved in meetings to figure out how they could manipulate the Electoral College vote to proclaim Trump the winner. I mean, hell, Greene herself posted a video of her leaving one of those meetings on social media.
Just finished with our meetings here at the White House this afternoon. We had a great planning session for our January 6th objection. We aren't going to let this election be stolen by Joe Biden and the Democrats. President Trump won by a landslide. Call your House reps, call your senators from your states. We've got to make sure they're on board, and we already have a lot of people engaged. Okay, stay tuned.
So I'm pretty sure that when it comes to impeachments, both Greene and Boebert used all of their political capital when they quite literally assisted Trump in committing impeachable offenses himself. And by the way, this isn't the first time that these Greene-Boebert fights have spilled out into the public. Here's Boebert taking a thinly veiled swipe at Greene back in December.
Someone who we all respect, Marjorie Taylor Greene, says Kevin McCarthy is going to be a great speaker.
I guess you'll have to ask Marjorie about that. I'm a fan of hers. I'm an admirer, but it's not something we see the same.
Lauren?
Well, you know, I've been aligned with Marjorie and accused of believing a lot of the things that she believes in. I don't believe in this, just like I don't believe in Russian
space lasers. Are you a hard no?
Space lasers and all of this. No, I'm just saying we need to actually have an inside conversation.
Now that's interesting. That's interesting right there, because that is her literally like calling out some of the conspiracy stuff that Marjorie Taylor Greene talks about. Now, like, obviously they're both terrible. Like, I don't think that there's like, that's like an improvement, right? I'm definitely not arguing that that's an improvement, but I do like that there is this dynamic right now, because like the Republicans have been afraid to call out the conspiracy theorists among them. And at least she's like, like the space laser, she like MTG literally talked about Jewish space lasers. Like, yeah, this is no joke. This is not a drill. This is really happening.
And make sure that these promises are there.
And then Greene, who saw this clip, then took to Twitter to write, "I've supported and donated to Lauren Boebert. President Trump has supported and donated to Lauren Boebert. Kevin McCarthy has supported and donated to Lauren Boebert. She just barely came through by 500 votes. She gladly takes our money, but
look at that. Look at that. She has no gratitude."
When she's been asked, Lauren Boebert refuses to endorse President Trump, she refuses to support Kevin McCarthy, and she childishly threw me under the bus for a cheap soundbite. The country is facing extremely difficult times. Americans expect conservative fighters like
cheap soundbite
us to work together.
I mean, you laid that in her lap, didn't you, though, right? Like, she really did sow the seeds of her own undoing.
To save America, and that is the only mission I'm 100% devoted to, not high school drama and media soundbites. From there, Boebert responded back to Greene in an interview with the Daily Caller saying, "I've been asked to explain Marjorie Taylor Greene's belief in Jewish space lasers, why she showed up to a white supremacist conference, and now
doesn't Boebert sound like a character from like the Dukes of Hazzard or something like that? Like, I don't know. You know how there's like all the townspeople? Like Boebert sounds like one of the sorry, this is so bad. She sounds like she'd be in the city with in the town with the Dukes of Hazzard, right?
She's blindly following Kevin McCarthy, and I'm not going to go there. The only person who can answer for Marjorie's words and actions is Marjorie." Ooh, sorry. So look, will Joe Biden be impeached? No. I wouldn't worry about that for a single second. But I would argue that both Boebert and Greene are actually hurting themselves a hell of a lot more than they could ever hurt Joe Biden.
I'm not sure about this, right? I'm actually not sure about this. The what was it? The House voted 219 to 210 to send the articles of impeachment. This may have happened before this vote took place, right? So maybe BTC doesn't know here, but they did vote 219 to 210 to send it to the, what was it, the Homeland Security and the, oh my God, the Judicial Committee, right?
As far as Boebert is concerned, let's not forget, she won her last election by 0.16%. That's just over 500 votes.
So that means it's got to come out of committee. It'll maybe get altered in committee and then go to the floor for another vote. And if they voted 219 to 210 to send it to committee, I don't see why they wouldn't have a majority to be able to pass it.
And look,
but listen, here's the real deal though. Impeachment does nothing. Trump was impeached twice and it had no effect because the Senate did not convict him. And the Senate will not convict Joe Biden. So if that's what BTC is trying to say here, I agree.
I'm no political consultant and certainly not in the business of strategizing on behalf of Republicans, but I'm thinking that if you eke out a win in one of the closest races in the country, even though you are running in an R+9 district, then maybe the whole loudmouth lunatic extremist thing might not be the smartest tactic. Just You know, for starters. And with regard to Green, I've said it before and I'll say it again, if she thinks that she's helping her party with antics like this, she is kidding herself. Marjorie Taylor Greene wants attention so badly that she actually succeeded in making herself the face of that party, a move that Kevin McCarthy allowed her to do in his desperation to become speaker. But in doing so, she made that party completely unpalatable to the rest of the country. The notion that Republicans are in any way responsible or moderate or serious went out the window the moment they anointed someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene their mouthpiece. So it might seem counterintuitive to give her the attention that she so desperately craves, but if it means more people can be exposed to who they're actually empowering when they vote for Republicans, then so be it. Greene might rake in some fundraising cash from her little northern Georgia district, but she is one of the Democrats' best weapons in the rest of the country that isn't looking to embolden a QAnon conspiracy theorist Looney Tune. So look, while I'm beyond certain that these impeachment efforts are nothing more than a joke, I'm not going to pretend that it's not entertaining.
Wait, Green's from northern Georgia or Boebert is?
Watching two crazies in the GOP go at each other.
Boebert is pronounced Boebert. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I anglicizing it? Boebert. Boebert. Madame Boebert. You should tell them that and watch them screech about it. Yeah, they won't like that.
To remake the party in their image.
They don't like anything French.
All the while completely blind to the fact that both of them are why the Republican Party is losing in the first place. Meaning that whoever wins out there, whether it's
except for maybe Marine Le Pen,
Marjorie Taylor Greene, or Lauren Boebert, at the end of the day, it's the GOP that's going to lose. Before you go...
Okay, so yeah, that... And it looks like this is kind of still... This is still active. Marjorie Taylor Greene escalates the feud with Lauren Boebert.
You accuse
with Lauren Boebert.
Who's your Republican colleague, Lauren Boebert, on the House floor of stealing or
kind of like Colbert, like the Boebert report.
Copying your impeach Biden resolution.
She copied my resolution. I had my resolution. I was all ready to impeach Joseph Robinette Biden, and that little copied my resolution. I'm so mad.
Called her a nasty little bitch, and I only use that word because you've confirmed it. Is this the media loving a cat fight? Because you haven't exactly shied away from this.
I love a good cat fight too. I'm Marjorie Taylor Greene. Who do you think you're talking to?
Well, you know, I find it unfortunate.
Oh my God, I got her voice wrong. I got her voice. She doesn't even sound like that. I gotta recalibrate. Wait, maybe that's Lauren Boebert that sounds like that. Like, I feel that's somebody's voice, right? Do I have somebody's voice down?
That Lauren Boebert leaked that conversation.
I mean, she does have a little southernness to her accent. It's a little different than the one I was portraying her as before.
We had to the press. But once she leaked it out, I had to confirm that that's in fact what I said. But here's the real issue.
Meow.
I've introduced articles of impeachment. And each time I do so, along with my other bills, I communicate with all of my Republican colleagues and ask for support by asking their co-sponsorship, because I co-sponsor many other Republicans' bills.
I co-sponsor more bills than any. No, I don't. I think I'm like, I don't know. Am I drawing like from old movie sources?
In order to pass things on the House floor, we have to get 218 votes, and that means that we have to work together.
I don't think I quite have her accent quite yet.
I'd asked her to co-sponsor my articles of impeachment against Joe Biden on the border, and she never responded and apparently refused to do so. Then when she introduced her own and forced them to the floor with a privilege resolution without even having the courage to talk to any other Republican in our conference before doing so, except Speaker McCarthy and apparently a few others, yeah, we had a tense conversation when she confronted me.
She's mad
about things I had said about it. But this is unfortunate that this becomes public on the House floor.
In case you thought that either...
You did it. You called her a bitch on the House floor. What do you expect to happen?
Or Lauren Boebert or Marjorie Taylor Greene would maybe be embarrassed that their fight spilled out onto the House floor last week and would maybe take the opportunity to, oh, I don't know, grow up? That's apparently not the case. Here, Greene is taking her grievances to cable news in the aftermath of this feud playing out in public.
Take your conversations to the back, off the floor.
I feel like there was some film where you could actually hear what she said.
What purpose does the gentlewoman... Order, please. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Luna, seek recognition?
Now, for those who missed it, the feud arose when Boebert used a procedural maneuver to force a vote on Biden's impeachment, which angered Green because for months, she's been trying to introduce resolutions to impeach Joe Biden too. And so clearly, she wasn't thrilled at the prospect of Boebert swooping in and not only copying her idea, but using a procedure to get it onto the floor faster. And so now, Green and Boebert are engaged in a turf war over who will be able to use this legislation to grift their supporters. Because Party of Lincoln, or something. Meanwhile, while these two are at each other's throats, it looks like even their own colleagues are recognizing what a toxic effort this is. Kevin McCarthy had come out and urged his conference to reject the effort. Even Byron Donalds, a House Freedom Caucus member, came out against it, telling the Daily Beast, "We do have a process of doing things. Impeachment is at such a high level that you know there should be some process for that." Yeah, a process, like waiting for a president to incite an insurrection against the US government and then do literally nothing about it. Kind of like that. And keep in mind, this will go nowhere. The vote that Boebert forced was simply sent back to the committees for consideration where it'll die and where she knows it'll die, but she had no choice because the measure doesn't have the votes. Here's Congressman Jared.
So, I mean, I don't know. Is he right? Maybe he's right. I don't know. BTC does tend to follow electoral and, you know, the inner workings of the legislature maybe more closely than I do. So, I mean, I thought that if they had the votes to send it to the committee, I didn't see why they wouldn't have the votes to vote it forward after the committee. Because, I mean, the Republicans do have the majority, but maybe they don't have, you know, because they need like all of them to vote for it, right? If they have enough people that are Republicans that are like, yeah, I hate Biden too, but I'm not going to vote for this. This is bad for me. I barely won in my district. That's all it takes to defeat the bill. So maybe he's right about that.
Moskowitz in this week's interview explaining exactly that point.
My guess is and I don't know personally, my guess is they've probably had a little beef before. This is not something new. Marjorie, you know, filed articles of impeachment against everybody. You know,
so Straight Out of Bed is saying that maybe they would table it, which means that they've got enough support, enough anti-support, enough people on the committee that don't want to see it to go to the House for a vote. Also, I believe the way that the House works is that Kevin McCarthy himself would have to allow it to come to the floor for a vote. And my understanding is that Kevin McCarthy is not in favor of these measures. Kevin McCarthy thinks that it would hurt the Republicans more than it would hurt the Democrats, and he's probably right.
It has impeached half the Biden administration with what she's filed. And look, she's mad that, you know, Lauren took it a step further and actually, you know, tried to force a vote on it, which, by the way, they didn't vote whether to impeach Joe Biden. They're now sending it to the Homeland Security Committee. Why? They don't have the votes. They don't have the votes to impeach Joe Biden. Why? Well, he didn't commit high crimes and misdemeanors. They don't have any evidence of that, right? So now they're going to send it to
Yeah, I mean, these articles are completely specious.
And they're going to try to convince the American people for the next several months that Joe Biden should be impeached. I say, go ahead, impeach him. If you think that he committed a crime, impeach him. But they don't have any evidence. They got nothing. They're trying to tell the American people one day that he's slow, he's old, right? But now he's Tony Soprano leading the Biden crime family. Hunter is like Kaiser Sose. I mean, it's just absolutely
Kaiser Sose
lunacy. But this is what they got. This is what their viewers, their primary voters want to see. It's retribution. It's grievance. This is the entirety of their agenda. I don't know what they're for. I definitely know what they're against.
And so given the fact that this is a doomed effort from the start, that raises the question, why bother? And the answer is easy. First, so they can use it to promote their brands, because why else would Republicans get jobs intended to serve Americans when they could leverage those jobs to serve themselves? And second, fundraising. Whoever gets this resolution on the floor faster can then exploit that in an email pitch to supporters, saying something like, oh, I stood up for you and introduced articles of impeachment against the corrupt, evil, socialist, communist, Marxist Joe Biden. Help me continue to hold him accountable by donating to my campaign today, knowing full well that the impeachment resolution will go absolutely nowhere. But it's not about getting anything done. It is about selling a
chat. What if I just had a whole day where I talk to you in a Southern accent? Would that be, should we have Southern days? Or is my Southern accent like terrible?
narrative to the suckers who trust them. Again, it was never about helping others, it is solely about helping themselves. And I'd also argue that not only will this go nowhere, but ultimately this will hurt the GOP.
You gotta get some
the country
sweet
that they
tea.
are deeply unserious people who can't be trusted with power, who will abuse the levers of government with no predicate whatsoever because they're just that desperate for the attention. And then, of course, if there's ever a legitimate reason to impeach Joe Biden, which there won't be, but just humor me here, well, it'll look like a sham regardless because they've been trying to impeach him for months now for the crime of waking up in the morning. And this goes without saying, but let's not pretend for a minute that these people are actually interested in the sanctity of impeachment anyway. This is a party that not only opposed Donald—
You've heard that accent, so Phoenix can tell it's not a completely fake accent. It's not how I've ever talked, but I've definitely lived around people who talked just like that.
Donald Trump's impeachment for actual high crimes and misdemeanors, including inciting an actual insurrection against the U.S. Capitol, but they continue to support him. The notion that they could rally behind Donald Trump
doesn't sound like Georgia
amid his never-ending barrage of crimes, while insisting that Joe Biden should be removed from office, really is the perfect testament to what a circus all of this is. So look, will Joe Biden be impeached? No, I wouldn't worry about that for a single second. But I would argue that both Boebert and Green are actually hurting themselves and their party a hell of a lot more than they could ever hurt Joe Biden. As far as Boebert's concerned, let's not forget, she won her last election by 0.16%. That's just over 500 votes, which isn't exactly a...
So yeah, so you see right there where her incentives are. Maybe she's just as bad as MTG, but she knows that there's some... She knows there's something to be gained from distancing herself from the extremes of the party, right? Based on the fact that she was almost too extreme to even win in her district, right? It's an Appalachian accent. Ah, I see.
Mandate to triple down on the crazy. And with regard to Green, while she might be safer than Boebert electorally speaking, the argument could be made that she's actually an even bigger risk electorally. Maybe not to herself, but to her party as a whole. Because let's be clear, there is a downside to making a Looney Tune like her the face of that party. So she might be safe in her northern Georgia congressional district, but because of her, every moderate Republican occupying one of those 18 districts that Biden won in 2020 is going to have to contend with the fact that they are running in a party that is represented by someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene. So while they might try to pass themselves off as normal, their party has proven itself anything but. In the meantime, expect to see even more clownish behavior from Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert and the rest of the GOP, because if nothing else, they're putting on full display their glaring inability to govern. You don't need to be a partisan to look at Congress and recognize that your tax dollars are being wasted. And considering we went from a Congress that passed the American Rescue Plan and the first gun safety bill in 30 years, and the CHIPS Act leading to an unprecedented explosion in American manufacturing and veterans healthcare and lower prescription drug prices and climate funding, to this Congress, which is focused on, what, gas stoves and Hunter Biden, that should be all the proof you need that the last thing Republicans deserve is power. Before you go, I need some help.
Okay, so yeah, like this is Brian Tyler Cohen. You can definitely give him a follow for stuff like this. God, okay, I gotta stick to the script, don't I? Quartering it is. YouTube is killing comedy. Bud Light bad. Bid Light bad. But more Bid Light. Yo, he needs to fix this one. It says Bid Light. That's funny. I find that funny. Oh my god, these videos. What was... Oh, there we go. Wait, Mr. Beast in the Titanic sub? No. No, there we go. Death by woke. Okay, here we go.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from the Quartering.
It's the Quartering. It's the guy that I like never watch because I can't stand him. I can't stand him. Chat. Neville is begging so hard for my tiny cherry pie. Oh my god. Oh my god. That would be hard to resist, right? If I had a pet pig, I don't think I could, and it wanted like my food, I think I would just have to...
Everybody is talking about the
hard to say no
missing Titanic observation submarine. What they're not talking about is some of the...
How woke the sub was. It was a woke sub. It was piloted by CRT.
The interesting woke rhetoric.
It was powered by transgenderism.
Used by the CEO of the company.
Look at the woke rhetoric. Maybe the woke rhetoric is actually what caused the submarine to implode.
And their hiring practices. It could literally be one of the first cases.
Their hiring practices were too woke. Oh my god.
Death by DEI.
Yo! Oh my god, did I fucking call it or did I call it? Let's go.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's actually
yes, we know what that
haunting.
stands for. Thank you.
Now,
Thank you.
To be clear, I hope that they're rescued. I hope that they're safe.
I hope they get away from the DEI and the transgenderism and all that other bad stuff. Because the sub was obviously too woke, and wokeness causes a negative air pressure to occur within the sub, which could have easily led to the implosion of the submarine. Oh my god, I gotta leave this southern accent behind here. Didn't he pee in the basement? Yo, the Quartering, can you imagine having the Quartering in the sub with you? Do you know about this sub? Do you know about this sub? This sub, like, you know, it's okay. So it's a tube, right? And they seal you in from the outside. You cannot unseal yourself from the inside. It's sealed from the outside, right? So nothing goes into the sub and nothing comes out of the sub. What about going to the bathroom? They have a bucket. They have a bucket in the sub. This guy would pee in the sub, okay? I'm just saying. This guy would get drunk. He would bring on some alcohol that he wasn't supposed to bring on. He would get drunk. He would pee in the sub. That's what would happen.
Yeah. And I don't, you know, there is some like
Oh,
dark
was it the wokeness that pissed off God? Is that what happened?
humor, I guess I like it, you know, I think it's funny. But then there's also like this weird leftist cheering for these people to, you know, laughing at them dying because mostly just because they're rich.
Look, here's what it is, okay? In social media, there's a disconnection between like what we're hearing and the reality of the situation is, you know, people, you know, dying in a horrible way, a funny thing. No, it's not. But at the same time, like you're saying that there's not enough empathy for these rich people, right? I would say there's more empathy for these rich people than immigrants that you know die trying to cross the Mediterranean every year. So is there like a separation? Is there a disconnection? Sure. And that's disturbing, and that's, you know, the alienation of modern life, but don't act like that they're getting it worse because they're billionaires. They are not getting it worse because they're billionaires. Also recommend limiting your diet before they wanted you to limit your diet. It's almost like surgery or something, right? I don't know. Yeah, that's what you have to do. Laughing at the fact that they died in a shitty way, but could have been stopped had it not been for greed. Yeah, and like it's like there's kind of a lack of regulatory power there, right? There are standards for submersibles, but they're only enforceable within U.S., you know, waters. The sub was in international waters. There was just there's no rule like the Air Bud rule, right? There's no rule against a dog playing basketball. There was no rule against an unseaworthy vessel being taken down thousands of feet and putting people in danger. And there were a lot of warning signs. There were a lot of people who you know, could have gone and didn't end up going, who were worried about the in fact, I think we'll watch a little bit of James Cameron. Because if you haven't seen this clip of James Cameron, yeah, you're definitely missing something. Essentially, they were unalived by lack of proper regulation. Yeah, I mean, that's what it seems like. It's billionaires, so I don't really care. Those people are directly the cause of thousands of homeless people due to their corporate policies and lobbying. Yeah, but listen, the quartering wants you to be more empathetic to them, right? It's totally okay. Like all the people that you know lose their lives in horrible, painful, unnecessary ways every year. Like I said on you know, boats trying to cross the Mediterranean. That's totally fine, but you should feel bad. You should feel bad for the millionaires. That's what he's saying. NCC was right about the Wagner PMC about the clout chasing. People made cruel jokes about the Titanic. It's not a new phenomenon. And in a lot of ways, there's some real disturbingly, I don't know, just kind of unsettling parallels between this event and the Titanic, right? When you think about the legend, at least, of the Titanic, the idea that, like, you know, we've built this new ship, and it's impossible for it to sink, and we've got the best crew and the best everything, and nothing bad could ever happen, right? And then the obvious happens. I don't know. Yevgeny is definitely going to be a Twitch streamer, debate bro, from Belarus. Will he co-stream with Lukashenko?
Which is cringe and bad. We know that if everybody on this boat identifies.
Wait, there were challenger jokes? Are you serious? Like the challenger is like a space shuttle launch that happened in the 80s, and there was there was somebody that was a teacher or something on board, and yeah, obviously the challenger did not make it to its destination. But I didn't know there was jokes about, like, at the time, people were making jokes about it at the time. I mean, it's should I say what the joke was? Sure, I guess it's been long enough.
Had pronouns or were they thems.
No, the pronouns sank the sub. That's what it is. You can't have pronouns if you want your sub to be airtight. Those pronouns are like...
We'd have the full deployment of the U.S. military to find them.
Is that right? If there were trans people on the sub, the U.S. military would be like... No, we did. I mean, there was, like, the military got as much... Actually, here's the thing. Oh, he didn't know this. Look, I can't dunk on him for this, okay? But I think after this video was made... we found out that the U.S. military knew about this explosion the Sunday before, like 3 days before, anybody knew they were missing. And when they, the U.S. military kind of knew that they weren't going to find anything. The pronouns were sink and me. Oh no. NASA stands for... need another 7 astronomers. Wait, did I miss the joke? Gonna do the panel scene? Should Wagner become the newest branch of the US military, or like... It is disturbing how many liberals were like, ready to meet the new boss. We're really excited about Yevgeny taking over for Vladimir. Did I miss the joke? NASA says they were alive until the impact with the Earth. Oh, are you talking about the Challenger? I was in grade school and I saw the Challenger blow up live. U.S. Coast Guard, U.S. Navy, the Imperial Danish Navy, the Royal Canadian Navy, the Bahamian Navy. Wagner is now a new branch of the Marines. They are trying to lower their standards, right? They are having trouble, like, recruiting people. For the military, and so... Okay, it makes me sick to say it. Okay, so they get needs another... Oh, okay, I didn't get it at first. You told me needs another 7 astronauts, and I was like, okay, they need a lot of people to work on their projects. Got it. Very funny joke, right? And I didn't get that they needed 7 astronauts because they had lost 7 astronauts. Wow. 1987, you were 9... That must have been wild.
You're not aware of what's going on. Essentially, there's a tour that goes down to see the Titanic wreckage. It's not cheap, as you might expect. This particular submarine that goes down to see that has some interesting mechanics, including a off-brand.
Oh wait, is it a robot that is like that functions by like a smaller robot going up its butt and like controlling all the levers and the pulleys and like like it has like all the stuff to like the boiler man from Spirited Away? Is that how it works? Is that how the sub operates? Does like a little robot go into the big robot's ass and control it like an Evangelion? Is that how it works?
Logitech off-brand PlayStation controller.
No, it's a Logitech PlayStation. Okay, very different, very different. We have people, you have to remember, people not only brave the Mediterranean, that are mainly walled off countries in Europe, and even get on boats to reach the UK too, and the UK Navy stops them. Oh, that's right, because they have their own policy apart from the EU now. Okay, I have some lore about the Pakistani billionaire, the one that was on the sub. He's a neoliberal, global young leader. Is he the one that had his kid with him? I'm not sure Prigozhin would be better. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Prigozhin would not be better than Putin.
You know, it's controlled with that.
The sun was a crypto, bro.
There's
Oh my
a
god.
10,000 square mile ocean.
What if it was NFTs? He brought all his apes along with him. That's what caused the implosion.
Now, what makes this compelling is that there's only a few hours left.
Wait, the sun was wealthy? Isn't the sun like 17 or something?
There's only a few hours left to find these people. Because
Wait, that looked like James O'Keefe. Why couldn't James O'Keefe have been on the sub? I'm sorry. It's inappropriate for me to say. It's inappropriate for me to say. Why couldn't have James O'Keefe gone for a ride on the sub? Somebody should have told him that. Somebody should have told him, you can go in the sub and you can sing Oklahoma, and the reverb is the best. Like, right? It's the best acoustic environment to be able to sing Oklahoma.
they're running out of oxygen. I believe they run out of
Sun was
oxygen
19.
sometime around today. Later today or later tonight. And
Okay, so Quartering didn't know this then. We know this now. They had already imploded.
what's first happening now is
They didn't run out of oxygen. They were killed by the heat and or the kinetic impact of the implosion. So that it was a very quick death, not a death by suffocation. Trump should have gone on the sub. There's a lot of people that could have gone on the sub. I wanted to start a crypto management fund and crypto-backed securities. Great. Let's start a GoFundMe to buy Matt Walsh a summer. Hey, I can't say that.
the military
I'll
has
get
picked
in
up
trouble.
some pounding sounds. Are they people inside the sub banging wrenches against it? Hopefully. Could it be completely something else? Yeah.
No, or could it be Quartering that they are repenting for their wokeness and calling out for Trump to save them? Maybe it's that. Trump himself. No, it should be Elon. Elon himself goes down in one of those little submarines, right? That he tried to use in Thailand. Anyone remember Billy Ray Cyrus or just Miley Cyrus? Hannah Montana. I heard the Navy told them as soon as they heard that noise that it sounded like an implosion. The company used that info to map where they should start searching. Elon will one day get on one of his rockets. Remember that? Wow. Wow.
And here's what they're saying.
I like to think that Elon Musk will be the first to be eaten by the basilisk, right? You know what I'm saying? The AI that ends humanity, I think Elon will probably be its first victim. Yeah, the Pakistani, in Minecraft, of course. Pakistani billionaire dude caused an energy crisis, was a massive backer of a deeply corrupt Pakistani PM, Imran Khan. Oh, Imran Khan, that was during the Afghan conflict with the U.S. being invaded into Afghanistan. Don't break my heart, achy breaky heart. What's that? That sounds familiar. No one wants to sing the song of Oklahoma with me. I mean, you know that James O'Keefe would. Elon would probably pay someone to go in that submersible for him. He challenged Mark Zuckerberg to fight a fight, though. Yeah, who would he get to? Maybe it would be Barry Weiss or Matt Taibbi or somebody like that. Well, not anymore, though. He's burned those bridges, right? Who would he get? Who would he get to go up the butt of the bigger robot in order to control it? Like an Evangelion. I'm sorry, is it Evangelion? I think it's Evangelion. I always want to say it like evangelist.
You can hear that, like, doot, 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 and then it gets louder, I think.
Yo, he's like excited watching this. And like, I'm not even sure if we know this is like, do we know this is the actual sound? I don't think it could be. I think it's got to be something else making noise. Because at this point, the sub had already imploded, I think.
It certainly sounds like there's some knocking they're hearing, which would, you know, very, very...
Bing sounds not confirmed.
Very help them immensely in locating the actual location of this thing. So...
He's way too into this.
And by the way, it's extremely deep. It's extremely deep. So there's a...
I mean, I guess a lot of people were...
A fleet of people looking for them, including a P-8 Poseidon, a C-130 Hercules, Canadian P-3, which is the thing that actually detected the underwater noises, the mothership. Now there's some subs that can dive up to 20 feet or 20,000 feet.
There was another little mini controversy, right? And this was with Starlink. This is an actual Elon Musk company that was involved in the expedition, let's just say. But the key to this is that the Starlink was hooked up to the mothership. The sub itself, after going underwater, can't receive any sort of internet signal or Wi-Fi signal, and as such was meant to relay to the mothership via text. Somehow text was going to work, but absolutely, like, internet would not have, right? Because it needed its GPS. So what was funny was that Elon's duck riders, right? All the duck riders on Twitter, all the blue check marks, were really mad and were doing community notes on anybody associating, including I think Snopes, associating the Starlink, you know, Elon's satellite internet company, with the expedition when it absolutely was associated, right? And at the time, like, it was a possibility that that could have played into the sub's disappearance. Now we know that it was just an issue of structural integrity that took out the sub, not an issue of not being able to know where they were in relation to the Titanic or any sort of undersea geography, right? But they absolutely bullied Snopes. And all Snopes was saying was that, yeah, the Starlink was part of the mothership, right? Starlink was part of the expedition. It's literally true, right? Literally true. This is the kind of context vampire Elon is, right? This is the kind of context, you know, drainage that you'll see with right-wingers. He's literally advertising coffee brand coffee. Oh God, does it say that? Oh no, it does. It does. It does. It literally says coffee brand coffee. That is the most stereotypically right thing I think I've ever seen advertised. We don't like coffee with flavorings here. We like coffee with coffee. We want coffee branded coffee. What realms, what unseemly realms have we slept through? We stepped through. Now seest, now thou seest such a shame as this, right? That's a good question, Shakespeare. That's a good question.
I'm not sure they can actually get to. I don't know if they can get deep enough to actually get this thing. He would not confirm, by the way, this is of the sounds, that they were 30 minutes apart as reported, nor did he describe them as being an SOS signal as others claimed. However, Frederick said the sounds and the ongoing search meant there was still reason for hope. Several flights heard noises today. The P-3 heard noises as well. We don't know what the noises are, to be frank with you, and they could be described as banging noises, but they are inconclusive. The good news is we're searching in the area where the noises were detected. He said, well, this is it, basically.
They were the noises of wokeness.
Right? If these sounds are two pieces of metal having to, you know, in the undercurrents, bumping into it, that's it. They're going to run out of air. You know, this is basically it. The only remote operated vessels that there are
yeah, that is weird that they put sugar and milk in their coffee and yet complain about latte culture.
Day and searching have a depth limit of 13,000 feet. The Titanic is buried at 12,500 feet. And you know, a lot of people think that perhaps the whole thing already imploded. I hope not. You know, I hope that everybody's okay. But you know, there is interesting stuff. There's been safety concerns with this thing before. Everybody who's done it before has come out now to
The manly, right? Drink their coffee black and flavorless.
a $29.99 battery-powered gaming controller used to pilot the lost Titanic submarine has received hundreds of complaints since launching in 2010 for losing connection and constantly breaking all the time. If that's possible, it's certainly.
Oh damn! No, here's what I want to know. Wait a minute, because I know this kind of controller. Was this controller like Bluetooth? Because, yeah, it's a Logitech. Was this Bluetooth or was it wired in? It was Bluetooth. Oh no. I have had so much trouble with Bluetooth, and particularly with Bluetooth controller. Right? In fact, I've got a Bluetooth controller that I literally never use because it pisses off people that I play Rocket League with. If I'm playing and then all of a sudden my car stops, and that's literally what happens with that controller. It starts, it's okay, and then it goes out, and I don't know why it does it. And this is why I'm always plugged in when I play Rocket League. I was bought off Facebook Marketplace. Never use a wireless pad. I love playing. Yeah, we should play some Rocket League.
Possible that the controller used to steer the thing lost connection, broke, or one of these things. And now normally, just like in like airplanes and things like that, normally you would have some sort of redundant system, especially for something as important as a steering wheel. Yes, Annie. Annie's very interested. But that's pretty interesting to me. The Logitech GF110 wireless.
That poor cat.
This gamepad is only.
Yeah, that's the Gorpsink. That's the real go woke go broke, right? It's the Logitech controller.
Is he only compatible with a decade-old Windows and Chrome systems? I know how many do they have? Do they have backups? It's interesting. I don't know. And then here's what people have really picked up on. As my cat chews. Here's the CEO of the company. Yes, Annie. The CEO of the company, which is operating the missing Titanic tour submarine, explains that the company didn't want to hire any experienced 50-year-old white guy.
Wait. So is that the problem? Is that where they didn't want the 50-year-old white guys? Do you not see that as an obvious virtue signal though? Like that I would file like that's that's rainbow capitalism. There were none of these people that were in any way like left wing. These are I don't know how to what's the word? This is not the woke demographic, right? You got the capitalist class in here. But wait, now is he talking about the people that worked on the sub? So this is just speculation based on the CEO, and the CEO was in the sub when it imploded, right? They didn't want to hire any experienced 50-year-old white guys because they weren't inspirational. They wanted 20-year-old white guys instead. True, yeah.
Because that wasn't inspirational.
Listen to what he talks about. The CEO talks about hiring people.
Yes, I mean, when I started the business, one of the things you'll find, there are other sub-operators out there, but they typically have gentlemen who are ex-military submariners, and you'll see a whole bunch of 50-year-old white guys.
What's wrong with that?
I wanted our team to be younger, to be inspirational, and I'm not going to inspire a 16-year-old to go pursue marine technology. But a 25-year-old, who's a
Female pilot, insert your woman driver.
Okay, as somebody who played through Persona 2, I am personally insulted by the implication that a woman might somehow be worse at driving or piloting like a non-standard vehicle, including some kind of dirigible, including World War II era inflatable raft with a motorized version of that, including like a subway train. I'm insulted. I am personally insulted by that. CEO is a 50-year. Yeah, the CEO is a 50-year-old white guy who has only hired white guys to work on his submersible. The only reason he wanted young white guys. Wait, did they say a pilot? But wait, that's not right. But wait, there was no women in the sub. There were no women in the sub when it went down, right? How are they trying to say that she was a pilot and therefore like blame her? Does Universus have a Universus? Have a multiplayer? I don't know. I'm trying to find games I can play. Wait, Universus. Are you talking about oh my god, what's that game? The space game. Elite Dangerous or something? Is that what you mean? And of course they blame the only woman on the staff. Yeah, even though she had nothing to do with it. What the hell?
Jokes now.
Or a platform operator, one of our techs, can be inspirational. And so we've really tried to get very intelligent, motivated.
But you know what's not inspirational is the bottom of the hour ad break, which is coming up to you in just 13 minutes, right? The bottom of the hour ad break features such terrible situations as you not being able to hear anything that's going on in the stream, anything that Quartering is saying that's cringe, any way that I'm making fun of it. You'll miss it all out on it all unless you have a Persona 2 avatar next to your name, right? You can fix that with a Amazon Prime sub, which you can get by linking up your Amazon Prime to Twitch, thus bestowing you with a free Amazon Prime sub, which you can give to the streamer of your choice. Hopefully that's me. You can do it with $5 straight up to pay for a sub for yourself, to treat yourself to some emotes, treat yourself to not having to listen to the ad break, and treat yourself to other possible perks that, like I was talking about soon, like that Ethan is online video, which I plan to watch as a members only stream. Members on YouTube, subs on Twitch, and Patreons will be able to view that stream. So the other possibility, and it is a possibility, it's not a certainty, right, is that if you're active in chat and people see your name and they see that you don't have that avatar, you might get lucky and have somebody sponsor you, pull you out of that ad break, take some pity upon your soul, realize that you're going to be stuck in that ad break because you don't have that little Persona 2 head by your name, and fix that for you. So those are my suggestions. The woman may not even be an employee or consultant of that. Yeah, he doesn't know, does he? It doesn't really say here. Wait, it probably does if we... something CEO. She's not the CEO.
Younger individuals involved, because we're doing things that are completely new. We're taking approaches that are used largely in the aerospace industry is related.
How reactionary coded is this? We're doing Multiverses. Yeah, sorry, that's the one. Yeah, Multiverses is like a Smash Brothers.
The safety and some of the preponderance of checklists, things we do for risk assessments and things like that are more aviation related than ocean related. And we can train people to do that. We can train someone to pilot the sub. We use a game controller, so anybody can drive the sub.
This is literally
it's literally not just the Quartering, it's also the New York Post.
Woke. No, we don't know if it was an equipment.
We don't know. We have no way of saying that. We don't know that. I'm in love with this narrative. That the workers for the company were too diverse, and it caused wokeness overload, and the wokeness overload imploded the sub.
Failure. Certainly that isn't that wouldn't necessarily be the fault of whoever was hired, but if you're not hiring the best people and you're just hiring
That's
young
right.
people,
That's right. And diverse people are never the best people, right? Did you ever think that maybe having a bias towards a privileged group might also yield you not getting the best people. Did you ever think about that? Maybe? I don't know.
You know, I think that anybody can drive the sub with a $30 video game controller. Yeah, but now is the time when experience
but we need
matters.
somebody. Yeah,
yes,
we need somebody to be able to turn the controller. Wait, let me get mine. We need somebody to take that controller, like when they're turning, to go like that. You know, like you gotta turn it extra. You gotta be like that. You gotta be like, you know what I'm saying? That like that little extra bit of holding it out here when you're like turning, right? That's what would have gotten them out of that situation. They just needed to turn harder. The problem is that a woman can't press the X button fast enough to beat the real-time event of the sub imploding. And so that's why they sank. Sorry, the A button is the Xbox controller.
Inexperience, but understanding how to drive or how to do this or that, the basics. This is simple. Anybody can learn it. But what experience gets you is when the times get tough. What do you do?
When the going gets tough,
you've been
the tough get privileged. Right? Is that what you're trying to say?
There before. You've heard about things that work. You've been on there. You have the experience. I mean,
and what works is white dudes.
An idiot.
Like how would you not want a bunch of white dudes like making your sub?
We're thrilled to get very intelligent, motivated young people. Now, people still signed up in this to do this tour anyway. Now, the founder and CEO who navigates the missing Titan.
They couldn't find the G button.
Submersible with a cheap Amazon video game joystick.
They forgot to install the lifeboat DLC for the sub.
Has been trapped in the tiny vessel since Sunday with 4 wealthy adventurers who paid $250,000 apiece for the tour. Again, I have nothing.
Yo, look at that. Look at that. No.
Whether or not they have money.
No, back.
I mean,
oh. I need to see this. Look at this diagram. So there they are. Okay, so now think about this, right? There's a poop bucket on board somewhere. Right, does anybody see? There's somebody sitting on something. Oh my God, is that it? Wait, is the poop bucket or is that the captain? The person that's sitting in the front, is that the captain or are they sitting on the bucket and taking a poop? Like, cause like, this is very cramped quarters. And like, I'm imagining if you have to go, you gotta go with somebody sitting right there next to you. Femoids cannot pilot the submarine because there are no submarines in Animal Crossing or The Sims. True.
Again, I have nothing, like, I don't care about whether or not they have money. I mean,
they need to make a submarine in Minecraft.
And it costs a lot of money to maintain these companies and do these type of things. I suspect that's probably...
They couldn't get enough money because Femoids suck at business.
A big part of it. You know, that's I'm assuming.
What are you
frantic
talking?
Coast Guard operation on the way to locate the tiny.
Is he like
vessel and save the maroon team?
Is he inebriated?
Who has less than 1 day's worth of oxygen as of Wednesday morning. Today's it. You know, they've got to find them today. They've got to get them out today. And who knows? Like, if they find them, how long will it take to actually rescue them? You know, I don't know. It's very, very concerning. But what I will say is, any company that hires based on diversity is also, a different way to put this, is also saying that they are not hiring the best person for the job. And that generally leads to bad things. And
that would be what you would say if you were prejudiced, right? You'd be like, yo, like the most privileged people are just the best for the job. They got their privilege because they like earned it because they're the best people in society. And anyone, you know, if you got a more diverse group, it would inherently be lesser because those people are lesser. Wow. Just pretty textbook prejudice right there, right?
Again, we don't know that these things are related, that it was an experience thing, that any of this stuff is true. But we do know what guides their CEO's position. And now, with hours of oxygen left, I wonder if he's hoping that he had brought
Higher woke, sub equals broke.
in some of those 50-year-old white guys. I hope you were informed by this video. I hope that they get found and have.
Yeah, they forgot that 50+ white guy passengers don't play video games. That was the problem.
Happy and healthy. And I guess we'll know in the next couple of hours.
Yo, that's Nancy Pelosi as the sun. That's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Okay, so I got sent this earlier. This is the story that I was talking about. Let me read it to you really quickly. Two Kelowna moms are speaking out after their 9-year-old daughter was verbally assaulted at a track and field event on Thursday at Kelowna's Apple Bowl. The mother, who chose not to identify their daughter, said that she was competing in a shot put event when a grandfather of one of the other participants, I heard that this person had no connection. Participants started yelling at her. She went to step up to compete for the grade 4 shot put final. And right before she went to throw, a grandfather of a student said, "Hey, this is supposed to be a girls' event. And why are you letting boys compete? My daughter is cisgender, born female, uses she, her pronouns. She has a pixie haircut," said mom Heidi Starr. Starr says the man then carried on to demand certification to prove that her daughter had been born female. He stopped the entire event. He also pointed at another girl who also had short hair. He also, he then piped in and said, "Well, if she is not a boy, then she's obviously trans." Starr said the man's wife started yelling, calling her a genital mutilator, a groomer, and a pedophile. Central Okanagan School District Superintendent Kevin Cardall confirmed that with Castanet, that's a publication here, that steps are being taken to ban the man from all school-related events. Staff intervened and actually moved the shot put away from where he was. The gentleman was not part of our school district. We are taking further steps to ensure he's not able to be in our school property or attend events in the future. Cardall said the incident was totally unacceptable. Adults need to govern themselves and behave appropriately, he said. Kari Starr, the girl's other mother, says Thursday's events have rocked their daughter's confidence. This has destroyed our beautiful daughter's confidence. She is inconsolably crying during this whole event and continued once it was over and we were leaving. Not to mention, she was unable to concentrate on her track and field of finals and the shot put throw from which she had qualified. The parents posted a photo and the photo and the identity of the man on a local Facebook groups, but Castanet was not publishing that Castanet is not publishing that information because the man's identity has not been confirmed by the school district. Okay. Yeah, show me your papers. Show me your certification. Trying to figure out the best resource to go over.
to those words from analysts, and they say Wagner is now in a city with a large number of civilian population, and the tough, decisive actions announced by the president will have to be carried out in dense urban areas where it's difficult to use.
And Russia's president is deeply mistaken by accusing them of committing treason. Right now, a convoy of Wagner fighters is reported to be heading north along the M4 motorway towards Moscow. Earlier, they seized control of military headquarters in the southern city of Rostov-on-Don. President Vladimir Putin did.
So this is kind of where we left things. The Wagner troops had taken up residence in Rostov-on-Don, and were heading to Moscow. There were things being
described
done.
the rebellion as
there were things being done along the route, as far as, like, you know, digging through the highway, trying to block it off. Moscow had a bunch of military vehicles and tanks and stuff in the streets, ready for an attack. The spoiler, as many of you probably know, this did not actually happen. This did not actually end up happening, right? They turned around after negotiations between Prigozhin and the Belarusian leader. Why do I always forget his name? Why do I always forget this guy's name? Lukashenko, yeah. Lukashenko. So, yeah, this didn't end up happening. Let's go forward a little bit here.
Now, the head of the Wagner Group has released his first statement since the group's armed mutiny on June 24th. In an 11-minute audio recording that was just released, Prigozhin explained that Wagner was bound to cease to exist on July 1st. And he says that the goal of the march was to prevent the eradication of Wagner and to, quote, ensure that those who made a huge amount of mistakes during the special military operation be held responsible. Let's go to Yulia Shapovalova in Moscow. Yulia, bring us up to speed. 11 minutes. There was time for Evgeny Prigozhin to say a lot in that audio recording.
Exactly. I just have to take my time to listen at all. Well, the latest reports are saying that Prigozhin actually has been seen in Minsk, Belarus, and basically what he is saying.
Metabor, thank you for the follow. Oh my god, Tara Lara Farah, thank you for the resubscribe with a Prime. Yeah, the Prime is powerful, right? It's just as good as a regular sub. You get the emotes, you get to skip the ads, you get all the benefits, and you know, you don't have to pay anything, but beyond what you're already paying for Prime. So
saying is that the Ministry of Defense wanted to disband the Wagner Group, but their purpose was not to capture the power in Russia. So basically their goal, their purpose of their campaign, of their march, was to prevent the disbandment of the Wagner Group, and that those individuals who actually wanted to do that, they will be held accountable. And obviously he continues blaming the Russian Ministry of Defense for all the mistakes they committed, and basically what we hear and see is developing very quickly, because earlier on we were talking about business and as usual, and we're talking about the Russian authorities who are getting back to business on Monday, and Vladimir Putin was
Lukashenko is a very old friend of Yevgeny. Did they cater together back in the day, or no?
speaking on the phone with his Iranian counterpart, with the Iranian president and Emir of Qatar, and both leaders.
I mean, it's nice to hear the names as they are meant to be pronounced, Shakespeare.
Expressed their support to Russia and its leadership, condemning the mutiny conducted by the Wagner chief. And Putin and his Iranian counterpart also discussed issues like ensuring stability in the Trans-Caucasus region and the Syrian settlement, while Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov gave his assessment on the rebellion, calling it unsuccessful and saying that the Russian special services are now investigating whether the Western intelligence services were involved in the events on Saturday.
All right, this audio
Wait, are you saying that you think that that Prigozhin and his men were feds? Is that what's going on? Were they feds? Are gonna unmask them? Sorry, I just have to give right-wing Twitter some shit for...
And Piper Prigozhin is yet another remarkable development in everything that's been happening really since Friday evening. Yulia, what are ordinary Russians saying about this? Are they talking about it? And if so, what are they saying about this?
Well, actually, they are talking. Ordinary Russians are also involved in their everyday activities. Many were following the recent developments and got quite concerned, to be honest. But if you delve into the Russian social media sources and Telegram channels here, an interesting piece of news comes into forefront. It's been basically Mr. Shoigu's first public appearance since Yevgeny Prigozhin's march on a number of Russian cities a few days ago. The video shows Shoigu remaining in his post and doing his business on the front line in the Lugansk region, and it's quite significant because well, recently there were many speculations that Shoigu could be replaced. There are many opponents of him, and many have admitted numerous mistakes in the army's management and civilian.
And I mean, that's what I thought Prigozhin was negotiating for, right? He felt screwed over by Shoigu. You know, basically was blaming Shoigu and the Ministry of Defense for a missile attack that happened to his troops and that killed a lot of people, right? And basically was pledging to, you know, rid Russia of Shoigu. He didn't say anything about a coup against Putin. His words were directed towards Shoigu. It doesn't sound like he's going to get that, though. It sounds like he's just going to be exiled.
Really criticized its leadership, but Russia's president has been reluctant to change the Minister of Defense in order to not to admit all those mistakes. And now, after the rebellion, things have changed. According to official reports during the Wagner march, at least two army helicopters and a plane were shot down by Wagner, and obviously a number of pilots died. So now many ask who will be responsible for the loss of all those people and equipment, and can it become a formal pretext now to make a big decision now and probably change the Minister of Defense? And just a short while ago, at least 4 pro-war Telegram channels with more than 7 million subscribers published reports that the governor of the Tula region, Alexei Dumin, could replace Sergei Shoigu as a defense minister shortly. Once again, it's not official information, but it's spreading very quickly here. Dumin is the former head of Putin's security, and for a short time he was deputy minister of defense and then became the governor of the Tula region. And during the Prigozhin rebellion, there was information that Alexei Dumin participated in negotiations with the head of the Wagner group, but the Tula regional authorities denied that. So experts say any change in the leadership of the Russian Ministry of Defense would mean a significant victory for Prigozhin, who launched his rebellion blaming Shoigu and the head of the Russian General Staff Gerasimov for the deaths of tens of thousands of Russian soldiers in Ukraine. So we're monitoring all the developments here, and of course we are about to listen to the whole very long audio by Mr. Prigozhin.
Absolutely. Yulia Shapovalova, thank you very much for your reporting there from Moscow. Now, Russian state media say that the head of the Wagner mercenary group, Prigozhin, is still under criminal investigation. However, the foreign minister says that his rebellious mercenary group will still remain active in countries including Mali and the Central African Republic. Rory Challenz reports.
Crisis? What crisis? After the drama and chaos of the weekend, this is Russia's political and military.
Did Putin say drama?
Leadership trying to show that everything is fine.
No, okay.
Vladimir Putin speaking to an industrial forum, and the first footage of the defense minister released since Wagner boss Yevgeny Prigozhin called for his sacking and launched a short-lived mutiny, briefly advancing on Moscow. Though we don't know when it was filmed, the message is clear. It's the Kremlin saying no mercenary leader can force Vladimir Putin to do anything. At a government meeting, Prime Minister Mishustin urged Russians to unify.
We need to act together as one team and maintain the unity of all our forces, rallying around the president. We need to take calculated, unified decisions to effectively achieve goals set by the leader of the state.
But for observers in the West, the events are signs that Russia's war in Ukraine has exposed deep fissures in the Russian president's hold on power.
The monster that Putin created with the Wagner, the monster is biting him now. The monster is acting against him.
And I explained this before, right? The way that Putin maintains his power in Russia is by dividing the authority for the different parts of the armed forces that could potentially, enact a coup against him, right? So he doesn't ever want that to happen. He promotes an atmosphere of competition. This is the reason that they're saying that it's a monster of Putin's making, though, is that competition is what caused the Wagner PMC to be starved of ammunition, thrown into the front line, taking massive casualties in a way that allowed the Russian defense forces to claim victory in Bakhmut at the same time as, depleting the Wagner group, right? And basically taking the credit for something that they had, sacrificed a lot to do. That was Prigozhin's complaint, along with what sounded like, an outright criticism of the war proper, right? Of the war even happening. There was a lot that Prigozhin said that seemed to indicate that he wasn't on board with the assessment that Ukraine and NATO were as big of a danger to Russia as Putin and the defense establishment made them out to be.
His creator. The political system is showing the
Central African Republic made Bitcoin legal tender.
Fragilities.
Telegram sounds like a fascist hellhole of a social medium. Like everyone is horrible. Seems to have an account there, kind of like Gab.
And the military power is cracking. So this is an important consequence of the war in Ukraine.
China is concerned by the possibility of a chaotic state collapse in its strategic partner Russia, but the foreign ministry is saying little beyond general words of support.
The incident of Wagner Group you mentioned is Russia's internal affair. As Russia's friendly neighbor and comprehensive strategic partner of coordination for the new era, China supports Russia in maintaining national stability and achieving development and prosperity.
Yevgeny Prigozhin is supposedly headed for Belarus in the deal brokered by Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko. Prigozhin was initially understood to have had mutiny charges against him in Russia dropped, but some Russian media are reporting the Wagner boss remains under investigation. Rory Challens, Al Jazeera.
Foreign ministers of the European Union have been discussing the situation in Russia and everything that transpired. Dominic Kane is live for us in Berlin. Dominic, how are European powers, I should mention, of course, the NATO Secretary General has also been talking about this. How are they all actually handling this? I mean, other than saying the obvious that there are cracks in the Russian armor.
Well, we've been hearing from Luxembourg today, chapter and verse from different foreign ministers about how they see the situation from a general perspective vis-à-vis Ukraine, and then opining, some of them at least publicly, about what they think has happened in Russia over the last few days. And so Annalena Baerbock, the German foreign minister, pretty clear, saying that she believes that this shows that there are massive cracks in Russian propaganda. And let's be clear, she has been condemnatory of almost everything that Russia has done.
Okay, anyone British in the audience, do you say it condemnatory or would you say condemnatory? It's not a word that would get used very often in American English. I think it is technically a word, but we would say it condemnatory. But maybe it's different in the UK. I don't know. I forget what you tweeted. I tweeted about it earlier, but people said if Russia does X, then it will trigger Article 5 of the NATO,
since the start of
the
what
NATO
the Russians call their
Mutual
special military
Defense
operation,
Pact.
what everybody else calls the war in Ukraine. And the other thing to point out is that there has been some material assistance that the EU is providing. Today, being announced that the ceiling on money that can be provided to Ukraine has been increased by a third, up to more than 12 billion euros available to the Ukrainian government from the EU perspective. That's the sort of thing that's being talked about today, at least publicly.
All right, Dominic Kane reporting from Berlin. Thank you very much, Dominic. Now, as we mentioned earlier, we are getting the first indication from the Russian foreign minister that Wagner is here to stay in Mali and in the Central African Republic, where they've been active. Let's talk to Nicholas Hack in Senegal's capital, Dakar. Nick, who are those comments by Sergei Lavrov aimed at? Who is he trying to reassure when he says Wagner will continue what it's doing in Mali and CAR?
Well, Cyril, he's trying to reassure those governments that have contracts with the Wagner Group, notably Mali, the Central African Republic. There's also Mozambique, Libya, Sudan. There's dozens of them that have military contracts and deals with the Wagner Group. But he's also trying to reassure the 3,000 Russian citizens and fighters that work for the Wagner Group that are on the ground and that haven't heard up until now from their leader, Prigozhin. So those are the two groups of people, but also the leader of the Wagner Group himself. Because in this public statement, he's also trying to reassure that Wagner's interest in Africa, which is quite important, will continue to go on and will continue to benefit the group. It still is a for-profit organization.
Yeah, so the way that it's funded actually is through some of these activities in Africa, which, I'm not sure how it works, but they're making money. I mean, I would guess from taking stuff. I don't know.
The fighters, the Prigozhin himself, as well as the African governments that rely on the Wagner Group for their security. Those are the people that this comment is addressed to.
Yeah, how reliant are they, Nick, on Wagner, these countries?
Plunder, yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, if you talk about Central African Republic, their reliance is extremely heavy on the Wagner Group. Essentially, the Wagner fighters are not there just to fight off armed groups that are active. There are about 14 armed groups active in the Central African Republic, but they also provide private security to President Ouattara himself. In Mali, same thing. The Wagner fighters are on the front line in Mopti, fighting off armed groups linked to Al-Qaeda and the local affiliate to ISIL. And what's interesting, the timing of Lavrov's comment is quite interesting because in Mali, there is the biggest and most expensive UN operation, MINUSMA, and the Malian junta has called on that peacekeeping operation to end. Much of that is down to
Wagner definitely was active in Syria. I don't know if they still are.
The fact that they can, they say, rely on their Russian partnership to go on. But what was interesting to see during the last few days, on Saturday, at the beginning of the rebellion, Prigozhin, in his address in the Telegram, mentioned Africa. He said, I quote, "We were told that we were needed in Africa," and he's referring to the Kremlin. But we were abandoned, and all the money and support that was supposed to be given to us was stolen. He felt that he was at it alone. But what's clear here is that Wagner needs the support of Russia, but the Kremlin needs Wagner in order to continue to exert its influence on the numerous countries in the region. Cyril?
Nicholas Hack reporting from Dakar, Senegal. Thank you very much. Now, the office of the Belarusian president says it is unsure if Yevgeny Prigozhin is in Belarus. We'll see whether that actually changes in light of the latest statements by Yevgeny Prigozhin that were just released. Now, we're going to be able to let's listen. I'm being told that we now are able to bring you audio from the Wagner's chief, Yevgeny Prigozhin. Listen to this.
В результате интриг As a result of intrigue, Wagner was bound to cease to exist on July the 1st. The decision was made at the worst possible moment. Despite us showing no aggression, we were hit by a rocket strike and then by helicopters. Around 30 fighters were killed, some were wounded. This triggered the decision to move out immediately. The goal of the march was to prevent the eradication of Wagner, ensuring those who made a huge amount of mistakes during the special military operation because of their incompetence be held accountable.
All right, before I go to our next guest, I want to bring you up to speed on the sequence of events, how things unfolded since Friday. Well, on Friday, Prigozhin blamed Defense Minister Shoigu for attacking Wagner camps. And he started with what he undertook what he called a march for justice with 25,000 fighters. Overnight, his troops marched into Russia's Rostov-on-Don, then to Voronezh. Prigozhin says Russian troops let them through without a fight. Then Vladimir Putin addresses the nation and calls those taking part in the mutiny traitors and threatens to punish them. Just hours later, Prigozhin turns his fighters around, saying that he wants to avoid spilling Russian blood. The Kremlin says Prigozhin will go to Belarus while his fighters will go back to Ukraine. Viktor Olevich joins us now from Moscow. He's a political analyst and the lead expert at the think tank, the Center for Actual Politics. Victor, we laid out the timeline there.
It's really called the Center for Actual Politics. Like other politics that aren't, talked about at the center, they're not like real. They're not actual. We're the Center for Actual Politics, not unlike the other centers. There's plenty of centers for fake politics, right? But we are the Center for Actual Politics, unlike all the others. Okay, good to know.
Now we're in uncharted territory. We just got the audio from Prigozhin. I don't know how much of it you were able to listen to. What do you make of it?
He got to the third ring road of This is what befuddles me a little bit, is it feels like the negotiations took place from a place of like zero leverage for Wagner. And yet Wagner, got pretty close to Moscow. It sounds like, at least from reports, Vladimir Putin actually moved to St. Petersburg, was afraid of maybe the inability to defend Moscow, didn't want to stay there, right? It seemed like he had more leverage than that. I don't know what he got out of this deal. I wonder if they mean the contemporary rebrand of realpolitik, actual politics.
Well, it's definitely a very dangerous situation where units under different command structures were involved in fighting. As you mentioned, there was an airplane shot down, a military plane. There were several helicopters shot down. There were the Russian army conducted an airstrike on a Russian highway while the a Wagner military column was passing. These are tragic and very concerning events. And even though at this point the situation has, at least temporarily, has been resolved, it's not completely clear if this is the end of this crisis, or if this or similar crisis may spill over in the coming months. And it's important to note that it's a possibly dangerous situation, not just for Russia. It's also a potentially dangerous situation for the West. Mm-hmm. It's a potentially dangerous situation for Russia's other neighbors. Since the beginning of the 20th century, Russia has undergone violent change several times. In 1917, 2 revolutions that brought down the Russian Empire, and a civil war ensued for several years. But at that time, nuclear weapons did not exist. Obviously, Russia was not a nuclear power and could not present a challenge like that to its neighbors or to other states. In 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed, and it was the primary nuclear power in the world. But the Soviet Union's collapse was controlled. And it happened in dialogue with the West. And in fact, the United States sponsored the removal of nuclear weapons from Ukraine, from Belarus, and from Kazakhstan to Russia, effectively to ensure their safety and a single command and control structure over them. But at this point, we are seeing that the very events that may be making some in the West happy or glad, these very events may also be presenting a grave danger for the West. So it's a question, and it's an important question to raise. Is pushing Russia too far? Is isolating Russia too much? Is sanctioning Russia too heavily? Can those measures bring Russia to such an unstable situation that the West would face a threat of an entirely different magnitude?
Victor, I'm going to jump
because
in,
at this point,
and your point is
the West may like or dislike.
Victor, I'd like to jump in because there are a few things that have just happened very recently that we'd like to address. Before, though, you just said this raises the question of how the West should be handling this, and do they want a Putin-controlled Russia? I'm paraphrasing here. Do they want a Putin-controlled Russia, or would they risk going somewhere into the unknown? But this was an internal feud. You bring up the West. This was between Putin and a relatively unsanctioned military chief within Russia.
Well, we understand very well that this situation would not have happened if, first, if the special military operation would not have been initiated, and secondly, if the pressure on Russia and internal pressure did not create circumstances for it. You see, there are almost no liberals or pro-Western elements left in the government. There are no liberal elements left in Russia that could take over from Putin if something would happen to the current powers that be. So it's important for the West to consider the possibility that if Western pressure at some point destabilizes Putin's government, that any type of regime or any type of government that comes to replace him or to challenge the current authorities may
Victor,
be much more anti-Western and may be much more dangerous. And in fact...
Victor, that point is well taken, and we hear you on that. But before I let you go, I actually do need you to address the information that we just got moments ago, which is Yevgeny Prigozhin releasing his first statement, for lack of a better word, audio, since all of this transpired. And I want to bring you, I don't know if you were able to hear it, so I'd like to bring you some of the headlines from what Yevgeny Prigozhin said. He said, all we wanted to do was to hold accountable those who made mistakes. And the reason Wagner turned on Russia's military leadership, again, I'm paraphrasing here, was because they were aggressive towards us, not the other way around. We did not, I repeat, we did not march to overthrow the military leadership. Those are the last lines that we got from Yevgeny Prigozhin. Your reaction to that?
Well, of course, any leader of a mutiny or a revolution always has justifications for their actions. And of course, it's quite logical that the head of Wagner would blame Russia's military leadership, who he has been in conflict with for months, for what happened. But the very events when a key southern city in Russia, Rostov-on-Don, had been taken over by a private military company, when the staff headquarters of Russia's southern military district in Rostov-on-Don had been taken over by the Wagner Group, and when Wagner Group mercenaries and fighters had been moving towards Moscow through several of Russia's regions, of course...
Yevgeny got closer to Moscow than the Nazis did during Operation Barbarossa?
Whatever justifications are stated by Prigozhin, it's obvious that this created an internally dangerous situation. When there is internecine fighting, when there is fighting between different military groups within one country, it's a very dangerous situation.
All right, Victor Olevich, a political analyst and lead expert at the think tank, the Center for Actual Politics. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, that's all the time we have for today, but thank you so much for joining us on the program.
Okay.
For the first time since Wagner Group mercenaries staged a mutiny from the country's south. Putin described Yevgeny Prigozhin's troops as patriots, but declared any attempts to organize internal unrest are doomed to fail. He also thanked the Russian people for what he called unity following the brief revolt from armed mercenaries over the weekend. Daniel Hawkins is live for us in Moscow. So tell us about the significance of Putin's statement and what he did and didn't say.
Well, this statement was previewed by Dmitry Peskov, the Russian presidential spokesman, as destiny-defining for Russia. That really wasn't the case, but it was destiny-defining really for Yevgeny Prigozhin and for his Wagner military group. The president was careful to avoid saying Prigozhin's name throughout his speech, like he avoided saying it over his address to the nation on the weekend as well. And it's interesting to analyse the wording of his speech as well, because he called those soldiers, those pilots who'd lost their lives in this clash as heroes, and he referred to the Wagner fighters as patriots, avoiding carefully to condemn them as traitors or mutineers. The language he picked was very careful to tread that fine line between stamping his authority and saying, look, what happened over the weekend should not be repeated, was a threat to Russian statehood and security and could have brought Russia to civil war. At the same time, trying really to, I guess you could say, bring the sides apart or bring the sides together, however you could look at it, and very much confirming the news over the weekend that those talks behind closed doors with President Lukashenko of Belarus confirmed that Yevgeny Prigozhin would be allowed to go to Belarus, but also confirming, and this was news to many Russians, that Wagner fighters would also be allowed to go to Belarus, and allegedly that confirms this chatter, this Telegram chatter speculation by Russian war correspondents that Wagner fighters had been seen crossing into Belarus with their equipment, with their military hardware. So certainly a very interesting development, and we'll be waiting for the second part of that speech, potentially more announcements following this very key meeting between Vladimir Putin and the heads of the Russian security forces and armed forces, Sergei Shoigu, Russia's defense minister, as well.
Indeed. So talk us through who's at that meeting and why they're so important. I mean, presumably that they have questions to answer about how Prigozhin and his men managed to get so close to Moscow.
There certainly will be questions to answer. I'm just keeping an eye on the Russian lines coming in. We are getting footage in of this meeting, excuse me, between the Russian president and the heads of the security services. And the RIA Novosti, the Russian state media news agency, is saying that Putin, at this meeting with the heads of security services, thanked them for their work, for their service, and offered to analyse the situation that developed over the weekend. So perhaps not quite what was predicted, quite not the the firings, the moving around positions, the real anger that could have been in that meeting. According to this footage that's being released publicly, at least part of the footage, the president is thanking them and saying, look, let's get together and analyse what happened and have a brainstorm about what's gone on. So that's the first part. What goes on behind closed doors, of course, remains to be seen. But certainly the image coming out publicly, the image being projected by the Kremlin and by Russian state media agencies, is one of unity, one of reflection, and one, as I say, of treading that fine line, trying not to offend either side, and saying, look, what happened perhaps was a tragic mistake, as Vladimir Putin called those actions by the Wagner fighters, and really a reflection on, thank goodness, worse was avoided, worse bloodshed, worse civil war. So perhaps more announcements coming out of that meeting, and the announcement from President Lukashenko of Belarus now confirmed not for tonight but rather for tomorrow. That announcement was initially due to happen in parallel between the President Lukashenko's announcement will take place tomorrow.
Oh, the guy before,
press.
yeah.
Tell us a little bit about the position in Belarus, though. I mean, how significant is it that Belarus has got involved at this stage in trying to essentially bail out the situation in Russia?
Well, Belarus is Russia's closest ally. Lukashenko is one of Putin's closest allies, as well as a state belonging to the Union State of Russia and Belarus. The country has special privileges, and of course, in preceding weeks and months, Russia moved nuclear-capable weapons into Belarus, which certainly riled Washington and Western leaders as well. That was done in retaliation, of course, says the Kremlin, for the actions of the West and for NATO. So clearly Belarus is very much a key link, if you like, in the chain of the Kremlin's security plans for Russia, security status for Russia. Quite where the Wagner's presence on Belarusian territory fits in is very hard to say. I don't think anybody could have predicted, even yesterday, that the Wagner fighters would have been allowed to move to Belarus, keeping all their weapons, given, as some of our guests have said, the threat they created for the Kremlin, moving to within striking distance of Moscow. That's certainly a very interesting development. But the Russian president, of course, had to also strike a balance between stamping authority, as I say, and keeping to his word. And his word was, when those negotiations took place, that Prigozhin would be allowed to go to Belarus and the Wagner fighters would not be prosecuted. And what will happen long term, again, remains open-ended. But this speech seems to confirm that. And these images coming out of this meeting right now as we speak with the heads of the security service, the chief of defense, the defense minister, again, a message of unity.
I've heard some theories that what was really going on here was that Yevgeny wanted to see if anyone in the leadership would jump on board on his cause, would support him outright, and that there were none. And that based on that, he didn't feel like there was anywhere he could have gone. I've also heard theories that this was all a plan, that Yevgeny's working with Putin, and the idea was to ferret out any treason, anybody who, given the right circumstances, would betray Putin. And it sounds like they didn't find any, if that's the case either. They've been trying to make Belarus and Russia into one country for ages. They might as well just do it at this point, but I guess they might as well just do it. Belarus isn't subject to the sanctions that Russia is. I doubt that Kazakhstan would want to join the Union State anymore.
Things are proceeding as normal. Let's get together and unite now. Now is not the time to play the blame game. Now is not the time as I say, to blame officials, but to get together and reflect on what's going on.
Daniel Hawkins, thank you very much. The White House weighed in earlier with National Security Council spokesman John Kirby explaining that the US used diplomatic channels to communicate with Moscow during the mutiny. He also said the US was not taking sides in what he described as an internal matter.
We also made clear to all our allies and partners that the United States was not involved and would not get involved in these events, and that we view them as...
And some people don't believe this.
...internal Russian matters. We delivered that same message to the Russians themselves through appropriate diplomatic channels. I'll emphasize, as the president did just a little bit ago, that it's too early to speculate on the impact these events might have or to reach any definitive conclusion.
And again, we have seen the U.S. be involved in certain acts that it did not admit to, right? We are pretty sure that the United States at least were aware of what was going on with the pipeline. It's so it wouldn't be completely out of character for the U.S. to lie about something like this. That being said, I don't have any information that says that this was there's nothing that points to that I can see that points to actual U.S. involvement. That's a bad noise. Oh my god. Did you hear that? Oh my god. I was like, that. I don't want to get blown up. Oh, so good. So, wait. Oh, it's an Enderman. For a second, I thought it was a Pigman. Pigman should not be here.
Except one, of course.
Zombie, of course.
And that is that no matter what happens next, we're going to stay closely coordinated with those allies and partners, and we're going to continue to stand with Ukraine.
Well, Shihab Bertanzi is live in Washington, D.C. So has there been much reaction so far to the latest from Moscow?
I think they're still trying to understand what happened. This really does seem to have been an organic internal matter. I think that's why the White House and the State Department have been at such pains to say, look, this time really it wasn't us. Because obviously the US's history of regime change in countries around the world. So they were very quick to say, no, it wasn't us. And now we heard from Kirby there in the State Department that that's exactly what they were saying to the Russians. Look, I know we have some bad blood, to put it mildly, but this isn't us. And I think that reflects that reality that despite a lot of the rhetoric we hear in Washington from all the pundit class and everyone else, there is that understanding that what Putin does so successfully is manage all the different factions in Russia very successfully. And it's not clear that anyone else could take his place. And if you look at the makeup of what may have been an alleged coup, may have been just a mutiny on military tactics, if this really was Prigozhin, backed by really important Kremlin officials trying to overthrow Putin, that would mean this is a coup from the extreme right and from people who are saying Putin has been too lenient on Ukraine. Do you really want them to have the nuclear arsenal? It's true that the US has been supporting the overthrow of Putin for some time, but they want their guys, people who are going to look kindly on the US, and this wasn't that bunch. So we get all these extraordinary statements. The White House is John Kirby saying regime change in Russia is not US policy, and this actually I just saw this from the State Department spokesperson. The US doesn't take a position on the leadership of Russia or its Ministry of Defense. I mean, that's quite extraordinary when you think about the rhetoric that we hear from the US on a daily basis. I think there might be a sense that there is that sense, perhaps, then, of relief that Putin appears to have steadied things, perhaps the sign that the Wagner Group is going to be allowed to reform in some way under Russian government tutelage is not a sign of a president who is weak at the moment. But there's also clearly a dilemma, and we're hearing two attitudes now coming out from the foreign policy blob in Washington, and we've heard that for the last few days, which is one saying, all right, clearly Putin is weakened, despite what we've just heard there. We've got to help Ukraine now, give them even more weapons. Really now, Putin's on the back foot, we've got to go in. But I think what this has also shown, though, is if there is another Ukrainian battlefield upset, there are many forces in Russia who will use what Blinken said were those cracks that they'd never seen before to actually say, well, Putin hasn't been strong enough, and they may seize the some sort of reins once again, or attempt to, whatever. This wasn't about Putin, about the war in Ukraine being waged at all. It was actually very much about,
Well, now, here's the thing. Like, I felt like Prigozhin at least implied that there was. Like, Prigozhin's words sounded like he thought that the Ukrainian conflict was entered into by Putin on the basis of some bad information that he'd gotten from people that were in his ear, like Shoigu. But it could also be a lie. I don't know if what. I don't know if what's being claimed here is one thing or the other.
Putin having not helped the military on the ground in Ukraine, and then those rifts that we just heard from Moscow about, who should be in charge, who should probably be making money out of all this, and so on. So it does lead to that dilemma, because it does suggest then that more battlefield successes and Russia being pushed back. Well, as Blinken said, those are the cracks we're looking at right now that could rebel against Putin again, and then where does the nuclear arsenal go? Then where does Russia's stability go?
Interesting, though, that as they mentioned, that they'd used diplomatic channels to communicate with Moscow during the mutiny itself, and there was some suggestion that US intelligence at least knew that it was about to happen before it happened, but on this instance didn't actually publicise the fact that they knew.
But then we heard that they'd been monitoring the movement of Wagner troops, but even up until everything kicked off, the National Security Advisor, or Jake. Sorry, I'm it's such a big day. But look, but the Joint Chiefs of Staff and Jake Sullivan, they both had international travel planned this weekend, and they were still going ahead with that. And then suddenly they had to say, oh, actually, you know what? We better watch what's happening. So that suggests that they may have seen the troop maneuvers, but they didn't know when things would actually happen.
Shihab Ratanzi, thank you very much indeed. Let's take a listen back now to some of what the Russian president said earlier.
Dear friends, today I address once again all Russian citizens. I thank you for your endurance, solidarity and patriotism. Civil solidarity showed that any ransom, any attempts to organize internal unrest are doomed to fail.
I'm joined now by Pavel Felgenhauer from Moscow. He's a defense and foreign policy analyst. Thanks very much indeed for being with us. What do you make of Putin's speech this evening?
Well, this was a victory speech. Obviously aimed at the Russian public, to show the public that Putin's there, Putin's in control, that everything's fine. There are some maybe problems yet, but we had weathered that storm and everything's going to be good. Well, that's what a leader should always kind of project. Of course, that doesn't really mean that the problems have dissipated and everything's fine. It's not fine, actually, because Putin has called on the Wagner fighters to join the defense ministry, and they are not joining the defense ministry. They are still there with their weapons. They're well organized. They're the best fighting force, apparently, in the land right now. And what will be their next move is not clear. Right now, most likely they feel threatened. Maybe they'll go to Belarus, but how they go there, it's not clear. Will they go with side weapons, or will they go with with more heavy weapons? And what that will mean when they will be not far from Smolensk, on a clear, straight line, a highway leading to Moscow, much closer than they are right now, because they moved on Moscow from the south and came up to the Oka River, and that's a very wide river. And it goes from east to from west to east, and it it's a natural barrier to Moscow from the south. And there's no natural barriers from the west. Will be based in Belarus. So they didn't disappear.
Tell us about Prigozhin himself, because he issued that defiant statement today. But do we know where he is exactly and what his plans are?
Well, he's with his troops. That gives him security. He's with his troops. But we should not just focus on Prigozhin. This is not just his personal ambition. The Wagner...
Do we know where his troops are, though?
Mercenaries have their own agenda.
I heard that he fled to Belarus. I guess the other place he'd be is in Rostov-on-Don. Putin benefits from having a forever war in Ukraine, since it means that he can keep granting more oligarchs contracts, like the catering oligarch.
And if Prigozhin won't lead them where they want to go, maybe they'll elect other leaders. They are a force to be reckoned with. They cannot be just written off. They didn't lay down their arms. They didn't surrender. and they have their own agenda, and they do understand that if they surrender, that they'll be kind of picked out one by one. So this crisis, despite what Putin projects as a kind of total victory, is not yet a total victory, because the main problem, the Wagner group of fighters, is still there. They're still working there, and they moved to Moscow actually just small fraction of what they had. They can move again. So how they're going to deal with them? I mean, Putin said they should join the defense ministry. They're not joining the defense ministry. They're in defiance, and they have their own even social and most likely political agenda.
So, what about this meeting with the head of the intelligence and also the kind of military top brass? Can you tell us about what you expect will come out of that? I mean, do you see any heads rolling or any reshuffling?
I believe that they're right now thinking how to deal with the Wagner group, because they are there. They're a problem. They didn't disappear. Okay, if he can deal with Prigozhin, maybe, just one man. So, I mean, right now, anyway, he's also apparently the Russian services that were always good and eliminating Putin's enemies have not been able to do that. But so we're talking about maybe over 10,000 hardened battle veterans. And this is a force to be reckoned with. So they'll have to find some kind of policy to make that problem disappear, so that the Wagner group doesn't become again a political challenge to the entire regime.
Thank you.
And that's not really yet victory. Victory will come if he manages to make the Wagner group some kind of disappear in some kind of way.
Pavel Felgenhauer, thank you very much indeed for your thoughts on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you.
European leaders are distancing themselves from the events in Russia, describing them as an internal matter. EU foreign ministers have been meeting in Luxembourg, while the head of NATO is visiting troops in Lithuania. Dominic Kane reports from Berlin.
Unanimity of purpose was very clear to be seen at Luxembourg as EU foreign ministers convened to discuss the most important issues, with the situation in Ukraine and indeed Russia high on the agenda. And the German foreign minister, Annalena Baerbock, spoke for many of her colleagues insofar as their view of what has been happening is concerned. This is what she had to say.
What is clear is this is a domestic power struggle in Russia, and we're not getting involved. Putin is destroying his own country. We see the devastating consequences of the Russian war of aggression also on Putin's system of power. We see that Russia's leadership is increasingly striking back at itself, and we see massive cracks in Russian propaganda.
At the same time as the meeting in Luxembourg, there was also a meeting taking place in Vilnius, the Lithuanian capital, where the Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, was meeting the Lithuanian defense minister, but also the German defense minister, talking about the need for people to treat the situation in Ukraine and Russia as particularly important, and stressing his view of what has been taking place.
It also demonstrates how difficult and dangerous it is for President Putin to be reliant on mercenaries. That has actually turned against him. And it also demonstrates that it is hard to predict exactly what will now happen in the next days and weeks. But we should not make the mistakes that we are underestimating the Russians. So we need to continue to provide support to Ukraine.
The German government has made clear that it is prepared to sanction the deployment permanently of 4,000 of its soldiers to Lithuania. It already has a presence in Lithuania and has done so for some considerable time. And it is at the request of the Lithuanian government. But it's also a clear statement by Germany that it wants to bolster the Baltic states that are a buffer, as it were, between
there's
Belarus
a lot of
and Russia
alliteration
on the one
here.
hand,
No,
and EU
run,
and NATO
run
on
away.
the other. Certainly, that's the view
poor
coming
bat.
from the government here in Berlin.
The poor bat. R.I.P. bat. Gesundheit, thank you. Thank you. Why is this considered an internal affair, but much more banal things that happen in other countries are the pure review of the entire political class of the United States? I mean, I guess that's their way of saying that they don't want to take a side. That's the main meaning of the This Rolling Stone article was a while ago, right? Looks like the Surfs are putting this video out now, but I think the article itself was a while ago. Oh god, we gotta see what this is about.
You're just like watching a video of Iran made a weird movie about Caleb. Caleb Iran.
Ah, I'm consuming.
1 hour. It's 1 hour long. Wait. You weren't kidding. It's
There's
from
a
2015 apparently. It's called
Hour-long documentary about Caleb freaking Maupin.
Iranian Dream. Like what? I mean, I'm not watching all of this.
The Iranian
First of all, I
Dream?
want to say happy birthday to Karl Marx
Imagine if you're like one of the guys who had to edit this.
and happy Cinco de Mayo.
Happy Cinco de Mayo.
It's the 5th of May. There was a great
I was about to say that's old Caleb Maupin, but what I really mean is that's young Caleb Maupin.
demonstration for May Day that just occurred, and it was a great step forward with organized labor, immigrant workers, Occupy Wall Street forces coming together.
Oh my god. And you know what else is coming together is the bottom of the hour ad break. That's right. It's about to come together in 3 minutes. Twitch ads, forced not getting to hear the VOD, getting to hear what I'm saying, not getting to hear what Badam Panada or Caleb Maupin is saying. It's all coming together in about 3 minutes. There's a few ways though that you can still get away from it. That would be through a Twitch Prime sub, which you can get from integrating your Twitch Prime or your Amazon Prime, should you have it with Twitch, and get a free sub that way. You can get it for $5 by paying for it, or you can get super lucky and win the lottery at this point. At this point, this is a very, you know, this is one of those lotto tickets that, like, you know, people buy tickets every week and nobody wins, and then you're like, oh, somebody's gonna, the jackpot is going up and up and up and nobody's winning. So it's not the most, like, you know, it's not a lottery that tends to pay out, I guess is what I was saying. So, but there's a chance that if you are active in chat, and if somebody sees you being active in chat and doesn't want to see you get stuck into the ad break, that they might actually give you a gift sub. It's possible.
Lenin, who had that brilliance and that understanding of what capitalism had developed into. You know, Lenin really is an inspiration.
What is this like about? Is this supposed to make him look like a narcissist? You're just like watching a video of himself on the laptop and like, yep, that's me.
But all throughout the history of the United States, all the people organizing for civil rights, all the most militant fighters in the labor movement, were all inspired by Marx and Lenin and by communism. And it was the Soviet Union that took up a...
So an email has recently come to light, an exchange between Jeffrey Leeds and former Secretary of State Colin Powell, in which he acknowledges that Israel has, quote, he says 200 nuclear weapons. And the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty has not been signed by
So
Israel.
it's a movie where he just watches clips of himself.
Under U.S. law, the United States should cut off support to Israel because it's a nuclear power that has not signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, according to Colin Powell, correct?
Shouldn't you ask Colin Powell that? I'm not going to speak to this particular traffic, and I'm certainly
So you're
not
saying
going to
Israel
discuss.
doesn't have nuclear weapons?
I'm certainly not going to discuss matters of intelligence from the podium. I have no comment.
Who is it who is assaulting and taking food out of the mouths of the children of public workers? And
This is like fucking Patrick Bateman shit, honestly. He's just sitting there like, not only is he just sitting there like intently watching himself on the laptop for like...
This is a strange look. Now, I will warn you that, like, as much as I appreciate Baden Panada's analysis of history and sometimes analysis of geopolitics and, understanding of theory, I feel like sometimes Baden Panada is not super well versed on streamers, on content creators, and like for instance endorsing Kaffles before Kaffles absolutely snaked him. Right, that shows that he didn't really understand what he was dealing with there. I don't think that Baden Panada necessarily knows what he's dealing with Caleb Maupin. I have heard him downplay the reactionary nature of Caleb Maupin, and I think he's 100% wrong. This is a guy that traveled to meet with Dugin. This is a guy that has, the same, dog whistles about degeneracy and the like that Dugin has, right? Caleb, I know Baden Panada doesn't agree with me here, but Caleb's, some kind of Nazgul, right? If you want to, I'm not trying to be super technical about the, maybe Nazgul is the wrong term, but right, there's a fourth position, there's fourth position, third position shenanigans going on here, and I don't like it, right?
Multiple minutes worth of shots, but it's different shots of him sitting there and watching himself on the laptop. Like, this is a different shot. The earlier one, he was in like a blue shirt. Oh no, sorry, I'm wrong. No, they're all the same. They're all the same shot. Sorry, it's not as psychotic as I thought it was, but it's still psychotic. For some reason, it's because the laptop is blue. I thought he had a blue shirt in the earlier shot. No, it's the same room, like same day, I'm guessing, but a different angle.
in a state right now. Is it the Occupy Wall Street activists? No. The Occupy Wall Street movement is a movement of...
It's just so bizarre.
But I know one thing. We're free to have any hope, however far from the minds of others.
This is the most narcissistic thing I have ever seen. This film was screened many times on Iranian TV and in the United Kingdom. I fucking hope not. Are you guys inspired yet?
The people I saw during this time had dreams of things that I already have. On the contrary, I wish I had the things that they have. But in fact, they didn't have.
This is just fucking bizarre.
While you say to yourself, I am one of the thousands of people who will read it. What's written in it for me?
Honestly, I don't even know what to say about this. It's just fucking weird. It was just Jesus, I guess. Caleb Maupin shopping. He's buying more shirts. In Iran, we have shirts. Dude, what is this There's a traffic jam.
Narween, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here either. What is this Iranian dream? I don't understand what... I've never heard of him... Like, talking about Iran... It seems like more of like Dugin's province than Maupin's province, right? Dugin is big on, his philosophy is called Eurasianism, and in some versions of Eurasianism, Ukraine is part of that is part of that alliance. But I really don't know. There's a 2015 documentary. It's on Caleb Maupin's channel. I've never heard of this, right? Caleb Maupin is, he continues to surprise us. And usually not in a good way.
What in the holy fuck am I watching? Like the music ramps up and it's like, there he is. He's walking on the street in like this fucked up exposure GoPro shot.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Caleb.
Is he
Wait,
there
that was the
is he
most
there to save
dramatic.
the day?
Like, holy shit, the music and then, hello, my name is Caleb.
Yeah,
What
it's like
the
a
hell?
letdown. It's like, okay, who's coming to save us? Okay, who's coming to save us? We got the Imperial American geopolitical juggernaut bearing down on us here in Iran. Who's coming to say, oh, hello, Caleb Maupin here. Ha 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 ha. Anyone want to spank me? Oh no, oh no, oh no. That's not what we need. That is not what we need.
I'm from the
What's
United
going
States.
on?
Just talking to random people on the street in Iran as if they speak English.
Nice emote, by the way.
Hey. Hey. Hi, my friend. My name is Caleb. What's your name?
My name is Irfan.
Okay, it's a very nice car.
Thank you.
Mercedes.
Yes, sure.
Can I get in here?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great.
Hello, random guy on the street. I'm just gonna get
He's just gonna get near. He's gonna commandeer your Mercedes. That's what he's gonna do because he's Caleb.
in your car. This is a believable narrative.
Excellent.
Now you say the Spanky Tanky, but do you know that the Yankee Tanky actually popped up again? Apparently, the Yankee Tanky did a takedown video of Keffels, and given the reactionary nature of Caleb's movement, which is where Yankee Tanky came from, you know, before getting involved in all that, whatever the hell that was, that spanking scandal, right? The Yankee Tanky is probably a reactionary, so I'm guessing it has something to do with Keffels being trans. So, not any real reasonable criticism of Keffels, just reactionary garbage probably. But yeah, I don't know. Wasn't he unhoused? Was Caleb unhoused? Oh, the Spanky Tanky. I don't know. I don't remember if he was the one that was in a bad financial situation. You know, honestly, like the more I think about it, there's like a parallel. There's some parallels between Caleb Maupin's situation and the Illuminati situation.
Thank you.
Everybody's
oh,
looking.
it's so very nice. Very nice.
Everybody's looking for the new Illuminati. Maybe it's Caleb.
Oh wow! Look at this.
Wow. He's like, did you know that in Iran they have Mercedes cars? They have nice cars in Iran. They have nice cars in Iran. It has nice seats. Wow, what a nice car.
Leather, yeah.
They're made of leather.
I've heard that there's kind of a growing gap between the rich.
Hey,
and the
random guy on. I just talked to randomly in his Mercedes. I'm just gonna start fucking questioning you about inequality.
War in Iran. That there's a gap growing. Do you think
did Keffels actually talk to Yankee Tanky?
It's true.
بله هستش ولی پول توی کشور ما فراوونه زیاده توی ایران همه چی خوبه.
Is he speaking English? Because there's no. He was speaking English before, so like my brain is short circuiting right now.
I don't know what's going
English
on
anymore.
بعدم اینکه دوستای خوبی دارم.
Now, what do you think about the United States?
خب بالاخره آمریکا یک کشور پیشرفته است. از نظر زندگی
I don't know what he thinks. Oh no, there's subtitles.
رفاهی فکر می‌کنم کشور خوبیه.
It just seemed to me they did not understand what the United States was really like. They really believe the propaganda that they're seeing on their satellite TVs, that they really believe that the U.S. is just a Disneyland playground where everyone's happy and well.
And I could only get permission in the place of the foreign guests. I had hoped at least my location close to Iran's supreme leader.
Okay. This is just fucking weird. I'm not gonna watch any more of this. It's uncomfortable.
Well, I mean, we didn't really get to figure out what Caleb was even on about this time. It just seemed kind of self-aggrandizing more than anything. That was the overarching theme of this video. I don't even know what exactly. So it's Caleb Maupin goes to Iran. I don't even know, like, you know, what time period we're talking about. Is this like before the Iran nuclear deal that Obama decided, and before Trump? Is it after the nuclear deal from Obama and before Trump you know, blew that deal up? Is it, yeah, right? I don't know exactly know where we're at as far as time is. That would, you know, provide some context. He's trying to talk to people from Iran and finding out that they think that the United States is, you know, like a theme park, and everything's great and everybody's happy. I guess what he's trying to tell them is that the United States is riddled with inequality, and yeah, I don't know. Who tells somebody in their car what brand their car is? Like, they know what they're driving. That was wild. But not as wild, chat, as... Not as wild as the top of the hour ad break, right? Top of the hour ad break is both wild and out of control. There's no taming it. There is no reasoning with it. There's nothing you can do except possibly get gifted a sub, or possibly pay $5, spoil yourself with a sub, or possibly use a, what is that thing called? Twitch Prime. That's right, a Twitch Prime. Okay, this is a streamer that we haven't rated in a really long time. So hope you enjoy. Oh, looks like Lexual's doing just chatting. I've never rated into Lexual in just chatting. This is going to be a first. Everybody, if you're not already in the raid, get in the raid. You're going to enjoy this. Lexual is a YouTuber. Lexual has made some really good video essays in the past. We usually catch Lexual when she's playing, like, is it Dead by Daylight? She plays a lot of different games, generally, right? But this time you're actually going to get to catch Lexual doing just chatting. Maybe talking some politics, maybe talking about upcoming content. Who knows? But there's only one way to find out, and that is getting into the robot. Much love, everybody, and I will see you later. Moe Kyun. Hi, buddies. Hi, YouTube. Meow. Make sure to check me out on Patreon. I'm doing new stuff on there. There's a special diary. If you're interested in my private thoughts that I don't tell to anyone else, I do tell my private thoughts to my Patreons. And even any amount will get you in there, even $1. You know, because I try to make it so that it's something that everybody can afford. Anyway, much love, and I will see